So hey guys, this is your favorite the fictional vortex. So in this video, we will see, what if Naruto become a member of Team Sharingan? But before we start, remember to subscribe and like this video. Now let's start. The remaining 3 members of Team 7 walked through the gates of Konoha. The mission to Wave had been a disaster. It had started out as a low C rank mission, upgraded to A rank, and it went to hell from there. Sasuke Uchiha died protecting his teammate Naruto Uzumaki from the attack from the masked nin Haku. The battle went from bad to worse as Naruto enraged slaughtered Haku. Zabuza died at Kakashi's hands, and Gato had shown up with an army of mercenaries made up of street thugs and samurai. Their client had been killed before the end when Sakura, who had lost her right eye due to a dagger from a thug, slit Gato's throat. Naruto was laying unconscious due to chakra exhaustion, had his left eye missing. A broken arrow from a crossbow had been pulled out by the berserker enraged Naruto. Kakashi, seeing Sasuke dead, his Sharingan activated, looked at his 2 wounded students and did the only thing he could think of. He performed the transplant procedure and put one of Sasuke's eyes in each of his teammates. The funeral had been short as the Uchiha's body had been burnt to prevent others from learning its secrets. Team 7 left Wave, broken. We need to report to the Hokage, Kakashi said to his remaining 2 students, who both had their headbands covering their Sharingan covered eyes like him. Since the battle of the bridge, they had been sullen, sad and nearly unresponsive. Naruto dragged his feet. The blonde had been devoid of anything since the bridge. Kakashi barely got the 2 of them to eat, and then it was a bowl of broth. And he knew in Naruto's case that was wrong. He'd watched the boy go through 30 bowls of ramen in one sitting, still be hungry. Without a word, the remainder of Team 7 walked the streets. Kakashi, without his book, saw how the villagers were glaring at Naruto, and he heard the whispers. He put a hand on the blonde's shoulder and they kept walking. Reaching the Hokage tower, they head the top floor and faced the receptionist. Team 7 to see the Hokage. Mission to protect the bridge builder. Kakashi hated it, but he continued. Failure. The secretary looked up from her paperwork. Where's your other student? She asked. Dead. We need to see the Hokage, he said. Her eyes landed on Naruto and they narrowed. And yet this thing is still alive. Anna, report to Ibiki, now, the Hokage said from his doorway. He looked at Team 7, his old eyes saddening as he took in their appearance. Come in, Anbu, he called. A cat-masked Anbu appeared. Send for Iruka, and then make sure we're not disturbed once he's here. The Anbu bowed and vanished in a leaf shushin. Once the door was closed, Sarutobi watched as Kakashi got his students to sit. He saw they were barely responsive. What happened, Kakashi? He asked once the Jonin took his own seat. The mission was a bust from the start. The client lied about the parameters. We encountered the Demon Brothers on our second day out. It was then revealed that he was being hunted by Gato, who hired several high-ranked missing nin to kill him. I allowed my students to vote on if we should continue the mission or return. It is my fault, as I should have followed procedure, but my pride. He lowered his head. We reached the shore of Wave Country when we were attacked by the Demon of the Bloody Mist. We managed to fight him off. He looked at Naruto. Naruto saved me from a mistake I'd made, and we continued. I was weakened due to chakra exhaustion, and during the week of guarding the client I had my team learning tree climbing to build their chakra. I should have taught them that weeks ago, but again, my pride. He shook his head. Zabuza and his partner, a masked nin called Haku, returned at the end of the week. The client was killed, and during the battle, Sasuke Uchiha was as well by Haku while protecting a teammate. I had just killed Zabuza when Kakashi closed his eyes. Naruto in a rage tapped into the Kyuubi's power and slaughtered Haku. Nay, sensei. Naruto spoke, his voice hollow. I ripped him to shreds. I am what the villagers have said since I can remember. I am a monster. No, you're not, Naruto, Sarutobi said. Kakashi nodded his head and saw Sakura put a hand on Naruto's forearm. The pair shared a one-eyed look and Naruto nodded. During the time since Sasuke's death, the pair had bonded as only survivors seem able to do, drawing on one another's strength to do so. You're not a monster, Naruto. Sasuke saw you as a friend, even if he never spoke it aloud, Sakura said softly. Sarutobi agreed, and he was surprised that Kakashi would speak about the Kyuubi so openly. Seeing the Hokage's concern, he spoke up. Naruto told her. He shook his head, remembering the emotion he heard from the bee. Lond, remembering how expected Sakura to hate him, to rage against him, and instead the pink-haired Kunoichi grabbed her teammate in a bone-crushing hug and sobbed, "Sorry," over and over until both passed out from sheer emotional rundown. Kakashi continued his report. Before we could recover, Gato showed up with 100 mercenaries and samurai. During the battle, both Sakura and Naruto became one. Dead, each of them losing an eye at some point. He looked at the Hokage. I did the only thing I could to save my team at that time as they were both laying there bleeding out. I took Sasuke's newly acquired Sharingan eyes and transplanted them, one into each. Sarutobi let out a breath. The council is going to have a shit fit, he thought. Not to mention the mission failure, but what will they do now that Naruto possesses the Sharingan? What will happen to us now, Lord Hokage? Sakura asked. He nearly missed her question as her voice was low, her head bowed. He sighed. It depends on the three of you. He finally said. The two of you can return to the academy to be recycled onto new teams with the next graduating class. He saw the look in their single eyes and knew they didn't want that. Quote, you can continue on as a two-person cell until a third teammate can be found. He looked at Kakashi. Or you can retire from the life of ninjas. Those are your options. Naruto and Sakura exchanged glances. I'll give you a week to decide. Take that time to mourn and heal up. The pair nodded. Dismissed, Sarutobi said, and he watched sadly as Naruto shuffled from the room, Sakura behind him. Kakashi paused. Lord Hokage. He started coming to attention. Yes, Kakashi. I request that should they opt to remain ninja and a team, I ask that I be allowed to take them on an extended training trip. I need to show them how to use their new eyes, and I need to make amends for the mistakes I made in regards to both of them, and I don't think they'll be able to heal here in Konoha. Why? Sarutobi had an idea, but he wanted to hear Kakashi's reasoning. The villagers hate Naruto, and once it gets out Sasuke died protecting him, he trailed off. I don't think it will be good for his mental health, and by extension Sakura's. Since Sasuke's death, he's been the only thing keeping her sane. On the bridge, she snapped. She tore into the mercenaries without caution. She lost her eye during that, and when Gato taunted about Sasuke, there was no emotion on her face when she slit that man's throat. When she saw Naruto go down, Kakashi's lone eye closed. I thought she was going to go see a Tatanik until he pulled the crossbow bolt from his eye. She was at his side screaming for him not to leave her too. Sarutobi nodded at this. Regardless of their decision, I want them to spend time with Inoshi Yamanaka. After he evaluates them and helps them deal with the trauma, I give you permission to take them out of the village. Kakashi nodded. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Kakashi left. It was only after a few moments that he noticed that Kakashi had not once pulled his book out to read. Naruto stopped. You're home, Sakura, he said, his voice hollow. He went to Mo to release his hand. Don't go. Come in, she said. Naruto shook his head. No, your mother. He remembered the elder Haruno woman who worked at the library, how she kept kicking him out and calling Anbu on him. Please, Sakura said. Naruto swallowed and nodded. The pair had walked from the Hokage's tower and many people were talking about the headbands covering their eye. Sakura had heard the whispers about Naruto. Was I so shallow not to notice the pain he was in? Naruto followed her in, and she sat on the living room couch, Naruto sitting silently next to her. What are we going to do? She asked after 10 minutes of silence. Before the blonde next to her could say anything, she heard the front door slide open. Sakura, are you home? In here, Mom, she answered, her hand gripping Naruto's in a plea for him to stay no matter what was said. Ira down at the market said she saw you come, she yelled, seeing Naruto in her living room. Kakashi sat at the ninja-only bar, the Straight Edge, and sipped his sake. He had come straight here after making his report and ordered a bottle. His whole posture screamed out failure. I failed Obito, and I failed Sasuke. I can't fail Naruto and Sakura again. They're at their breaking point right now. He looked at the bottle before him and at the saucer before pouring the alcohol back into the bottle. The ninja in the bar watched as he stood up and strode from the bar. The rumors already spreading about the loss of the Uchiha. Mom, Sakura said, putting herself between her mother and her sole remaining teammate. Get out of my house, demon. Sakura's mom yelled and threw a vase at him. Sakura smacked it out of the air and glared at her mother. He's not a demon. He's my teammate and friend. Sakura dear, you don't know what you're saying. Her mother said. I know about the Kyuubi, mother. Naruto isn't the Kyuubi. The Kyuubi wouldn't have cared about Sasuke dying. A demon or monster wouldn't have cared about me being hurt. Sakura kept a hold of Naruto's arm as she kept herself between her mother and Naruto. You've brainwashed my daughter. He's done no such thing. Sakura fired back. Mom, please, I need you to understand. We're both hurt. We just lost our teammate. I need my mother to accept me, and to accept my friend. Kimura Haruno looked at her daughter. She noticed both teens had an eye covered. She didn't think her daughter had been hurt. You did this, you monster. You hurt my baby girl. Kimura hissed at Naruto. He did not. It was bandits and mercenaries. Sakura said. Naruto fought his hardest to keep me safe. He took a crossbow bolt meant for me and lost his eye, saving me. Kimura looked at her daughter. And you lost your eye, how? Sakura closed her green eye. I'd been incensed when Sasuke died. She felt Naruto tense, but kept her grip on his arm. Gato taunted me about his and Naruto's death. I went crazy and a merc slipped past my defenses and stabbed me in my eye with a dagger. I kept going. I killed Gato. I slit a man's throat, mother. She felt tears slip from her regular eye, the Sharingan one still too new to be connected to her tear ducts properly. If you think Naruto's a monster, then I am too, because I killed those men. I slashed their throats, I stabbed them over and over again. She turned and buried her face into Naruto's shoulder, the blonde held her. Naruto is the only thing keeping me sane, and if you kick him out, mother, I'm going with him, because he's that important to me. Kimura Haruno looked at her shattered, broken daughter, then at the blonde boy who was gently holding her, whispering softly to her, trying to soothe her. For the first time ever, Kimura looked at the blonde boy, really looked at him. She didn't see the fox that had killed her husband, but a hurt young boy, hurt more than her daughter, comforting Sakura. Trying to be her pillar of strength even as he looked ready to shatter into a million pieces himself. Swallowing the lump in her throat, she spoke. And Naruto was it, she said, her own voice hesitant. He nodded slowly while still soothing. Sakura, why don't you both sit down? I'll make some tea, and get you both something to eat. You both look like you haven't eaten in days. He nodded, his voice hollow. Nothing more than broth. Neither of us have been hungry, Mrs. Haruno. She didn't flinch at the defeated tone his voice held. She watched as the boy got her daughter to sit on the couch, and she saw her daughter keeping a grip on his arm. My poor baby. And I just added to your pain, she thought as she went to the kitchen. She would accept the boy for Sakura's sake. She put a pot on the stove and went to make a chicken broth as well. She turned when she heard the front door open and close. Peering from the kitchen, she saw the two still on the couch. But they were joined by a white-haired man who, like the two children, had one eye covered. That's their sensei, Hitaki. I remember Sakura telling me about him. Hello, she said. Kakashi turned from where he was sitting across from the pair. Forgive my intrusion, but I needed to speak with my students. Haven't you done enough? Kimura asked. Kakashi actually winced. It's okay, Mom, Sakura said, her voice sounding tired. What were you saying, Kakashi-sensei? He turned back to his students. I know we just returned, but I spoke with the Hokage, and you both are coming with me. We're heading back out to a special training ground my family owns a mile out of Konoha. I've spoken with Inoichi Yamanaka, and he's going to be helping you both with the death of Sasuke and the lives we took that day. He's also going to help you, Naruto, with everything you've been through. Why? Naruto asked, his voice dead. What's it matter? I'm the demon. No, Sakura yelled and grabbed his chin, forcing him to look at her. You're not the Kyuubi. You're Naruto Uzumaki. You might not be the greatest ninja from the academy, but someday you will be Hokage, she said. Kimura saw her daughter's lone eye, the sudden steel behind her gaze. I've only seen her like that when it's important to her. Who are you, Naruto Uzumaki, that has snared my daughter into your life? Say it, Naruto. You are not the Kyuubi. Everyone who thinks you are nothing but idiots. Sakura-chan. He said softly. Say it, Naruto. You are not the Kyuubi. Her lone green eye was watering again. She's right, Naruto, Kakashi said. He stood and crouching before the pair on the couch put a hand on each one's shoulder. We'll get through this, he said. What if I can't? Naruto asked. What if they don't let me? We'll deal. Remember, we're a team. Those who break the rules are trash. Naruto's lone eye met his sensei's. But those who abandon their friends and teammates are worse than trash. Sakura nodded. We aren't splitting up, nor going back to the academy. She shared a look. Do we quit? She asked. Naruto's eye met hers. It would be easy to walk away, he said, his voice cracking. Sakura nodded. It would, but we don't do easy. Do we? Naruto nodded. Then we go with Kakashi-sensei and we get better. Sakura said. We heal and we do our best to make Sasuke proud of us. Kimura watched her daughter and the boy who not more than 10 minutes ago she thought of as a demon. She watched as they drew strength from one another and comfort from their sensei. Sleep tonight, we'll get started tomorrow, Kakashi said. Kimura watched the Jonin leave and went back to the kitchen. She came back out with tea to find both teens asleep against one another. Her first reaction was to pull her daughter away. She squashed it down and went and got a blanket and covered them. Treat my daughter well, Naruto Uzumaki. You hold her shattered and broken heart in your hands. Sunlight woke the sleeping pair. Sakura stirred first, and as her lone green eye focused on her teammate she felt peace knowing that Naruto was there for her. She studied his face, and while he had some of the usual baby fat, she knew he'd be handsome once he grew into his skin. She studied his features and she wouldn't admit it before, but RKS on his cheeks exotic marks he got from the fox. She thought, her hand ghosting over tea. He whiskers and Naruto made a sound like a purr and leaned into her touch. She pulled her hand back quickly, not wanting to wake him yet. She wasn't sure what she was feeling for her remaining teammate, but she knew that no one was going to take him from her. She'd vowed that over Sasuke's grave. She looked at his eyelashes, they were long, and she saw his bangs of sun-kissed blonde hair hanging over his face. His Hittite covering his newly acquired Sharingan eye. Those bastards marred his beautiful blue eyes. She thought, ignoring her inner self's call, that she thought his eyes were beautiful. Sometime during the night they had stretched out on the sofa, and Sakura found that she liked the feeling. Her left hand was gripping his shirt and once more her right hand found its way towards his face, and she brushed his bangs aside. Her hand once more ghosting over his whiskers, causing Naruto to purr. Good morning, dear. It took all her willpower not to jump as she looked over her shoulder and saw her mother standing there. An unreadable look on her face. Morning, mother, she said, her voice still sleep-filled. Sakura was careful sitting up. She still felt weird with only one eye showing. But she got to her feet and recovered Naruto. Heading to the kitchen, she sighed. I just hope she doesn't get too loud. The pink-haired Kunoichi thought. Kimura Haruno had been up before the sun watching over the pair. During the night they had stretched out and her daughter was on top of the demon container. She still felt odd seeing him in her house, but she was cutting off her impulse for her daughter's sake. After Sakura left the room, she studied the blonde asleep on her couch. He's the fox. He killed all those people. He's going to bring nothing but pain and death to my daughter. She went to the kitchen and came back with a large knife. She made sure Sakura was in the shower before standing over the boy. I do this for you, Sakura, she thought, raising the knife. Naruto rolled over onto his side. I'm sorry, Sakura-chan, he mumbled. Kimura froze as a lone tear slipped from the boy's closed eye. I'm sorry I couldn't save Sasuke for you, he continued to mutter in his sleep. I couldn't save the one you love. Kimura was getting a bad feeling as she lowered the knife to her side. I should have died in his place. Kimura backed up. That doesn't sound like a demon, does it, Haruno-san? She jumped and spun, seeing Kakashi in her living room, a sad look on his face. I was older when I lost my first teammate, the man said as he moved to put himself between her and Naruto. Obito Uchiha, Kakashi said. He was so unlike the rest of his family. Naruto's like him. Loud, a prankster, but a heart of gold. Kakashi looked at her. I won't let you harm him, Haruno-san. And know this, you hurt him, you lose your daughter. He is the only thing keeping her sane right now. Kimura remembered the words last night and she slipped the knife into a pocket of her robe, just in time as she heard Sakura coming down the stairs. "Oh, Kakashi-sensei, you're early," the pink-haired teen said. "I came to get Naruto. I was going to take him to get supplies for the journey." Sakura understood. She knew their sensei was going to get Naruto clothes and supplies and he was going to stomp down anyone trying to sell him junk or mistreat him. "While we're gone, get your own gear together and say goodbye to your mother." Sakura nodded, but instead of going to her room right away she went and knelt before the couch. Kimura watched as she reached out and stroked the blonde boy's cheek, her fingers tracing the whisker marks. "Naruto," Sakura said. He grunted. "Come on Naruto, it's time to wake up," she said gently. Kimura watched as the blonde yawned and stretched, his uncovered eye opened slowly. "Mornin' Sakura-chan," he mumbled. "Morning," Sakura said. "Kakashi-sensei is here to take you to get new gear," she said, her fingers continuing to stroke the marks on her teammate's face. He blinked then nodded. "Okay," he said softly. He then reached up and took her hand. "Did you sleep okay?" he asked. Kimura watched as the two talked. They seemed so comfortable with one another. Sakura nodded. "You kept the night terrors away," she said softly. "Go grab a shower. I think you have some clean clothes in your pack that weren't wrecked." Naruto nodded and sat up. With a bone-cracking stretch he then stood with a fluid grace. "Where?" he asked. "Up the stairs to the right." "I'll get your pack," Sakura said. Kimura watched the blonde go. Sakura hadn't moved yet. "Mother," she said. "Yes dear," Kimura Haruno said. "You ever think of taking a knife to my teammate again, mother or not I will break your arm," the pink-haired teen said, and she grabbed a battered pack went up the stairs. Kimura was shocked. How? Since Sasuke died, the two of them have become hyper-aware of all that goes on around the other. If I hadn't been here she would have been down the stairs and you'd be on the ground before the knife made it to him. "What do you mean?" Kimura asked, turning to the one-eyed man. "While we were recovering in Wave, an old man tried to come close to Naruto while he was unconscious. He had been scaling fish and had a knife in his hand when the boy had a nightmare. He was just going to check on him and his hand got close and Sakura appeared and knocked him back. The same happened a day later." Kakashi looked up the stairs listening to the shower. "A tragedy brought them so close, that I pity the person that tries to separate them or harm one or the other." His lone eye locked on her. "And I will do all I can to ensure that they don't meet the same fate as their teammate. I failed them before, I will die before I do so again." Sakura came back down and glanced at her mother before looking at her sensei. "Kakashi-sensei, can you get me some new tags and kunai while you and Naruto are out?" "I'm nearly out." "Sure thing. Anything else?" he asked. "I know you like the whole headband covering half your face. But can you get me an eye patch please?" He nodded and was surprised she hadn't asked about it earlier. "I will find one that's adjustable. Is basic black okay, or should I find a specific color?" Sakura shrugged. It was then Kimura finally realized this incident had changed her daughter. "Basic black is fine," she said. Kakashi nodded. They heard the shower's hut off and Sakura excused herself to go back to packing. Naruto allowed the shower to beat down on him. The hot water felt wonderful. "You have no right to enjoy a hot shower, Dobi. You let me die." "No," Naruto whispered. "I tried to save you. I just wasn't strong enough." "Dead last. You should be the one dead. You stole my eye. You stole Sakura." The mental voice of Sasuke Uchiha ripped into him. Naruto flinched and leaned back. "No, that's not true," he whispered. "It is Dobi. I'm dead because you were too damn weak." Naruto felt tears slip from his eye. He was keeping the Sharingan one closed. He finished washing without hearing his dead teammate's voice in his head and dried himself with a towel. He looked at the mirror and closed his eye before opening both of them. The Sharingan blazed to life. He discovered he felt no drain like Kakashi and Sakura experienced, but said nothing to either. Wrapping the towel around his waist he froze hearing a knock. "Naruto." Sakura's voice came from the door. "Naked in here Sakura," he answered. The door opened and a hand held a bundle of clothes. "I brought you some clothes. Kakashi-sensei is waiting." He took the clothes. The slender hand hesitated. "Naruto." He said nothing as the door opened and Sakura slipped in and hugged him. Naruto's empty hand went around her. I'm sorry, she repeated over and over. For what, Sakura? My mother. My own stupidity, the villagers. She said and leaned her head against his shoulder. You have nothing to apologize for, Sakura. He said. Yes I do. She looked up at him, her green eye meeting his. He pulled her headband back and both their eyes connected. I hurt you so much, you always forgave me. If I was stronger on the bridge, Sasuke would be alive, and you wouldn't have been badly hurt. Sasuke was my fault, Sakura-chan. He said. I wasn't good enough and he took those Senbon for me. I did nothing, Naruto. I let the client die. Sakura hugged him, her eyes closed. You and Sasuke were strong and all I did was make fun of you and insult you. You were the strong one, Naruto. You've had to deal with the stupidity of the village all by yourself. Well, no more. You're precious to me, Naruto. You're my teammate and I won't let anyone, including my own mother, treat you like that again. Naruto swallowed the lump in his throat. Since the failure in Wave, Sakura had picked apart his life and now knew everything about him. Sakura-chan. No, you're a great ninja, you know. She said into his neck as she continued to hold him. I'm not as good as you, or Sasuke. He said, feeling her against him. Me, Sakura scoffed. I'm book smart and clever in controlled conditions. There are more important things. Friendship, loyalty, and, she sobbed. I'm scared, Naruto. I can't lose you. Naruto held her. You won't, Sakura-chan, he said softly before pulling back. I'll be around until you no longer wish me around. Forever then, she said. Naruto smiled. No, unless you want to see my scrawny butt naked. I need to get dressed. Sakura smiled. I don't know, and it's not that scrawny, she said with an impish grin. She slipped from the door, pulling her headband back to cover her Sharingan. Naruto put his own on after he was dressed. Was Sakura-chan flirting with me? He pondered before going down to meet his sensei. He could hear Sakura in her room at the end of the hall packing. Naruto followed Kakashi from the Haruno's place. They stopped at a ninja store. Naruto hesitated until Kakashi put a hand on his shoulder. They entered the store, the unspoken, I won't let anything to happen to you from Kakashi helped. Shopping wasn't bad when Kakashi was there to make sure he didn't get overcharged or sold defective merchandise. The first store they entered wasn't a problem. It was the second one. The clerk saw the blonde enter and threw a knife at him. Kakashi knocked it aside and was in the man's face before he could even blink, a kunai held at the clerk's throat. Naruto couldn't hear what was said, but Kakashi told him to get what he wanted and needed. Shrugging, the blonde did as he was told. Kakashi was worried. Naruto was still quiet. He didn't complain about a NY thing, and what worried the Jonin most was Naruto had avoided Ramen since the battle where everything had gone wrong. Fully stocked now with new clothes, which barely had any orange, new shuriken, kunai, scrolls, tags and a chain and sickle, they were walking the streets when Naruto finally spoke. Kakashi-sensei. Yes, Naruto, is something wrong? He asked. He hadn't touched his Ika book since that day, but he found he didn't miss it. How could I? I lost a student and my remaining ones were traumatized and badly wounded due to my failure as a sensei. Naruto paused. Say what you want, even if it sounds wrong, Naruto. I'll answer as best I can, Kakashi said. The blonde nodded and took several breaths. When you got do you ever hear your teammate's voice in your head? Kakashi stopped and put a hand on Naruto's shoulder. It's not real, Naruto. It's your subconsciousness beating you up. Naruto looked down. Kakashi made sure the storage scrolls were secure before he shushined himself and Naruto away from the busy streets. They reappeared at the memorial stone. When Obito died, I still blame myself. When Rin transplanted his eye on his dying request, I felt even worse. I drove everyone away from me. My friends. Rin, Kakashi sighed. Guy was the only one who put up with my attitudes and anger and self-loathing. Kakashi looked at the stone and found Obito's name with a long-practiced ease. I let it rule me until recently. Why did you find peace? Naruto asked. Kakashi shook his head. I came to an understanding. I was so focused on the dead, I allowed my students to come to harm trying to keep a promise I had no right making to a dead teammate. Naruto looked at the stone. He found Obito's name and he looked at the last spot. In a few days, Sasuke's name is going to be added. There, he thought sadly. I realized I should have trained you and Sakura and Sasuke properly. I allowed my pride and ego to rule me, and it cost the three of you dearly. Naruto shook his head, but Kakashi cut him off from protesting. I did. I failed you the most, Naruto. I knew how you were trained in the academy and instead of helping you fix it, I abandoned you. I am worse than trash. Naruto looked at his sensei. No, Kakashi-sensei. Yes, Naruto. If I was a teacher, I would have trained you properly. I would have forced Sasuke to work on his teamwork. He looked at the memorial stone. I should have done what Minato-sensei did to our team. Who? What did he do? Naruto's lone blue eye looked up at him. Minato Namikaze was my sensei. The name didn't draw any recognition and Kakashi decided he'd talk to the Hokage first, but he was going to tell Naruto about his father. And our team was similar in so many ways to Team 7. Sasuke was like me. You were like Obito, and Sakura and Rin are so similar it's scary. We had the same errors and fights amongst ourselves. Unlike my sensei, I did nothing to stop them. Minato-sensei however refused to let anything like that happen. He would use a chain jutsu and bind us together. Let me tell you, nothing promotes teamwork like being shackled to another person 24 hours a day. It took us a month to start working together on things without fighting. Before Minato-sensei removed the chakra bonds. Naruto looked at his sensei who had a faraway look in his lone eye. Obito and I fought, but it was more of a brotherly sniping at one another by this time. He looked at Naruto. I saw something like that. Between you and Sasuke, the two of you worked together quicker on things than Obito and I did. Kakashi chuckled. But then you'd both fall back and I assumed it was just. I'm not sure, and I know I'm off of what we were talking about. He put a hand on Naruto's shoulder. You might hear his voice, but it's not real. It's your mind remembering him by creating a voice that would snipe at you like he would. My voice blames me. I hear him saying it's my fault he's dead. I stole his eye. I stole Sakura. I'm a failure and should be the one dead. Tears slipped down Naruto's cheek and Kakashi held him as he cried. It's a lie, Naruto. You didn't steal his eye. It's not your fault he died and you didn't steal Sakura. He held the blonde boy as he broke down before the memorial stone. Minato-sensei, help me help your son. I've failed him so badly, he's breaking under the burden, and I don't know what to do. Sakura ignored her mother as she went through her clothes and tossed most of them aside. Dresses were so foolish now. She packed battle dresses and shorts, bandages, and what weapons she could. She ignored her cosmetics as she packed scrolls. Sakura honey, Kimura began. Don't, Sakura said, not turning around. Her lone green eye was hard as she focused on her task. Don't try and justify it, mother. That boy, his name is Naruto, Sakura said, turning around. He is my teammate and my friend. Don't you dare demean him by calling him demon or the Kyuubi. He's a boy my age, and he's hurt as much as if not more than I am. For you to raise a hand or weapon against him, after I thought I could trust you last night. Sakura, please, give up being a ninja. You already are badly hurt. You lost your eye, Kimura said. I lost my eye, so did Naruto. He's lost everything in his life. He lives alone in a ratty apartment, he's charged triple for food, most of the time it's spoiled. He's sold substandard equipment. He was ignored at the academy, his papers and grades sabotaged. Don't you dare try to trivialize him. Sakura roared. Don't you fucking dare. Sakura said, breaths near the breaking point. He's all I've got left, and I won't let anyone harm him anymore. I meant what I said downstairs, mother. I would break your arm if you would raise it against him. Kimura Haruno stepped back. If you can't deal with my being around Naruto, I will find somewhere else to live when we come back. No, Naruto is important to me. I am not abandoning him, mother. Years ago I destroyed my friendship with Ino over Sasuke. I've regretted that ever since. Do you know how much of a bitch I was? Ino and I would snipe at one another constantly. I miss her as my friend. And I broke that because of what I thought other people thought. Her hand pulled a ribbon off her dresser and she held it up. This is all I have of my friendship with Ino. She lifted her headband. Dita revealed the single marked Sharingan. And this is all I have of Sasuke. He was cold, he was selfish, but he was my teammate and in his own way he cared for both Naruto and I. I was an idiot and a fangirl. He didn't need that, he needed a friend more than anything. She pulled her headband down. She still didn't have chakra reserves for long exposure, and her eye contact with Naruto earlier had drained her a bit, but that was something she didn't regret. It helped soothe him for a moment. She couldn't explain it, but since waves she'd felt his emotions. Right now she could feel his turmoil and sadness. But she knew Kakashi-sensei was with him and was dealing with it. She looked at her mother. You need to act like the adult you are and drop this stupidity that the village has developed about Naruto being the Kyuubi. He's a scared and injured boy that's never had anyone. Sakura turned her back and went back to packing. No, if you don't mind, I need to finish packing. Kimura Haruno stepped back, tears in her eyes at the coldness in her daughter's voice towards her. Oh sweetie. Naruto sat looking at the memorial stone. Sensei. Yes Naruto. Kakashi said sitting next to him. Will you help me and Sakura finish Sasuke's ambition for him? Naruto asked. Kakashi swallowed. Kill Itachi. Naruto nodded. It will be sometime before you're both ready, and you can't go after him until I say you are. Kakashi said. Naruto nodded again. Sensei. Yes. Kakashi said. I think the Kyuubis messed with my eye. He said. What do you mean? Kakashi asked looking at his blonde student. I don't feel a drain on my chakra with it. Naruto admitted. Except, for the first few days, I've had no trouble with it other than I can't shut it off. Kakashi sighed. I'm not sure what to say Naruto. The fox altering it like that could be its own way of protecting you. Naruto scowled. I wish there was a way to remove the damn fox from me. It was low, but Kakashi heard it. He put a hand on his student's shoulder. We can't change it, but we can make it work for you. He said. They'd been there for an hour now. Naruto's stomach made a loud rumble sound and Kakashi smiled. We should eat. Naruto sighed. I don't know if I can. You need to eat Naruto. Both you and Sakura need it. Kakashi said. He didn't mention his own lack of appetite since Sasuke's death. Come on, we'll get Sakura and after we've eaten we'll see the Hokage. I'll even treat you to ramen. No response. Naruto. Can we have smoked fish instead? Naruto said. Smoked fish. That was sure Naruto. Akashi said standing and the pair walked from the memorial, the Jonin remembering the last meal his team had shared together before the disaster in Wave. Sakura accepted the eye patch and slipped it on. Tying her headband back over her hair. She slipped the scroll Kakashi handed her in her pack. She didn't say goodbye to her mother who was in the kitchen as they left. They'd eaten in silence at the restaurant. The food was slow in consumption, and talk was barely existent. They were leaving when they ran into Team 10. Forehead. Ino said. Sakura nodded, but remained quiet. What's with the patch? I was injured on our last mission. Sakura said softly. Looking around Ino spoke again. Where's Sasuke-kun? Didn't he want to eat with losers like you? Ino. Asuma said. He'd heard what happened, but had yet to inform his team. Looking at it now, he smacked himself for not doing so as Sakura teared up and turned. Naruto caught her as she buried her head against his shoulder and sobbed. What gives? Ino asked. Kakashi answered. Sasuke Uchiha died on our last mission. Team 10 looked shocked. Ino looked lost. She looked at Sakura who was holding on to Naruto as a lifeline. 4. Sakura. I'm so sorry. I didn't know. Her own tears welled up. Naruto's lone blue eyes blazed at her. No, you didn't, but all you can do is snipe. You see her hurt and you go to say the most hurtful thing you can. He spoke softly to Sakura, his hand rubbing up and down her back. I didn't. She looked at Asuma and Shikamaru for help. Shikamaru put a hand on her shoulder and shook his head. Kakashi, I'm sorry for your team's loss. Asuma said. What are you going to do now? Kakashi put a hand on Sakura's and Naruto's shoulders. I'm taking them to my family's place outside of town. We all need time to grieve and heal. Shikamaru noticed the eye patch in Naruto's own headband like his sensei's. What's with the eye coverings? Kakashi closed his eye. Both Naruto and Sakura were badly wounded and lost an eye. I did a field procedure and took Sasuke's eyes and placed them in their destroyed sockets. Ino looked at the eye patch covering her rival's eye. You have Sasuke's eyes. Asuma put it together. He got his Sharingan. Kakashi nodded. I wasn't going to lose my remaining students. I did what was for the best. For the best? Ino demanded. You stole his eyes. Kakashi looked at the blonde. I'll forgive your assumptions as you don't understand what's happened. Bull. Ino. Asuma said, cutting her off. She looked at him. If Kakashi hadn't done what he did, they very well could have died depending how deep the wounds were. He saved the Sharingan for Konoha and he brought his students back. All but Sasuke-kun. The blonde snarled. Naruto looked at her and took Sakura away. Get back here, Ino demanded. Kakashi looked at Asuma. Speak to you later. We need to see the Hokage. Team 7 walked away. Ino fumed. I bet that Baka Naruto was responsible. She snarked. He probably messed up and Sasuke had to save him. Ino, that is enough. Asuma said. I know the mission report. The client lied about the mission. It went from C-rank escort to an A-rank possible S-rank mission. The fact Kakashi brought back any of his students alive means something. Why couldn't he bring back Sasuke-kun and not the dead last and forehead? They slap. Ino's cheek erupted in pain and she looked in shock at Shikamaru as he lowered his hand after slapping her. Don't be such a shallow bitch, Ino. Can't you see how much pain they are in? Choji nodded. Naruto was a somewhat friend, and the pain he'd seen in the blonde's eye when Sasuke was mentioned meant that Team 7 was crumbling apart at the seams. Even Choji could see that. Asuma nodded. Team meeting is cancelled. Go home. If you want to talk about this, come see me. Do not verbally attack them. He looked at Ino. He'd seen the look in both Kakashi's and Naruto's eyes. He wondered for a moment if he'd have survived the attack. But both walked away, managing to keep their temper. Talk to your parents as well. Asuma said. We'll talk about this as a group as well later. This is the first loss for those in your age group. Asuma watched his students go. He was saddened how Ino acted. He'd seen the pain in the remaining team, and sent a prayer to Kami to help them pull through this. I didn't expect you back so soon. The Hokage admitted. We talked about it, Lord Hokage, and I'm taking them to my family's home as I talked with you about last night. I've also asked Inoichi to come out and talk with them both separately and together. Sarutobi looked at the two teens that were sitting on the sofa off to the side. They'd shown up and Sakura looked shattered of the running into Team 10. That's why they can't stay here right now. They need to heal. Sarutobi nodded. About the Chunin exams in 3 months. If they are even in any kind of condition, I'd say as a 2-person cell. I don't think a third teammate at this time would be beneficial to their mental state. But I'm not going to worry about that right now. I need to help them mentally and how to learn their new eyes. Kak. Ashi revealed Naruto's admittance of Kyuubi meddling. Sakura looked up at the blonde as he ran a hand up and down her back. He looked at her sadly and nodded, neither saying a word, allowing Kakashi to speak for them. The day was half over and it was already so draining on them both emotionally. Sarutobi pulled out a sheet of paper and wrote out a pass for Team 7. Take care of them, Kakashi. He said softly. Kakashi nodded, taking the travel papers, and bowed. I won't fail them this time. I swear on my life. Your family owns this? Sakura asked as they stood outside what looked to be a former hotel. Yeah, I turned it into a private training ground when I was 19. Kakashi said. It's clean, I pay a service to maintain it. He told them, unlocking the door. There's a hot spring out back, it's unisex, so you'll have to share or take turns. Neither teen said anything. The training ground is the forest and the mountain. There's a weight room and dojo in the basement. He told them. He gave them the tour. The kitchen and dining area, the library and the second floor with the rooms. Pick what you want. I'm taking this one, it's the one I've used since I came here. He said, going to the end of the hall. Naruto took one to the left of the stairs. Sakura hesitated and walked in with him. He looked at her, then nodded as he went and got another set of pillows and blankets from another room. Sakura put her scrolls down on top of a desk. Every time I sleep without Naruto, the dreams come. Last night was peaceful. I don't want to be a burden, but... She turned, hearing him come in. Naruto. Yeah, Sakura-chan, he said. She noticed his voice was still rough. I'm sorry for being a burden. She was pulled into a hug. You're not a burden, Sakura-chan. If anyone here is, it's me. No, you're a great ninja. No, I'm not. I'm a loser. The dobi, the dead last. I can't perform jutsus worth a damn, and the one jutsu I can use, it's a joke. Sakura held him tight. No, your cage bunshin is awesome, Naruto. It's a Jonin level technique, and not many people can perform it like you do. As a joke, you saw Zabuza. He tore them apart like nothing. Hell, Kakashi-sensei doesn't even take his eyes off his book. Sakura didn't know what to say. His confidence in himself is shot. No, it's totally destroyed. Kami, what do I do? I'll try to do better, Sakura-chan. I'll try and become stronger, but... Naruto pulled back. When you can, you should find a better team to be on, one that can truly appreciate your skills. Stop it, Sakura-chan. No, stop putting yourself down. You're my teammate. I don't want another team. She hugged him. Damn it, Naruto. We lost Sasuke. I can't lose you too. I just can't. Naruto hugged her. I'm sorry, Sakura-chan. I'm sorry I'm such a failure. He whispered into her hair as she began to cry into his chest. Neither noticed the shadowed form of Kakashi step away from their door. Minato-sensei, help me. They are broken so badly. I don't know what to do. I thought the way I handled them was the right way, and now, every action I took seems to have added to the burden. Kakashi slipped into his room and sank onto a chair. I should have ISED Naruto for learning the cage bunshin. I should have helped him master it. Kami knows he's got the chakra reserves for it, instead I let him flounder. Kakashi put his face in his hands. I fucked up so much, I don't know how to fix this. He looked at the clock. Inoichi will be here soon to start their sessions. I'll work out a training schedule. Minato-sensei, give me a sign, something to help your son. There was none, and alone Jonin for the first time in his career didn't know how to make it right. Meanwhile, back in Konoha, Ino Yamanaka was not in the best of moods as she entered her family's flower shop. The nerve, she raged. Her mother came out of the back wiping her hands on a rag. Ino dear, you're back early, something the matter dear? Shikamaru hit me, Ino said in a tone of disbelief. What? Why would Shika do that? Ino told her mother everything. When she was done, her mother was looking at her with disappointment in her eyes. What? Ino asked. Ino honey, you were in the wrong. Did you even stop to think how Sakura and Naruto were feeling? What they are feeling? It's their fault Sasuke-kun's dead. Ino said. Stop it. Both Ino and her mother turned to see Inoichi coming out of his office. Going somewhere dear? Ino's mother asked. Yeah, Kakashi's asked me to help his students over the psychological trauma. He said holding up a bag. I'll be back when I can, but I'm coming with you, Ino said standing. I don't think so, princess. Inoichi said. You need to think long and hard about your actions and how they have added to the harm done to Sakura and Naruto. He kissed his wife. I'll be back tomorrow. I'm going to be going back and forth after this, but I think tonight and tomorrow will be long sessions. His wife nodded and watched him leave while Ino pouted. I know it's their fault. She continued and crossed her arms and pouted. Somewhere dark, bleak and hopeless. My lord, I have news. What is it? A shadowed figure said. A report from your spy in Konoha. The Uchiha is dead. What? He died on a recent mission that went from C rank to high A rank, possibly S rank. Damn. Did they recover the body? No, master. Reports indicate that it was destroyed by Kakashi Hatake to keep the secret of the Sharingan from being discovered. All my plans wasted. The figure on the throne hissed like an angry serpent. Kakashi Hatake possesses the Sharingan, my lord. He's too old and I cannot bend him to my will. It's like Itachi all over again. About the invasion, my lord. Silence. Continue the plan. If I can't have the Sharingan, we will at least know that in several months' time the village hidden in the leaf will burn. No, leave, and send for our spy in Suna. As you command, Lord Orochimaru. The kneeling figure says and leaves with a shushin. Hatake house. Sakura sat in the living room trying to read. Inoichi had taken Naruto into the den and had been in there for several hours. Why can't we do this together? She thought, tossing the magazine aside. She couldn't focus on it, and right now didn't care about fashion or makeup tips. Her eyes went to the sealed door again and she sighed. Sakura, it's okay. You'll have your turn soon enough. And when Inoichi decides you're both far enough you'll be talking in joint sessions. Kakashi said. She'd forgotten he was there. I know sensei, she said softly. How about W.E. work on those meditation exercises in order for you to learn how to control your new eye? Wouldn't it be better to wait for Naruto? She asked. No, because I will be doing the same with him while you are with Inoichi. Kakashi said. I also plan on working with you together. Sakura huffed. Fine. She followed him outside to the garden where there were benches, a water fountain and hedges. Now then, we shall begin with the breathing. I know how to breath. Sakura interrupted. Sakura, please. I know you think I'm a terrible sensei. I'm trying to fix my past mistakes, and before we can move on you and Naruto need to learn about your new eyes. The pink-haired teen sighed. Sakura, if you don't learn this, you and Naruto can die from it. I nearly did when I got mine. It took Minato, my sensei, to get my head on right. She sighed. Sensei. She paused, then continued with, Naruto thinks he's a failure. He's not, but with everything. I know Sakura. I'm going to try and fix his self-esteem up. But you're going to have to help. He sighed. Bloated. Mentally and emotionally, and physically, you're training. I failed as a sensei. I played favorites. If my sensei was alive, he'd kick my ass and use his Rasengan mixed with 1,000 years of pain. He looked at her. Now, close your eyes. We need to center yourself, calm your breathing. Find your core. But, no buts. And for the next hour Kakashi spoke with Sakura and helped her find her chakra pathways never taught in the academy. Naruto joined them for a time and then it was Sakura's turn with Inoichi. Inoichi sighed as he sealed the scrolls. One was marked Sakura Haruno, the other Naruto Uzumaki. He hated this. They're so young. Many ninja are lucky that they don't experience death until they're Chunin with years under their belts. These two, fresh from the academy. He closed his eyes and prayed Ino was luckier. Am I bad person for being glad this wasn't my daughter that it happened to? He'd spoken hours with Naruto and had realized he would have to go further back with the blonde. When he'd entered his mind he began working. Inoichi wanted to weep at the psychological damage the boy had suffered over the years. All that and I barely got up to the academy years. He thought with a tired sigh. Sakura was as damaged, most because she now realized her actions over the years and she was punishing herself. She's going to be around him. Can he help us if something happens to one or the other? We'll lose both of them then. He thought. Inoichi. Kakashi asked coming in. Hey Kakashi. Are they asleep? Between meditation and their session with you, they're exhausted. Kakashi sat across from him. How bad? Very. They're on the verge of breaking Kakashi. If they get separated, or worse, if one of them is hurt or killed, the other will shut down mentally and eventually die as well. Kakashi closed his lone eye. They have a bond. Yes. And no, it's not from them each having a Sharingan eye. Tell me, when the mission went to shit, and they fought, and were recovering, were they separated at all? No, Kakashi said. Anytime I tried to move one or the other, they would become restless and Sakura would have night terrors. Naruto would wake and stare blankly at the wall. He'd break out in a cold sweat. The only time they knew peace was around the other, and they're hyper-aware of the other even at a distance. Inoichi sighed. Somehow, someway they formed a life bond. I've never seen its like before Kakashi. The way it formed shouldn't have been possible. Do you think the Kyuubi did it as a way to save Naruto? The one-eyed Jonin asked. Why? Kakashi shrugged. It's awake, I know this much. It went out of its way to keep Naruto alive on the bridge. It's given him a healing factor that is scary. It's mutated his Sharingan. He keeps it covered because he's scared. Inoichi looked at the tea on the desk that was long cold. I'm at a loss Kakashi. I can only help them so much. Naruto has more trauma than any 10 fully trained ninjas that survived the war, and Sakura is so fragile I'm not sure what might break her. Kakashi nodded. She threatened her own mother. What? Inoichi looked up at that. When they woke, Sakura was upstairs showering, and Kimura stood over Naruto holding a knife. Sakura had been ready to attack, she sensed the intent. After she came down and woke Naruto, She told her own mother she would have broken her arm. Inoichi wished he had some sake. I read your own file, Kakashi, about after your teammate Obito died. This is similar, but different on so many levels. I know, I'm the only one qualified to help them, and yet, it was through my own actions that this ever happened. I mind-walked Naruto. He told me, Kakashi said. What are you going to do, Kakashi? Train them. Help them as much as possible. Be there as I should have been. Kakashi closed his eye. I should have been there for Naruto growing up, but again, I failed. I won't do it again. Are you doing this out of guilt, Hatake? Inoichi asked. A bit. The loss of Sasuke was a kick in the balls I needed to pull my head out of my ass and for me to realize the failure I am as a sensei to those two upstairs. I'll do another session tomorrow. Are you going to keep them out here long? A month? Maybe 2. Are you going to let any of their friends see them? Inoichi asked. Kakashi's eyes hardened. After the way Ino reacted, I think not. Inoichi sighed. I'll talk with her as well. Perhaps we could try in a month or so, bring their fellow rookies together. I'll think about it, Kakashi said. Upstairs, Sakura left the bed and snuggled against Naruto, who'd taken the floor. She'd listened as he tossed and turned and finally left the bed, and once she'd touched him, he calmed. Her lone green eye in the darkness studied him. Kami, why? Why does he have to hurt? Sakura calmed as Naruto's arm went around her in his sleep. Her tired mind quieted as she rested her head on his chest. His heartbeat lulling her to sleep. I'll be here for you always, Naruto-kun. That's my promise of a lifetime. Sakura thought as sleep finally claimed her. 1 month later. Again, Kakashi said. Sakura groaned. I can't. She said, gasping as she tried to push herself off the ground. I'm too tired, sensei. Don't give me that, Sakura. Kakashi said. For the last month they'd been training. And Sakura's physical and chakra reserves were pushed to new limits. Sadly, whenever she used her Sharingan, she had a time limit of 3 minutes. Your reserves are pathetic. How did you even get out of the academy? Kakashi asked. Lots of book work. Sakura admitted. Kakashi sighed and looked at his watch. Naruto should be done with Inoichi soon. Sensei, Sakura said as she finally reached her feet. How come Inoichi hasn't said anything about the Kyuubi? Kakashi sighed and handed Sakura the leaves as she balanced on a bamboo pole using her chakra on both. That's because Inoichi is in Naruto's mind, while the seal is located in his belly near his core. The only way Inoichi would encounter the fox is if he went looking for him. He shook his head. A lot of the younger ninjas mistake that because Naruto holds the Kyuubi it would be in his mind and affect him. It's not the case. Now, again, Sakura balanced the leaves on her forehead, above her palms while balancing on one foot on a pole. I know I sound mean, Sakura, but you have come a long way in the last month. It's just, you're nowhere near where you should be. I'm sorry, sensei, Sakura said, trying to keep focused on the task at hand. Well, Naruto's the opposite. He has limitless chakra, but because of the Kyuubi he has to fight for every shred of control. I should have worked with the two of you in the beginning. You're doing it now, she said. Kakashi for the last month had worked on chakra building exercises for Sakura and control exercises with Naruto. He also worked on physical training. And then they would discuss the Sharingan. Naruto had no limit, but he still kept it covered just in case. Sakura's max was 3 minutes, and then she'd sleep a day after. Kakashi looked back towards the house. He was concerned as Naruto's sessions with Inoichi lasted upwards of nearly 4 hours a day. Sakura and Naruto once a week would have a joint session. Inoichi told him it was confirmed, they were hyper-aware of the other. There was a chakra connection between the two minds. It didn't share thoughts, but he did say it was empathic. A grunt and thud alerted him to the fact Sakura had fallen again. Okay, break, she grunted from where she landed. Bury me here, she muttered, not looking up. Kakashi reached down and pulled her to her feet. Go and eat and drink. Sakura was exhausted. She was physically spent. Staggering into the kitchen, she opened the fridge and smiled, seeing the sandwiches Naruto had made that morning. She grabbed 3 of them and a bottle of juice. Since living here I've eaten more in a month than I have in the last 6 years. She thought as she bit into the beef sandwich. Kakashi had told her how dieting, while admirable, was slowly killing her. Chakra-burned energizer wasn't any, it would feed on the body's own resources. It had been Naruto who had gotten her to eat. He'd made pancakes with strawberries and whipped cream. Sakura had eaten 6 of them. So it went that Naruto would make breakfast and pre-make lunch, and Kakashi would go to Konoha and bring back dinner while the pair of them cooled down from training and took showers. Sakura was nearly done with her second sandwich when she recalled her meeting with Inoichi earlier that day. Flashback. Do you think you've just exchanged feelings from one teammate to another? Inoichi asked. No, Sakura said with her arms crossed as he looked at Ino's father. Why are we talking about this? Aren't we supposed to talk about what happened in Wave? We have. You haven't had any nightmares for a while, from what you said. Inoichi said. Sakura huffed. Cause Naruto keeps them away. She muttered under her breath. Inoichi heard her anyways. Kakashi has mentioned the two of you share a room. That neither sleeps without the other around. So, Sakura, it's not healthy. What if the two of you get separated? Or put on separate missions? Sakura could say nothing. Look, I understand, I do. I know when I came back after a brutal mission I didn't let my wife out of my sight. I got so bad that she went to stay with her mother and took Ino with her, until I could control myself. He shook his head. Starting tonight, I want you and Naruto to sleep in separate rooms. He held up a hand cutting off her protests. Every other night. You both need to separate a bit. We do things apart from one another. She muttered. Shower. And some training. Kakashi told me what happened the other day. Inoichi said, and Sakura frowned. Nothing happened. Sakura, you were tree walking when you fell. Naruto, who was in here with me, vanished, and Kakashi said he shushined under you and caught you. She shrugged. Sakura, this is for your own good. You'll need to be separated. If you don't start spending every other night apart, I will with your sensei's permission take steps. It's not healthy. End flashback. Sakura looked at the last sandwich and, not feeling hungry anymore, put it away. It's not fair. Why is this such a big deal? She sipped her juice. And I am so not substituting Naruto for Sasuke. He's all I have left. She looked out the window and saw Kakashi setting up the area again. I hate this, she thought. Naruto. Inoichi began. I can't. It must be done. We need to talk with the fox to see what happened with your eye and if it's made any other alterations to your body. Naruto sat across from the clan leader to the Yamanaka clan, his right knee bobbing up and down in a nervous fashion. I'm scared. Of what? Naruto looked at him like he was insane. Naruto, in the last month, we've worked through your childhood, and trust me, I've talked with the Hokage about the behavior of the ninja and villagers. What they've done to you won't matter. They'll keep doing it. Naruto interjected. The shop owners will continue to sell me defective merchandise at triple the price. The only time I've ever gotten a fair deal was with Kakashi Sensei, and he had to threaten the shop owner to get it. The blonde sighed. Can we do this another time? No, Naruto. We put it off last time, and the time before that. Don't worry, I'll be there with you. I'll enter your mind like I have in other sessions, and we'll make our way to the seal. Letting out a breath that only a teenager can do that makes it long-suffering, Naruto nodded. Inoichi put his hands on Naruto's temples and face. Relax, kiddo. He completed the mind meld jutsu. Naruto's mindscape. We really need to clean this place up, Naruto. It's brighter than before, but still, a sewer is no an ideal environment for a healthy mind. Inoichi said. Naruto shrugged, but remained silent. Well, get going. Inoichi said as he put a hand on the younger blonde's shoulder and led him deeper. They traveled for minutes, hours, days, years. Time had no meaning here, and Inoichi wiped his brow as it got warmer the closer they got to the seal. They entered a massive chamber filled with puddles on the floor. At the far end was a massive gate that reminded Inoichi of the gates of Konoha, but instead of wood they were bars. At the center of the cage was a seal rune. From the darkness beyond they could hear breathing. Kyuubi. Inoichi said. Naruto didn't move. This was his first time here and he really didn't feel like getting any closer to the creature that had destroyed Konoha. Inoichi, however, needed answers and stepped forward. Kyuubi, he called out. For several moments, there was nothing. Then, who dares waken the great and powerful Kyuubi no Kitsune? A deep rumbling voice demanded from the shadows of the seal. Inoichi Yamanaka, I am here to speak with you. Yamanaka, ah, I remember your clan. They thought to influence my mind when I entered the pathetic monkey sperm choker village. Their souls were delicious. Quote, Inoichi cocked his head to the side. Pitiful. You insult and try to make me angry. So much for the great Kyuubi. You sound like a spoiled child that got spanked and sent to its room without supper. Quote, the snarl and blast of chakra were the only thing that got past the seal. The paw that had tried to lash out hit a barrier and a howl of pain as the Kyuubi was shocked by the power of the seal. Damn you hairless ape, I will get free of this pathetic seal and on that day I will kill you and your clan. Inoichi shook his head. Save the threats, fox. The seal is powered by the Shinigami himself. The death god's power put you here. You won't be free. A deep growl told Inoichi that he'd hit a nerve. Are you here to torment me? No, as I said, I came to speak with you. And see what influences you've had on Naruto. Naruto. Ah, my container. Use his name. He's suffered because he's your jail. Inoichi warned. Faye. And whose fault is that ass humper? I'm in here. Inoichi bowed his head at that. Come closer, boy. Let me have a real look at you now. The pair of slitted eyes looked out from the shadows. Naruto shivered as he took several hesitant steps forward, stopping next to Inoichi. Scrawny. Don't you eat, boy? Ramen when I can afford it. The last month I've eaten better. Naruto said defensively. Bah, years of starvation. The eye is coming along nicely. So you did influence it? Inoichi asked. His and his chosen mates. The boy was near death. I had to send chakra out to fix it. The new eye was causing interference, so I sent out more chakra. It had some effects unforeseen. You influenced Sakura's as well? Inoichi asked. Only in healing. She would have survived without the eye, but the one that smells of lightning and dogs panicked. And since the kid here wanted her as a mate, it was the least I could do. Inoichi thought about that for a moment. Have you done anything else to influence Naruto? Kyuubi's booming laugh filled the chamber. You seem to think I have an ability to manipulate the boy. Oh, that is rich. The only thing I can do is give him chakra. What about what happened in Wave? Inoichi asked. He read the report. That was the kid pulling on too much chakra at once. Think of it as something similar to what the dog users of this village go through. The kid here just entered his berserker stage. And the healing factor? Inoichi asked. Another booming laugh. That is his. I just amped it up to where it makes him harder to kill, because we know that when he dies, I die, and I'm not 80 for the eternity in the Shinigami's belly. Inoichi looked at the massive shadowed form. Any further questions, ape? I tire of your sounding like a howler monkey. Inoichi wanted to ask so many things. But he could hear the fox was getting testy. No, I think we're done for now. Come along, Naruto. Come back and visit Kit. Kyuubi called after them. Once they were far enough away, Inoichi looked at Naruto. Don't visit here alone, and don't believe everything the fox says. Why, you think he lied about what happened to me? Not this time. But the Kyuubi could leave its seal. Inoichi said, when they returned to the spot they'd entered. Kai, he said, pulling them from the mind. Thanks, Naruto said, rubbing his temples. Naruto, there's one more thing I want to discuss with you, Inoichi began. Yeah, I've been talking with Ino for the last month. It's taken me some time, but I would like to bring her around this weekend to see you in Sakura. She's come to understand what she said was wrong. Naruto looked nervous. Shouldn't you be speaking with Sakura-chan? I will, but I know Sakura will be skittish still. I've also spoken with her about the sleeping habits. Naruto winced. Your nightmare's still there. Naruto nodded. I keep seeing him. I keep seeing Sasuke telling me it's my fault. I know Kakashi-sensei said it was my subconscious mind saying something. What else? Inoichi asked. He says it's my fault he died, that I stole his eye, that I stole Sakura-chan's affections from him. Inoichi knew all this. Naruto told him this their first session, as D. Kakashi, who was concerned when he'd seen the blonde taking an afternoon nap and the tossing and turning in the words in his sleep. And the only thing that helps the nightmares is Sakura. Inoichi said. The younger blonde nodded. Inoichi sighed. Tonight we'll try. What I'd like to do is watch. When you begin to have a nightmare, I'll enter your dreams. Do we have to? Naruto asked. Naruto, we need to heal you. It isn't healthy to bottle it up and it's not healthy to not sleep. You'll be fine, Inoichi said, but the younger blonde's look told him he didn't think so. That night, Naruto slept alone. And the dreams began. Dreamscape. It's your fault. Demon. Monster. Murderer. Get away from me. Get out of my store, you little bastard. Inoichi looked around the dreams. The faces were blank. There were hundreds of different voices. He saw Naruto curled up in a fetal position. Standing over him was a dream version of Sasuke Uchiha. You killed me, Dobi. Inoichi watched as the landscape changed. It became a bridge surrounded by mist. Inoichi could see Kakashi fighting a masked nin with a huge sword. Must be Zabuza, he thought. He saw the dome of mirrors and watched Naruto AP pair on the bridge using the smoke screen and Kakashi's speech about his genin. Didn't train them for this, Kakashi. You just threw them at the wolves, not surprising they broke. Inoichi thought as he watched Sasuke's fight with the masked nin and the Uchiha leaping in the way of the Senbon barrage that were hiding the real attack of ice spikes that were under genjutsu. Kid never stood a chance. Oichi thought as he watched Naruto's rage, his calling on the Kyuubi's power and literally ripping the masked nin apart in hunks of flesh and blood. Kid reminds me of the Inuzukas. I'll talk with soon. See if time with them can get him to control this state. Inoichi thought. He watched as the battle ended with Zabuza managing to kill the client seconds before Kakashi hit him with the Chidori through the spine. The arrival of Gato and his mercs didn't help the situation. Inoichi could only watch as the two genin fought hard to protect the body of their dead teammate as Gato teased about selling the body off for its secrets. Naruto diving in the way of the crossbow bolt that would have killed Sakura as it would have pierced her heart. He watched as Naruto lay there, the fox's chakra pushing the crossbow bolt back from doing more harm. Sakura going insane and slashing any merc that got close, one sneaking up and lunging. Sakura deflecting the blade and taking it in her eye. Inoichi watched as Sakura, despite the wood, continued on in her rampage, slicing, kicking and biting anything that came close. He watched as her kunai sliced Gato's throat, the pink-haired Kunoichi dropping to her knees and crawling back to her fallen teammates, vomiting at seeing the damage both boys had taken, and her collapsing against Naruto. Inoichi looked closer and saw the red chakra leap from Naruto and touch Sakura. Naruto's unconscious. How? The fox, he muttered as he watched Kakashi perform field surgery. He had to copy that from somewhere. Inoichi watched as he put first one eye into Sakura, then the other eye into Naruto. He watched as Kakashi collapsed from chakra drain. The image faded. Come and see me, Mind Walker. The Kyuubi's voice drifted from the darkness. Inoichi did as he was asked. He made his way to the seal. You've been feeding his nightmares, the Yamanaka clan leader said, entering the chamber. PFF'd. You give me too much credit again. The kid's own mind keeps replaying his supposed failures. And it must stop. You don't want him to see this? Inoichi asked, surprised. Human, I might be a demon lord, but children are precious to even us. The boy has had to put up with too much. And the death of his friend and ally is hurting him. He sees this as an act of betrayal. Inoichi sighed. I can only work him through them. I know your clan can seal them away. Your skills in the mind arts. I am aware of them. Inoichi was silent for a bit. He looked at the massive eyes from the shadows. That may be, but if they are uncovered later, without dealing with them now, they would do more harm than good. Tell me, human, can you save the kid and his mate? Inoichi ignored the phrasing. They will be fine in time. These nightmares, are they just of the bridge? No. The events of the boy's life replay nightly now unless his pink-haired mate is with him. Even then, some slip through. This isn't healthy. There is an ancient art of the mind. I can help Naruto build up his mental walls and learn to isolate them. They won't be gone, but they won't be a factor. What is it called? Kyuubi asked. Occlumency. It's a way to protect one's mind and organize one's thoughts and emotions. Do so. I am still fixing the kit's chakra paths. They are a mess. They are that way from you being here, Kyuubi. A snort was his only answer. Inoichi left, canceling the jutsu. Kakashi slipped amongst the vendors of Konoha several days later. The lessons for Naruto had taken up much of the training time, as Inoichi said it had to be done if Kakashi didn't want an insane student. The copycat ninja paused as he thought about Sakura's training. He had to admit she was further along than he'd thought, but he also knew that she was pushing her limits at times with the training. I think she's picked up some of Naruto's habits of pushing herself into the ground with exhaustion trying to learn something. He thought as he picked up the groceries for the next few days. He passed the bookstore, his eyes not once gazing at the advertisement about the newest Ika novel coming out that day. He entered the weapons shop and picked up more kunai, senbon needles and shuriken. His gaze stopping on the kunai and chain combo. He looked it over and made a decision and bought it for one of his students. The other he picked up a pair of bladed tonfa. Kakashi. He paused for the checkout and turned to see Asuma. The chain-smoking Jonin was looking at him. "Hey Asuma," he said with a wave. "How are you and your students?" Asuma asked. He'd seen Kakashi in town several times. But the white-haired Jonin only paused long enough to buy food and supplies. "They are getting better, slowly," Kakashi admitted. "Emotionally they are still fragile. Physically they could take the Chunin exams and pass, I think," Kakashi admitted. "But emotionally they aren't ready. They are still walking wounds. Give them time, Kakashi," Asuma said as the famed Jonin paid for his supplies and stored them in a seal. "It's only been a couple of months." "I know, and I'm not pushing. Inoichi's working with them daily. I think he sees my team more than he sees his own family." Asuma snorted at that. Ino wants to apologize. She's had time to think of her actions that day and she's come to realize that she was in the wrong. Inoichi's mentioned that. He's told me both Naruto and Sakura are leery of coming back or seeing anyone else yet. You see the old man yet? Asuma bject. Yes. I never realized how much Naruto kept the third spirits raised. Kakashi admitted. The whole village has been too quiet without his pranks or his presence. My nephew has been going spar over his idol not being here. Asuma flicked his cigarette aside and pulled out a new one. What about you, Kakashi? What about me? What? Don't give me that. You've not been the same either since the Uchiha's death. You brood so much, even Guy has thought about buying you those Rival books and sitting you down and reading them out loud to you. I don't have the luxury of that anymore. I messed up big. Kakashi looked up at the Hokage monument from where they could see it on the street. I was more interested in my books than making sure my students were properly trained, and don't look at me like that, Asuma. I taught them only one thing the entire time I had all three of them. I taught them tree climbing, and that was during the mission in Wave. Kakashi kicked a stone. I fucked up so badly, 2 of my students were maimed and a 3rd was killed. My arrogance cost the client's life. I had been too busy bragging that when Sasuke died I was shocked at the ferocity of Naruto that Zabuza slipped past me and after kicking Sakura aside, he killed the client. Kakashi, don't. Until I've made up for my sins to my team, I won't ever touch Ika again. Asuma watched him walk away. Let your friends in, Kakashi. You keep bottling it up like this and you'll kill yourself. Naruto and Sakura were practicing taijutsu. Each was given scrolls and a style to learn from Kakashi. He had them use their Sharingans to copy the base formats. Naruto's style was a combination of the Dragon Fist and Capoeira. The Dragon Fist Kakashi told him was the style of the 4th Hokage. The Capoeira he'd told Naruto was from the Uzumaki clan. Sakura was a blend of Kenpo and Capoeira. It was during this practice that Inoichi was watching them. He saw how they moved, together. How are they doing? Inoichi looked over his shoulder. Shopping done early? He asked Kakashi, who materialized in the middle of the room. Something like that. It looks like a dance. Inoichi said, looking back at the pair. It is. The capoeira is. I know. It's just the 2 of them together. It looks perfect, fluid. Inoichi said, cutting off the explanation. Naruto was bobbing and weaving as Sakura was doing a handstand and spinning, her feet just inches from Naruto. I picked up newer weapons for them. How's Naruto's lessons? Kakashi asked. He's doing well. The fox is helping, which worries me. Why? What's happening? Kakashi asked. The fox is worried at if Naruto isn't healed it will lead to self-termination. Inoichi sighed. Every time we've separated them, he looked down. Something is wrong, Kakashi. Every damn time we separate them for long periods they get worse. It takes days to heal the sleep damage. It's like, Kakashi sighed. The Sharingan. It's killing them. What do you mean? Inoichi asked, rounding on the other man. It was something I've been afraid of. And have been avoiding. I need to speak with the Hokage. Could you keep an eye on them, and tell them dinner's on the counter? It's just cold sandwiches, I'm afraid. Kakashi W. As gone before Inoichi could say anything. Damn it, he sighed. It makes sense, however. He mutters. The time Naruto shushined. He doesn't know how, but his body did it to get to Sakura before she got hurt. He thought, remembering the incident from before. He watched as the taijutsu practice broke down to a game of tag, and soon the pair of genin fell into the pond with a splash, both laughing, nay, either aware of the problems on the horizon. Kakashi. Sarutobi said, surprised to see the Jonin again so soon after his report. We have a problem. What do you mean? Are Naruto and Sakura all right? The Hokage asked. That's, Kakashi said and looked at the chair. Sit, explain. The Hokage said. Do you remember when I got my eye? Kakashi asked after a moment of silence. Yes. Do you remember when I had to spend a month with the Uchiha? Sarutobi paled. Please tell me you don't mean. I'm afraid so. My own eye isn't up to the task. Kakashi said. The implanted Sharingan is slowly killing Sakura, and driving Naruto mad. Sarutobi sighed. This is why I hate transplanting Kekai Genkais. He muttered. Are you sure there is no way to? No sir. I've been working with Sakura for the whole time every day. Her max is 3 minutes and she's bedridden the next day and week. Naruto's nightmares are looping and pulling up everything that's ever happened to him. The only piece the two get is when they are together and touching, and even then, Naruto's nightmares are happening and he doesn't get a restful sleep. Sigh, what can we do, Kakashi? You're the only Sharingan user in Konoha. Sarutobi said as he reached for his pipe. The only one in Konoha, yes. Sarutobi looked at Kakashi. You don't mean, sir, we need to bring the operative back. The assignment has gone on long enough. Bad enough we have to inform the operative about Sasuke's death. Sarutobi filled his pipe, put it to his mouth and lit it. He took several puffs and stood up, walked to the window. Silence filled the office. I should have you arrested for even having that information. He finally said. The operative told me when I caught up to him in Lightning Country while on a mission for Anbu. Kakashi admitted. I've kept quiet about it all this time, my lord, but now I can't as the lives and sanity of my remaining students are on the line. Sarutobi remained quiet. I informed the council of the transplants. He finally said. They were not pleased hearing Naruto has it. Well, another transplant will destroy it. Kakashi said. Makoto, when she checked on mine, told me about it. Kakashi thawed. HT of Sasuke's mother, who had been a doctor. Fugaku was not pleased. Sarutobi snorted as he remembered the leader of the Uchiha clan storming into Minato's office at the time and demanding Kakashi either be killed or his eye removed. The Hirushun had put an end to that and the Uchiha left the office with soiled robes. Lord Hokage, we need the operative back. We need a fully functioning Sharingan to complete the bonding. If we don't, my students will die. Naruto. Said Blonde was laughing as he leapt around while the pink-haired Kunoichi chased him. Come on, Sakura-chan, it was funny. I'll show you funny. Stand still so I can hit you. Inoichi watched the pair as they raced around the training area. They'd left the water and Naruto had said something he couldn't hear, which prompt Da blush he could see from the house from Sakura, and then the chase. Tomorrow Ino's coming to visit. I hope she really meant what she said. I can't let them fall back now. He thought as he watched Naruto run up a tree and Sakura on his heels. He had to admit, in the time since they'd been training, the pink-haired girl had improved by leaps and bounds. Her big hang-up was the Sharingan. She can't get past the time limit of 3 minutes, and then she's out for 24 hours. He thought. Below he watched as Naruto went from branch to branch. He saw the blonde keeping an eye on his teammate as they worked the trees like a pair of overgrown squirrels. Our children grow up so fast. They don't get childhoods like civilians. They kill and die far too early. Inoichi looked at the weapons he'd unsealed from the scroll Kakashi had left. The bladed tonfa made him shudder, and the chain and kunai looked just as deadly. He could tell who they were for. What is Kakashi planning? Hokage's office. You realize that by bringing this person here, and revealing what happened that day. I know. I need to speak with my team as well, they are unaware of things. Naruto and Sakura at different times have talked with me about killing Itachi. I told them they can't until they are ready. Sarutobi sighed. I will bring the operative back, but not to the village. I'll have the operative report to your training area. Kakashi bowed his head. Thank you, Loss. I hope this works, Kakashi. The old man said with a sigh. Let me know in a week how things are going. Kakashi bowed and shushined away. The next day. Now Ino, you will behave. Inoichi said as they approached the hotel-turned-training area sanctuary for Team 7's survivors. Ino nodded. She'd thought long and hard about how she'd acted that day, and she was disgusted with herself. She'd spent time talking with her mother and vented her frustrations and thoughts in her. Mom had listened and asked questions, forcing Ino to think even more. Do you think Forehead will forgive me? She asked her dad as they walked. I believe so, Princess, Inoichi said. He'd talked with Sakura and how she felt about her friendship with Ino, her Rev. Lashon about breaking it off when they both started chasing Sasuke. How she felt over Ino's reaction. They came closer and found a sign that said they were around back. What's that mean? Ino asked. Kakashi's got them training, Inoichi said. The Yamanakas walked around the side and found Naruto doing a handstand on water with Sakura standing on his feet, or more to the point 1 foot and going through several motions of blocking with a kunai while Kakashi on the bank threw shuriken and kunai at her from different angles and maintaining her balance. Wow, that's cool, Ino said, which caused Naruto to look up and lose his focus, which dropped him and Sakura into the water, the pink-haired girl yelling, Naruto. As she hit the water, Kakashi sighed and slipped the weapons in his hand away. Inoichi. Ino, he said and gave them his U-shaped eye grin. You're early. Ino went to the edge of the water. Sorry about that, Forehead, she said. But that was cool, Sakura huffed as she climbed out of the pond. Naruto was apologizing as he flopped onto the bank and shook, which made Ino think of the Inuzuka dogs. It's okay, Naruto, it's why we were using the pond. Sakura sighed. You need the chakra control and I need to learn to concentrate. Ino's eyes were locked on the eye patch. I know, Pig, but I couldn't stand the headband like Kakashi-sensei and Naruto-kun here. Naruto came back with a towel and Sakura accepted it. You both really have, Ino swallowed. Sakura, Naruto, I want to apologize for how I behaved that day. It's okay, Pig, Sakura said. You were hurt and, no, it's not all right. I've had time to think about how I behaved that day, and I'm disgusted with myself. She looked over to where her father was talking to Kakashi. So, Naruto wandered away, leaving the two girls to talk, she noticed. Sakura's gaze moving towards where the blonde was standing on a tree trunk while going through Akeda. What's up with you and the baka? Ino asked. Don't call him that, Sakura said with a snarl, her green eye flashing as she faced the other blonde. Don't you dare call him that. Ino blinked. But he is. Naruto's the dead last. Everyone knows. Ino didn't get a NY further as Sakura grabbed her by the front of her shirt and with a motion that seemed like practiced ease heaved the blonde girl into the pond. Ino landed with a scream and a splash. Sakura was walking on water towards her, a very pissed off expression on her face. You and all those thrice damned villagers, including my mother, do nothing but insult and put down Naruto when all he does is try. Ino sputtered as Sakura reached down, grabbed her and pulled her up. What the hell? When did Forehead get this strong? I won't let anyone, you, my mother or any of those fucking hypocritical villagers harm him anymore. Sakura snarled, holding Ino inches off the water by her shirt. Ino saw Naruto was coming their way and she turned to see Kakashi and her father watching. Sakura shook her a little. You understand me, Ino Pig? Why yes, Sakura-chan. Naruto had arrived. Come on, Sakura-chan. Ino's your friend. Don't fight. Sakura understood the unspoken, over me. She shot him a look and he shrugged. Can you walk on water yet? Sakura asked and Ino shook her head. Asuma-sensei just started us on that. Sakura with Naruto's help got Ino to the shore. Come on, Pig, I'll show you where the two wells are and I think I have a pair of sweatpants and a top you can borrow. The girls walked towards the hotel and Naruto sighed. He was heading back to his chakra practice when he doubled over. ASTA. BB-ing pain from where his Sharingan eye was. He went to his knees as he heard Sakura scream, "Naruto!" Kakashi's. Shit. A figure emerged from the trees. It reminded him of Haku, but the mask had the L.E.A.F. symbol and the mask was black with gold marks. And the nin wore green and black. It was his last image before he passed out from pain. Naruto's mindscape, what the hell? We're dying. Naruto turned and saw the seal and cage. What do you mean? It means I tried to meddle with the seal and the Sharingan in ways to allow me to escape and I fucked up. The Kyuubi admitted. Of course, I didn't know of the bonding flaw. Stupid paranoid Uchiha. What are you talking about? Naruto asked. I mean that after I changed the Byakugan into the Sharingan, the Uchiha I gave it to built in a failsafe. Stupid paranoid monkey humping. Yes, whatever. So, because you tried to mess around, after you said you couldn't, I'm dying. Great, Naruto said and kicked the wall. It's not what I did. The Sharingan has a built-in failsafe as I said. It's killing you and the girl. The Kyuubi said, but it seems that my actions have accelerated it and we're dying sooner rather than later. Naruto sighed as he ignored the fox. Figures. Anytime something starts to go right in my life, it snowballs and I get screwed, only this time, it's going to kill Sakura-chan as well. Fucking fantastic. Maybe I should have died all those years ago at the hands of the mob, then perhaps Sasuke wouldn't have tried to save me, and Sakura-chan would be safe. Boo fucking who. Get a grip brat. Whine and cry. Shut up hairball. I'm sick of your lies. Ever since Inoichi-san brought me here, it's been one lie or another. Because of you my life was shit from the day I was born. Naruto looked at the various entrances. Might as well look around. Give me something to do other than hear the shit from you. Naruto. Wait, the Kyuubi said trying to get him to stay, but Naruto slipped into a pathway and was gone. Crap. I don't want to die either kid. Kyuubi muttered. Real world. Do something. Sakura yelled. Kakashi held her back while the masked figure carried Naruto inside. Who is that? Help. Kakashi said, praying mentally that the operative could fix this. Ino looked on helpless. What's happening? She asked looking at her father who was right behind Kakashi as they followed the figure into the house. They found the masked and cloaked figure putting Naruto on the couch in the living room and sitting on the edge. Kakashi walked up. Thank you for coming so quickly. I know this is difficult, and save it Kakashi. Ino and Sakura were surprised to hear a female voice coming from behind the mask. The third told me. The voice was softer now. I am so sorry. Kakashi tried but the figure ignored him. Yamanaka-san, I am swearing you and your daughter to a triple S rank secret. Ino looked at her father who seemed nervous at this. Operative Sama, I understand. I don't. Ino began. But a look from her father silenced her. The operative waved a hand. I don't have time. The gloved hand went up and the mask was pulled off. Ino and Sakura gasped seeing the high aristocratic cheekbones and raven hair. What? Makoto. Kakashi said softly as Makoto Uchiha was revealed for the first time in years. Sakura looked at the woman, her green eye wide. I'll help him first since he's further along. The woman said in that even flat tone the Uchiha were known for. Sit down girl, she said and her dark eyes went back to Naruto who had broken out in a cold sweat. Sensei. What's going on? The pink-haired Kunoichi asked. The unveiled Makoto looked up and scowled. You haven't told them, she asked. I thought I had time. Kakashi admitted. Makoto Sayora of Sasuke. She watched the Uchiha woman peel Naruto's normal blue eye open, then pull his headband off and check the implanted Sharingan. You did nice work on the transplant, she said to Kakashi who just shrugged. I was more interested in keeping my remaining students alive. Yes, Makoto said in a dead tone of voice. She sighed and stood up and looked at Kakashi. We need to talk. What about Naruto? Sakura asked, but Makoto ignored her. Kakashi looked at Makoto Uchiha for the first time since the Uchiha massacre. The door was sealed and a privacy jutsu was placed on the room. I am sorry about Sasu's slap. The slap interrupted Kakashi's apology to the woman before him. You bastard. Not only are you irresponsible enough to take genin on a mission they aren't ready for, but then to transplant an eye into children. And knowing the effects you let them go this long without aid. And what aid is that lady Uchiha? Itachi. Kakashi asked. You should have sent word to me the moment it happened like you did now. Not wait until the Kyuubi mutated it and its effects sped up. Silence reigned. Then Kakashi asked, "Can you save him?" "I shouldn't," Makoto said softly as she stepped away and looked out the window. "I should let them both die." "Makoto, please. You were spared." "Kakashi, my husband hated you being out of our control. He had plans to have you either assassinated or forced into a marriage with one of the branch members. Will you save my students? Please, if not for me, then, save Minato's son." Makoto turned and looked at Kakashi. "So it is true. He truly is the fourth's legacy in more ways than one." "Yes, I was too stupid." "No argument there, Kakashi," Makoto said. "I'm going to need the Yamanaka's help with the boy. The fox did something strange." She fell silent for a bit, then sighed. "You made a real mess of things, Kakashi. My students were dying." "I did what?" he began, but she turned away. "Not only with them, but with Sasuke. He needed AF. Riend and someone who would have helped him. He needed his mother more." Kakashi fired back and then looked sorry he said what he did. "I know," Makoto said softly. "On the day the Uchiha died, I did the sacrifice no mother should ever have to make. I abandoned my sons when they needed me most, and for that, when the day comes and my death really does happen, I will beg for a special hell, no matter how much good I've done being undercover as I am. No matter how many lives I've saved or will ever save, my punishment can never equal the pain I caused my sons." Makoto looked at Kakashi. "Get Inoichi, and then get the girls out of the room. Put them in some training. This will take time," Makoto said, becoming all business again. Kakashi looked at the woman who helped save him when he got Obito's eye, and he didn't see a ninja operative, he saw a broken woman who gave up everything. Silently he turned and left. He understood her pain in some way with his own history. Naruto's mindscape. "Kit," Kyuubi's voice rumbled. "No." Kyuubi's head jerked up, seeing the Yamanaka again, and this time a woman with raven hair. "An Uchiha, and not the traitor." "Quiet beast," the woman hissed. "You've done enough damage here." She turned away and went towards a set of glowing-looking pipes. "You have been busy," she muttered, touching them. One glowed red, one blue, and one held a soft gray. "I do what I can, monkey." "Why are you here?" Inoichi stepped forward. "Naruto is dying." Snort, "I know this already, fool. Damn Uchihas built a failsafe into their bloodline. Inventive." The Kyuubi sounded pleased about something. But Inoichi didn't want to figure out what. "We're going to try and save Naruto, and me." Kyuubi sounded amused. "If I had my way, Fox, I would save the boy and see you banished to the 9th level of hell." "Who are you, female?" "I am Makoto Uchiha, the mother of Sasuke and Itachi," she said as she felt the pipes. "An Uchiha? Fix the blasted eye, woman, be quick about it," Kyuubi demanded. "No," she said, and turned to the cell where the seal glowed brightly on the bars. "Before I do anything to help the boy, you and I are going to have words, monster. And when we're done, you will know your place." Real world. Sakura jumped rope while on top the water. Kakashi was going out of his way to design chakra building and control exercises for her and Naruto. She allowed her eyes to drift back towards what she has considered home, and fell into the water. She surfaced to hear Ino laughing as she was doing the tree walking exercise nearby. "Shut up, pig," Sakura mutt, red, pulling herself onto the shore and wringing out her hair. "Focus, Sakura," Kakashi said from where he was doing meditation atop the water. "Sorry, sensei. I'm worried about Naruto." "I understand, Sakura." His own eye opened and he looked at her. "Will that happen to me, sensei?" she asked, picking up the jump rope. From where he was he heard the tremor in her voice. "You have time before that happens. And Makoto will have you up and running without problems in no time." Sakura still looked nervous. "What is happening really?" Sakura asked, walking out onto the water near her teacher. Kakashi sighed, but didn't rise. "A failsafe. At the founding of the Uchiha clan, they did something so that if the Sharingan was ever stolen, it would eventually kill the person it was placed in, unless it was truly unlocked by bloodline-wielding Uchiha." He looked at her sadly. "I had hoped that Sasuke's being newly woken wouldn't have had time, but it seems it's a genetic defense." "Did you? I am sorry." Sakura stumbled around her question. "When I received Obito's Sharingan, I nearly died before Makoto took me in and opened it for me. She showed me how to use it properly, and taught me exercises. Kakashi stood. I plan on teaching them to you in Naruto, but first you need more chakra reserves and Naruto needs more control. Since we've been here you both have improved by leaps and bounds. Sakura looked down for a moment. Sensei. Who is that woman? Makoto Uchiha. She's Sasuke's mother. Kakashi said. What? But, where has she been? Why was he left alone? WWH. Sakura. Stop. Kakashi said, putting a hand on the young Kunoichi's shoulder. He sighed when her bright green eye looked at him. Makoto is a special operative. She's been away undercover. Her even being here. This whole thing is a mess. Kakashi said, and he felt as old as the Hokage seeing his student's eye looking at him, begging for answers he didn't have or couldn't give. Makoto. An inhuman scream sounded from the house and Kakashi was running even as Sakura registered it. Naruto. Kakashi hit the door with his shoulder and bounced off hard. It was glowing blood red with chakra. From the other side they could hear Naruto's howls of pain and fear. Sakura looked on helplessly as Kakashi flashed through hand seals and tried a Kaden jutsu that just was absorbed. Ino stood next to Sakura. She had taken longer and finally got there to see the Jonin bounce off the sealed door a second time. Damn it! Kakashi swore as his hands flashed through a series of seals and the sound of chirping and the smell of burning ozone could be heard as Kakashi lunged at the door. Chidori! He roared and slammed the lightning attack at the door. Sakura was holding her breath as the attack crackled. Naruto's mindscape. Stop. Stop it now, woman. The Kyuubi howled as Makoto ignored him and he watched as she sliced the chakra paths. You're killing us faster. Inoichi stood by. Makoto had told him not to interfere no matter what. He watched as she disconnected the paths to the Kyuubi's cage and with a surgeon's precision molded them together well away from the seal. Stop. The Kyuubi wailed. Silence, demon. Makoto said, not even looking up from her work. You've made this mess. Now I am cleaning it up and preventing you from further influence. The Hokage should have done this years ago. Inoichi agreed with that silently. He heard a scream and turned. It's the boy. Makoto said, her eyes still on him. Console him and bring him back here. Inoichi nodded to the Uchiha woman and using what he knew of mind arts he sought out Naruto. Kyuubi howled again as Makoto sliced another path. Inoichi ignored the demon as he followed the tunnel he sensed Naruto had taken. Damn you, Uchiha! Kyuubi roared. I am damned already, monster. But if I do anything, I will make this boy's life better by ridding your influence. Makoto said as she continued her psychic surgery, her own Sharingan blazing. I can help him. The Kyuubi tried to bargain. I don't believe you. You've done too much damage to him over the years. Makoto said as she sealed and rewired another chakra path. The Kyuubi sig head as he studied the paths she was leaving. If you're wondering what I'm doing. Makoto started speaking and the Kyuubi felt that he'd pissed off the wrong woman as she continued her work, telling him how it was going to be from now on. And that she would explain it to the boy. Inoichi followed the screams of pain and he finally found Naruto near a pool. It was a memory reserve. Naruto. He saw it kneeling next to the boy whose back was arched in pain as another wave of pain lanced through him. Naruto. Focus on my voice. Inoichi said, taking the younger blonde's hand. It's not real, he said. Kami. The boy shouldn't be feeling what Makoto is doing. The Yamanaka clan head thought as he watched as chakra swirled around the boy. It hurts. Naruto hissed. Inoichi picked him up and rushed back to the Kyuubi's chamber. Real world. Kakashi backed away and looked at his hand. He'd poured a lot of chakra into that last Chidori. His hand was blistered. His eye studied the door and he saw that it hadn't made a difference. I need to get through this, he thought, preparing for another shot with the Chidori. He knew his chakra reserves were running low already. I don't care what happens to me. I need to check on my student. He thought, not liking the feeling of the red chakra. Sensei. He turned to see Sakura go to her knees, her hands covering the area where her own Sharingan was. Somethings. Sakura slumped to the floor unconscious. Sakura. Ino yelled and rolled her friend onto her back. Kakashi was there. Damn it, he cursed, realizing that Sakura's own eye was shutting her down. He peeled off her eye patch and pulled his own headband off, revealing his own Sharingan. Hold on, Sakura. Please hold on, he kept repeating as he forced her eye open and tried to manipulate the Sharingan into a diagnostic cycle he'd learned all those years ago. What's happening? Ino asked. Her Sharingan is shutting her mind down and her body. Kakashi answered quickly. Come on Sakura. Don't give up on me now. Finally her eye responded and he breathed a sigh. She going to be alright? Ino asked. For now. But we won't have long. Kakashi said, sitting back and covering his eye and Sakura's once more. That took the last of my chakra. I can't do more now, damn it. He thought. His eye turned to the door. Makoto, please hurry. Things have become more complicated. He thought. Naruto's mindscape. Makoto looked up seeing Inoichi carrying Naruto. What the hell? What you're doing here? He's feeling it. Inoichi said, laying the boy down. Makoto growled as she went back to work, ignoring the blonde's screams as she cut and welded new paths. I'm nearly done, she said. Kyuubi had fallen quiet and Inoichi peered in to see the fox panting and laying on its side. What happened? I severed several of the connections. The fox had been siphoning power from the boy. Expect him to have better control after this as he won't be fighting every step of the way. Makoto said in a tone-less voice that all Uchiha developed naturally, it seemed. Inoichi used several mental disciplines and pushed with his own chakra, trying to ease Naruto's pain. Keep him going, Yamanaka. I'm nearly done, Makoto said. I'm trying, Inoichi said as he felt the chakra enter Naruto. The mental representations brought a closer connection to chakra, and in the mind Inoichi and his clan could see how chakra moved in its various shades and colors. It was a skill he was looking forward to teaching Ino. If she ever focuses, she could be a damn fine ninja. The Yamanaka clan leader thought as he worked on easing the pain from the boy before him. Street stop. Kyuubi's breathing was labored and the mental representation seemed to have shrunk down to the size of an Inuzuka dog. Makoto ignored him. Why? Oh, you cut that one. And you kill the boy and his pink-haired mate. The Kyuubi intoned. Makoto paused and finally looked at the fox. How do I know you're not lying? Oh, on my rule A as the nine-tail, I swear it. Kyuubi intoned. Makoto paused, then moved her hand away. She looked at her work a moment, then ignoring the fox she went and knelt next to Naruto, whose breathing was slowing down now that he was no longer performing psychic surgery. Hello Naruto. Why, you're an Uchiha, he said, seeing her eyes. Makoto smiled. I am. We'll talk more, but right now I need you to look into my eyes. Your Sharingan is killing you, and I need to disable the safety and allow you to access it properly. What about Sakura-chan? He asked. I'll get to her next, but you were in the most danger at the moment. I'll explain what I've done here as well once you're awake. But now, look into my eyes. Naruto did, and he actually felt his Sharingan responding. He would swear if asked he heard it spinning like a combination lock, and after several minutes he heard a click. There we go, Makoto said. Sleep now Naruto. And he felt his body and become weightless. Weird, I didn't know I could feel that in my mind, he thought as he sunk into a healing slumber. Let's go, Makoto said. Neither adult looked back at the sealed Kyuubi, which was now the size of a cat. It was looking on, its eyes blazing at what it had just lost. Real world. Ino noticed it first. Kakashi-sensei. Look, she said, pointing. The white-haired Jonin turned and watched as the chakra faded from the door, and seconds later it opened to reveal Makoto. Daddy, Ino asked. Your father is tending to Uzumaki, Makoto said tonelessly. She saw the girl on the floor. What happened? Kakashi spoke, his voice ringing with exhaustion. After you went in there, we heard a scream and tried to gain access. Soon after that, Sakura's Sharingan started to cause her pain. It was like the time my own went into shutdown. I managed to trick it into a diagnostic run. But I'm out of chakra and keeping awake on willpower alone. Makoto nodded. Girl, help me get her to the couch with Naruto. I'll deal with her eye there. Ino and Makoto got Sakura onto the couch with Naruto. No one missed the blonde's arm wrapping around Sakura's midsection even in sleep. Makoto peeled the pink-haired girl's eye open and forced the Sharingan to lock on her own. Kakashi stood there watching, and he saw Sakura's breathing speed up then slow down, and Makoto smiled as she recovered the girl's eye and sat back. It's done, she intoned. Looking at Kakashi, they'll sleep till late tomorrow morning. She stood. There are spare rooms. Kakashi began. I need to speak with the Hokage. See you tomorrow, Hatake, she said and left. Inoichi covered the sleeping teen. And was glad to see color returning to Naruto's skin. I nearly lost them, Kakashi said. You didn't, Inoichi said. This time, Kakashi corrected him. Ino was silent as she watched her pink-haired friend. Her own mind was going a million thoughts a second at what she'd seen. She noticed how her friend in sleep turned over and snuggled into the blonde that held her. Damn it, forehead, we have to talk, she thought. Kakashi said he was going to bed. Inoichi looked at his daughter. Ino, I'm going to stay here. I can send a message for Shikaku or Chozu to come and get you. Daddy, can I stay? I want to make sure Sakura's all right, she said. Father and daughter kept a silent vigil. Inoichi covered his daughter with a blanket when she fell asleep in a chair. His thoughts were on what he'd seen and what it would mean. 3 days passed. In that time they're in both of Kakashi's students. Naruto's control skyrocketed and Sakura found she was not having trouble using the Sharingan for extended periods of time. Ino had spoken in private with Sakura after she woke up and promised to be back the following weekend. Kakashi relaxed now that his students were out of danger and presented them with gifts. Naruto, the bladed tonfa are for you and will work with your style. He handed the weapons to Naruto, who picked up one and looked it over, testing the balance. Now, be careful, they are sharp, Kakashi warned, and the blonde nodded. Since waking up he'd become quieter than before, more introspective. Kakashi was worried, but Makoto told him about fixing the links to the fox. Flashback, how? Makoto sat in the office at night, her mask was nearby. You never did realize that while the males of the Uchiha family would develop the Mangekyo Sharingan, the women developed their own eye. It allows us to manipulate probabilities and matter. I used it to sever the Kyuubi's connections it created while Naruto was growing up unaware and placed safety seals in place. With a sigh she looked at Kakashi. And with it I escaped the fate of the rest of my so-called clan. Why, Makoto? Kakashi asked. Why didn't you try and save them, or at least you youngest? The Uchiha became too arrogant, corrupt. If Itachi hadn't killed off the clan, they would have betrayed Konoha in their bid for power. Why didn't any of the other women see it then? Makoto took the wine glass Kakashi had given her when she arrived and took a deep drink. As you know, there are 2 ways to activate the Mangekyo. For a woman to achieve her ultimate eye there is only one, she sighed. What kind of blood line is worth one's soul and need to murder one's loved ones? End flashback. And these are for you, Sakura. I was originally going to give you a chain and kunai combination, but after seeing your skills now, I spoke with Makoto and she suggested you learn how to use these. He handed her a pair of kama. Both teens looked at their new weapons. I've got scrolls with the basics and also will show you how you to maintain your new weapons. Quote, by the time Ino returned the following weekend, both had an understanding of their new weapons. Ino watched as Sakura with the kama linked by a thin chain SP. And attacked the shadow clones Kakashi had created. The kama spun in her hands and acted as extensions, as she took out the shadow clones. Kakashi nodded. Good. You've gotten the basics. All Kree. Tay a stronger clone to work with you some more later. Finish learning the second set. Naruto, Inoichi is here for your session. The blonde looked up and nodded. Ino saw him slip the bladed tonfa into their sheaths across his back and head inside. Hello, Ino. Sakura's got another 20 minutes of lessons, Kakashi said as he headed inside. Ino watched as Sakura took a stance, the kama in her hands started to weave, and she watched as the rosette-haired girl start to move. The strange style of martial arts Kakashi had been teaching her now looking like a deadly dance of death. Ino had to admit, under Kakashi's tutelage her friend was learning faster, and with the now controlled Sharingan, she seemed. Shaking her head she smirked as Sakura finished. Not bad, forehead. You might actually make it with the circus. Yeah, well, if I make it in the circus then that means you'll make it as one of the clowns, or are you trying for the bearded lady with that 5 o'clock shadow you're growing? Ino's eyes widened as Sakura's return zinger actually stung. Don't think too much about it, Ino. Naruto's been teaching me taunts and insults while we spar. Ino watched as Sakura used water from a rain barrel to splash her face and a hair. Then towel dry. What's with the weed whackers? Ino asked, seeing Sakura hook them to her back. Kamas. They are a ninja weapon, Ino. Sakura said as they entered the main building. So, Ino said. Go ahead and ask. Sakura said. The Sharingan, how is it? The blonde asked. Weird, and at the same time frightening and cool. Sakura touched the eye patch she wore. Ino had brought her multiple patches different colors, she was wearing a deep red one right now. What do you mean? Ino asked, watching as the pink-haired girl got some juice from the fridge and offered her some. Ino declined with a shake of her head. Well, I'm still getting used to the depth perception with one eye uncovered and compensating for the blind spot. It's frightening in how strong it is when it's uncovered. Things seem to slow down. I'm still learning how to copy things, it's not as easy as everyone thinks. Kakashi-sensei has explained that since neither Naruto or I are Uchiha, we need to break down jutsus differently in our mind before we can copy them. She sipped her juice. We're missing several active lobes in our minds that would do that, so it's not a direct copy, but a mimic. And we have to remember them, whereas the Uchiha's mind would just store it. And the cool part, Sakura smiled. So, Naruto, how's that going? Ino asked. Sakura sighed. We still sleep near one another, we can't sleep apart. We've tried several times. Damn, Kyuubi made that link between us. Sakura thought about the talk Makoto had with them after they woke up. Explained some of the connections the Kyuubi made were permanent. We haven't really spoke much since waking up, but at the same time, Sakura looked out the window. We feel closer than ever before, she said softly. Naruto sighed as Inoichi pulled away. Well, quote, he's still asleep, and the size of a house cat. The elder Yamanaka said. By severing those connections and altering the seal, Makoto's ensured that you can still take its chakra as your own as the seal was designed for, but there should be no more problems. You won't even hear it. I didn't hear it before except when I got mad. Naruto said, his tone flat. And in all the years growing up it stole from me and handicapped me. We didn't know Naruto, Inoichi said. But now that we do, we can do checkups to make sure it never happens again. He rubbed his jaw. How is your chakra control now? Kakashi-sensei says it's perfect. A complete turnaround from before. You still having the dreams? No, Naruto says. Ever since Makoto-san did whatever she did to the Sharingan. I haven't, but I can't sleep now without. Yeah, Kakashi has mentioned it. There is a bond forged by the Kyuubi between you two. It's like a rubber band, you can't be a certain distance apart while asleep. A defense mechanism, Naruto said softly. He looked up. That's what Makoto told us. Inoichi nodded. He was surprised that the Uchiha kept returning. She had said that her cover was broken as they discovered her missing. The Hokage had ordered her to stay close. Thus far none outside of Kakashi's group and the two Yamanakas knew of her being alive. And it will stay that way for now, she had said. Every time Inoichi had seen her around the village, she had been wearing her mask. I think we'll keep these sessions to once a week for now. Inoichi said. You've gotten better since we started. Naruto nodded. Thanks to you and Kakashi-sensei and Sakura-chan. Don't let things build up again. Talk with your sensei or me. You had a lot of emotional baggage you didn't need to carry. I didn't want to be a burden to the old man, and by the time. Inoichi nodded. By the time you got to a team, you figured that it was status quo. He sighed. No more. Kakashi is here, as am I, and I think even Makoto. Naruto nodded. Don't nod, Naruto. You're not alone. The blonde sighed. Now, why don't you go grab a shower? I think Kakashi should be back from town soon. Dinner at the training house was interesting with 3 adults and 3 teens. Makoto, Kakashi and Inoichi were talking quietly at one end, while Ino was holding the conversation up with the teens. So, are you guys coming back to the village soon? I mean, it has been months. Sakura shared a look with Naruto, their uncovered eyes holding a whole conversation. It depends if Sensei Thin KS were Ri and Choji want to see you both, but in Shika's words it would be too troublesome to walk all the way out here. Naruto snorted. Lazy ass, he muttered. How are the others? Sakura finally asked. Ino shrugged. Team 8 has been doing a lot of D-rank missions. My team, well, we get 1 a day, then we spend it training and Asuma takes us out for lunch. Usually barbecue. Sakura smirked. You still eating so little? She teased. I need to watch my figure. Ino said. Trust me, you're hurting yourself. Sakura said. I finally started to eat right and I feel better and not so wiped out after training. She's right. Naruto said. Your body will start to feed on your muscles first if it needs energy. And jutsus consume energy. Think about if you use any of your family jutsus. You could use them longer if you ate properly. Ino looked from the blonde to the rosette and sighed. Her own father had told her the same thing, as had Asuma. But, I don't want to get fat. Ino whined. You won't. Sakura said. Ino, we're ninja. Our training alone ensures that. But Choji is fat and. The three paused as if they could hear a distant cry of, I'm not fat, I'm big-boned. Shaking her head she continued. And look how he eats. Ino, Choji's whole clan is like that. Their body is designed for their family jutsus. Look at Shikamaru. His family is designed for flexibility to use their shadows. While your family has strong mental capacity and your minds develop at an early age. Sakura said. Naruto nodded in agreement. Ino sighed and Sakura smiled as she slid a plate of food in front of her friend. I'll help design you a workout program. Ino nibbled on the chicken, which soon turned into a ravenous consumption. Naruto leaned over to Sakura and whispered, You'd think she hasn't eaten in a while. Probably hasn't. Sakura whispered back. The adults watched and Inoichi smiled in relief. There goes the dieting. Now maybe her mother can actually feed her properly again. As the meal was winding down, Kakashi cleared his throat. Naruto. Sakura, he said starting off. I have been informed that this year's Chunin exam will be taking place here in Konoha. Ino smiled as she handed her form to Asuma. She'd known about it before Shikamaru and had smirked about it the whole time. Why are you so happy? Shikamaru asked, handing in his own, even though he kept saying this was too troublesome. Saw Sakura and Naruto, they plan on taking the exam. She said. Asuma paused in lighting his cigarette and looked at the lone Kunoichi on his team. They have a new teammate? He asked. No, Ino said. Last night Kakashi talked with them about taking the exam with the rest of us, but he didn't tell them about a new teammate. She was concerned now. Why? Because you need a team of 3 to partake in the exam. Asuma said. What is Kakashi playing? He muttered. Kakashi looked at his team as they entered the city gates for the first time since they'd left. Naruto had become closed in the closer they got to the gates. Sakura, picking up on her friend's mood, moved closer and closer with each step. Halt. A pair of Chunin stepped out of the shadows. Oh, hey Kakashi. Azumo. Kotetsu. Kakashi greeted them. And who do we have here? Kotetsu asked, joining his friend. My team. Sakura, Haruno and Naruto Uzumaki, returning from training trip. We're heading to report to the Hokage now. Both genin flashed their ID badges. Hey, Naruto. Welcome back, Azumo said. Yeah, it's been far too quiet without you around. Kotetsu said, giving the blonde a grin. They saw the patch and covered eye on each genin. Copying the copycat. Man, Kakashi gets all the luck. Kakashi said nothing, but put a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Well, as Guy says, I am cool and ultra hip. He winced saying those words. But anything for his student who was tensing as this kept going on. We'll catch up later, we really need to report to the Hokage. Kakashi said, steering his students away. Once the trio was out of sight, Azumo looked at Kotetsu. You notice? Yeah, I hope he bounces back. We'll be on watch. I'll pack the cooler and the chairs up. We'll make sure he becomes happy again. We could take him to a strip joint and... They both winced, getting whacked in the back of the head by a purple-haired Anbu who had dropped down from the roof. I meant to say we'll take Hayate to a strip. The smack knocked Kotetsu stumbling forward. Idiot. He meant to say we'll pay you to strip in. The blow to the gut knocked the wind out of him. Hey, you think Yugao would wear the mask? The shuriken buried in the ground, grazing the padding of his pants at a very sensitive area. Gecko is a lucky bastard, Azumo said, helping his friend back up, and they kept their mouths shut as the Anbu woman vanished back to the shadows. Hokage's office. The knock was a welcome one, and Sarutobi sighed as he put another stack of papers aside to go out. Enter, he called. He smiled seeing Naruto enter first, followed by his teammate Sakura, Haruno, the Hokage mentally corrected, and finally Kakashi. Lord Hokage, Team 7 reporting back for active duty. Kakashi said formally. Noted. Hello Naruto, Sakura. He looked at the blonde. He's still not like he was, but he doesn't look shattered like he did when they first came back. He thought. Welcome home, Lord Hokage, Sakura said with a bow. OG-san, Naruto said, his lone blue eye meeting the Hokage's. The old man gave him a smile. I've missed you my boy, he said. Missed you too, the blonde admitted, and everyone was surprised when the Hokage rose, came around the desk and hugged the blonde. Sakura felt it and knew it, but the blonde, when he buried his head in the Hokage's robes, had tears running down his cheeks. There. The two had taken the couch. So, you've decided to stay as ninja of Konoha, good. Naruto smiled somewhat. I thought I was ready, but the closer we got to Konoha. It will pass Naruto, Kakashi said. We talked about this. The blonde nodded. Kakashi looked at the Hokage. I would like to enter my team in this year's Chunin exam. Sarutobi sighed. You need 3 members. What? It's been decided that a team minimum this year after last year's butchery of so many pairs are singles. The Hokage said. That was in Kiri. Kakashi remembered the report. He looked at his team. What do you suggest? He asked. Well, there are a few genin running around without teams, as they're either survivors or their teams disbanded due to members not continuing being ninjas after missions. The Hokage said, his eyes taking in Team 7. Sakura and Naruto shared a look. It's that, or you wait until the academy passes the next batch of genin next summer. Can we have a few minutes? Sakura asked. The Hokage nodded and watched as the pair went to the far side of the room. What do you think? He asked Kakashi. They will do what needs to be done. Truthfully, they won't like replacing Sasuke, but to advance they know they will need to do this. Kakashi looked at the Hokage. I want to talk with you about Makoto. The Hokage looked at the one-eyed Chunin. Yes, after the Chunin exams, I request that she be assigned to Team 7. With her cover blown on her last assignment, she has nothing left in Konoha, and truthfully, I could use the help teaching Naruto and Sakura about their Sharingans. Sarutobi stuffed his pipe, and sighed. I'll think about it. They saw the pair talking. It was the most animated he'd seen Naruto since the return. We can't, Naruto said. We have to. How are we going to get enough skills to finish what Sasuke wanted? Sakura argued. But taking on someone new, Naruto began. It just has to be for the exam. Sakura countered. You heard the Hokage. We need a team of 3. So they give us a third body. We take the exam, make Chunin, and then ask Kakashi-sensei to get the person reassigned. Naruto looked at the pink-haired girl. That's cold, Sakura-chan. That's life. If it was fair, Sasuke would be here with us and we wouldn't be worrying about what to do. We both wouldn't have nearly died, and you wouldn't say, but stopped and looked away. Sakura realized what was left unsaid and reached out, but he backed away. You would still hate me, hanging in the air. Fine, tell the old man we'll take the temporary teammate, Naruto said. Sakura sighed, knowing that she couldn't leave the words unspoken, unanswered. Naruto, I don't feel that way, you are important to me. Yeah, sure, Naruto said as he faced the window. Sakura sighed. He'd been getting moody ever since they left Kakashi's training house. The looks from the villagers from the gate to the tower didn't help, and now he was hearing the words she used to say, but now would never utter again. And it hurt to see the gap reappearing between them, all because they'd come back to Konoha. I wish we could have stayed at Kakashi's inn. It was peaceful, and no one judged us, judged him. Sakura walked up to the desk and gave a formal bow. We will choose a temporary teammate to take this year's exam with. But the person will only be temporary, she said, and looked to where Naruto was standing. The Hokage nodded and pulled out several folders. These genin are currently doing D-rank missions around the village and have no teams. Look these over and speak with them. Kakashi will hand in the forms after you have a third member. Sakura accepted the folders. She turned and her lone emerald green eye softened seeing Naruto looking away. I hurt him again. Will he turn his back on me and leave me if I do it again? Elsewhere, the brat has returned. Kakashi's done his job then and taught him and the girl to use the eye. Yes, my lord. They both look stronger and the boy's chakra feels stable. You think the fox has had an influence? Can I use that to gain control of them? I don't think so, my lord. And the reports we've managed to get from raiding the Yamanaka office, it's so. Wounded like something fixed the boy's control over the chakra, and the fox is even less of an issue than before. Damn, what went on out at that dilapidated inn? Lord Danzo, they need a third member to enter the exam. Chuckles, good, very good, see that we have a spy on their team. It will be difficult, my lord. The Hokage has reportedly given them a list of genin that don't have teams. Get me a copy of that list. Perhaps we can still turn this to a win in our favor. As you command, the root Anbu said and vanished. I can still play this game better than you, old man. I shall rule. Konoha and the Sharingan and the fox will be my tools, and you've got them both in one body now. Danzo chuckled as he thought of the possibilities that just opened up to his designs on the future of Konoha under his control. Not that one. Quote, Sakura put the folder aside and opened the next. She didn't even have it opened all the way when Naruto said, that one either. Now you're being difficult, Sakura said, opening it and scanning it. After a minute she sighed and closed it. Naruto smiled. Shut up, Sakura said. I was right, Naruto said with a grin as he was flipping a kunai. Even you can be right once in a while, Sakura said mockingly and stuck out her tongue. Hey, don't point that at me. Who knows where it's been? Hey, the Rosette said in mock rage. Naruto laughed and pulled the next folder, opened it and closed it. What, Amy? He said. Definitely not, Sakura agreed about her old tormentor with a sour face. She grabbed the next folder. We've been at this for a while. And the Hokage's secretary brought us another stack. Naruto made a HN sound and scanned another folder. I thought the old man said those were it. He gestured to the original stack. His secretary said those were the most recent. But not all of them, Sakura said with a sigh. All this manpower going to waste. She said, no kidding. With so many genin without teams, you'd think that instead of having them do single D rank missions, they'd reform them into full teams. Naruto sighed. Then why don't you both do that? Sakura and Naruto jumped a foot in the air as they turned to see the Hokage leaning against the wall by the door. Oji-san, don't do that, Naruto said with a hand over his heart. Sarutobi chuckled slightly as he came further into the room. Those have been waiting for the council to do for nearly a year, he said sadly. Naruto scrunched his nose at that. Why does the council have so much power? I mean, Tem was telling me a bit about what they were trying to force him to do while we were training on the tree climbing exercise. Sakura looked surprised at this. She should have realized the boys talked and did more than trade insults. Sarutobi pulled up a chair and sat down with a groan. How is your search going? Naruto grunted and showed him the stack of rejected files. Not so good. I knew a lot of them from previous attempts. Sarutobi internally winced. Well, I'm sure you'll find someone, he said. Naruto grunted and palmed his lone blue eye. Sakura noticed he did this when he was stressed. I really have gotten to know Naruto since Sasuke's death. When he's embarrassed or nervous he scratches the back of his head and neck. When he's stressed he uses the heel of his hand to rub his eye. That big grin he shows the world is fake, but the soft smile is real. She shook her head. How about we take a break? She said, closing a folder of another former classmate that she knew wouldn't work well with her and or Naruto. I'll buy you both lunch. Think about organizing those, and I'll buy you both dinner. The trio left, not seeing the shadow from the corner finally move. A young man wearing a root uniform slipped in and placed several more files into the stacks. With a look at the room, the young man slipped away to report to Danzo and wait to see if the plan would take fruit. Ichiraku Ramen stand. The old man and his daughter were happy to see Naruto and fussed over him. They welcomed Sakura as well, and the Hokage smiled seeing Naruto's tension relax at being welcomed warmly by those who care for him. Sakura watched as Naruto inhaled bowl after bowl of ramen. She shook her head, but knew that he had a big appetite. But this is the first time I've sat and watched him eat just ramen. So, the two of you need a third teammate? Ayame asked as Naruto had finished his narrative of what had taken place. Yeah, Oji-san has us looking through files. Naruto made a face, but smiled as old man Chuki placed a fresh bowl of ramen in front of him. Eat up, he said. But, This one is on me. We were worried about you. The ramen cook said. Sakura saw it in Naruto's eye and felt it down the bond. Thanks, old man, Naruto said softly. The Hokage too gave the blonde a soft smile. Sakura realized that, while she had her mother, Naruto had made his own family with this strange group of a ramen cook, his daughter and the Hokage. Naruto felt the hint of sadness and looked. You okay, Sakura-chan? He asked. I'm fine. Just thinking, she said. Naruto knew better, but he also knew that Sakura would talk in her own way and time. It took 30 bowls, but Naruto finally pushed back from the counter and patted his full belly. Sakura watched as the Hokage paid the bill. Naruto was still chatting with the cook. Sakura, the green-eyed rosette-haired girl turned. Yes, Ayame, if you're looking for a partner, might I make a suggestion? Sakura nodded. Any help would be appreciated. Well, this is a temporary partner, right? Ayame asked, to which Sakura nodded. I suggest then, there's a genin who hasn't been on a team in a couple of years. She usually trains at night at Training Ground 13. Sakura was surprised by this. Why has this person stopped doing missions and such? Ayame closed her eyes. It's a sad story. Several years ago, her whole team was killed. Her Chunin sensei, and her teammates who were her best friends. She quit that day. What's her name? Sakura asked. Ayame shook her head. If she wants you to know, she'll tell you. But she usually goes by the name Raku. She wears a mask and is a private person. But she is skilled enough to help you in Naruto. Tell her Ayame sent you and she'll help D over her shoulder and smiled. She won't judge Naruto-kun, she said, and that sealed it for Sakura. It had taken most of the afternoon for them to sort the various files into teams. Once they were done, Naruto said he'd meet her for dinner. He wanted to talk with the Hokage and he'd drop off the files. Sakura nodded distractedly. I'll meet you later. She agreed and left. Naruto could feel her distraction, but he could tell that she was closing it off thanks to the training they'd gotten from Inoichi and Makoto. With a shrug he went to tell the Hokage that none of the available genin were acceptable to him, nor Sakura with the amount of personality issues. I guess we'll have to wait till next year, Naruto thought. Training Ground 13. Sakura made her way and stopped, seeing a female going through the motions of a kata of an unknown taijutsu. Ayame was right, she's wearing a mask and cowl, you can't tell who it is. Sakura thought. Hello, she called out. Who goes there? The figure that Ayame called Raku demanded. I don't want any trouble. My name is Sakura. Ayame told me how to find you, she said, entering the training grounds and stopping several feet away. Ayame, Raku said. And why would she send you to find me? My teammate and I need a third member to take this year's Chunin exam, and... Not interested, Raku said and started to turn away. Wait, Ayame said you could help. It's just for the exam, Sakura said, trying to stop the masked nin from leaving. Just for the exam? Raku asked, her voice muffled by her mask. Yes, I want to find someone who won't judge my other teammate. And who is your other teammate that would prevent you from asking a more active genin? Raku asked. Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura said. Raku remained quiet and Sakura figured that she wasn't going to agree. I'm sorry to disturb you. Sakura turned and took several steps. Wait, she turned back to see Raku standing with arms crossed. I will be your teammate for the exam. Really? Why did you change your mind? Sakura asked. My reasons are my own. What training ground, and time? What? We need to work on some tactics and spar to know what we can do so we can compensate during the exam. Raku said. Oh, Training Ground 7. Sakura said. Naruto and I usually start at 7. Raku nodded. I'll be there. Raku walked off. Good night, Sakura called after the masked girl. And thank you. Raku waved a gloved hand before vanishing from sight. Sakura smiled and hurried home. Wait until I tell Naruto-kun. He'll be happy we can take the exam. Kakashi had watched the whole thing from the safety of the trees and masked his chakra. You're playing a dangerous game, he said, looking at Raku, who appeared on a branch near him. They need help, and it's something I can do for him. The masked girl said. How do you think he'll react if... No, this is Naruto we're talking about. When he finds out, Raku shrugged. He'll be excited and rant a bit about people keeping secrets from him. I'll explain and he'll be fine. Kakashi sighed. I hope you're right. He moved to go, but Raku's muffled voice stopped him. Be on time, Kakashi, or I will burn your book collection. His eye widened and he turned, but Raku was really gone this time. Strange girl, he muttered before leaving, deciding to get a good night's rest. He hadn't told her or anyone outside of Asuma and Inoichi that he hadn't touched his books since Sasuke's death, and he hadn't been late since then either. She'll find out soon enough, he thought. Morning. Naruto and Sakura called to Kakashi as he appeared moments after they did. Okay, we'll have to. Sensei, Sakura said, hesitating. He waited, already aware, but allowed his student to tell him. Yesterday, as you know, Naruto and I looked for a third member to partake in this year's Chunin exam. Sakura began. Kakashi nodded. I was directed to a genin who hasn't been active, and after speaking with her she agreed to be on our team for just the exam. And after that I will go back to my nice quiet life. Raku said, appearing behind Naruto and getting the blonde to yelp in surprise. Hello, Kakashi said. Hatake-san, Raku said with a bow of her hooded and masked head. Raku, this is my teammate and friend Naruto Uzumaki and our sensei Kakashi Hatake. Sakura said, making introductions. Boys, this is Raku. Ayame directed her to me when she learned how much trouble we were having finding someone we could work with. Naruto had listened last night when Sakura told him that she had found someone when they joined the Hokage for a late dinner. Hello Raku-chan, Naruto said. I'm not sure I remember seeing you in my previous attempts at the academy. Naruto said, freely admitting his previous failed attempts. Raku shrugged. Her muffled voice answered with, I was 3 years prior to your entry, Naruto-san. Just Naruto, Naruto said. All right then, fill out these and we can begin working on team strategy, Kakashi said, handing them the forms. Once the three filled them out, he summoned a dog and told it to take them to the Hokage tower to the old man himself only. Now then, let's begin with simple formations, and the hours passed quickly and the three showed that they had impressive teamwork and one wool. D think they'd been working together for years. Well, Raku is experienced, and the months together for Naruto and Sakura have bonded them in many ways, Kakashi thought as they used an attack formatio N to take down his clones in an impressive display of traps from Sakura, ninjutsu from Naruto with his cage bunshin and several fire jutsu he learned over the months from Kakashi, and Raku's taijutsu and ninja wire attacks. Kakashi winced as she used her ninja wire in a web-like pattern to shred his clone. That's the shredder, the masked girl said, and Kakashi knew that she was very skilled with the ninja wire. She could use that and chakra wire in deadly combination. Her skill with throwing spikes was also impressive. Okay, we've gotten several formations, in defense and attack, Kakashi said as they rested before him. His usual students were eating lunch that he'd gotten, while Raku managed to eat without removing her mask, getting a smirk and U-shaped eye smile from Kakashi. We've also done capture the flag and nin tag, Raku said. Also king of the mountain, Naruto said with a grin, and Kakashi had to admit the blonde's use of cage bunshin was something, and he knocked Kakashi off the poles with overwhelming force and improved skills. During all of this, Kakashi had forbidden the use of the Sharingans and reminded the pair that they were a last resort and they had agreed. Team spar, Kakashi said. What? Sakura asked. He wants us to do a free-for-all against each other with just taijutsu, Raku said. Kakashi nodded. Correct. I want the three of you to learn about one another's style. That way you can cover the holes in one another's defense. He looked at the position of the sun and knew he'd need a watch. His last one was somewhere at the bottom the sea near wave. We'll do that for an hour. And then tomorrow we'll repeat team maneuvers, and in the afternoon a spar, and then we'll fight the three of you against me to see how well you learn about one another. Kakashi watched as the three fought. Naruto and Sakura working well at covering one another, he noted. Raku attacked Sakura more, and he noted the two girls seemed to leave Naruto open. Naruto he saw frown, then go after both girls, making them defend one another. Good. Naruto saw the problem. He watched as they alternated and he smiled to himself, seeing as the blonde forced them to fight and defend him. Raku, he noted, kept hesitating when it came time for her to attack Naruto from Sakura. Don't do it, you have to hit him. Kakashi thought as the masked girl would hit, but would pull her punch. Kakashi finally called time and all three slumped to the ground with groans. Hey, they could give Guy and his student a workout. He thought proudly. All right, we'll call it a day here. Good job all three of you, he said. Naruto a moment. Naruto told Sakura and bid Raku a good day before he jogged over to Kakashi. The silver-haired Chunin waited till the girls were gone before he spoke. Nick, job spotting the flaw with the girls attacking only one another. Naruto shrugged. You said we had to. So anytime they would avoid hitting me, I'd throw myself in. Naruto. Kakashi began. Since coming back to Konoha, the Chunin had gotten an apartment complex and the two of them had been remodeling it inside and out. Sakura basically had moved in and was helping as well. During the exam, I am expecting you to keep the team together and going. You are the captain when I'm not there, he said, putting a gloved hand on the blonde's shoulder. But wouldn't Sakura or Raku be better suited? They're both smarter, and Raku's used to being. I've chosen you, Naruto, Kakashi said. You're the glue that holds the team together, the heart of the team. Sakura is smart, there's no denying that, but we both know it's a book smart. You are street smart. Kakashi looked at his student. But together the two of you can do anything. Remember our time at the inn. The two of you can do anything when you put your minds to it. Naruto sighed. Very well, sensei. I will try my best, Naruto said. Kakashi patted him on the back. Come on, I'll buy you a bowl of ramen before we hit the electrical wiring. Naruto winced. I still say we call an electrician, sensei. Kakashi I smiled. We'll be fine. Ichiraku's ramen stand. Naruto was telling the old man about the training over his fifth bowl of ramen. His chopsticks waving about and jabbing with gusto. So you'll be able to take the exam after all, Chuki said with a smile. I hope you all do well then. Raku-chan is cool. I don't understand why a skilled ninja like her would give up, Naruto said after a bit. Ayame, who was coming out of the kitchen, paused. She was badly hurt emotionally with the loss of her team. Ayame said sadly. You know her, Ayame-ne-chan? Yeah, the waitress said. After her team and sensei died, she quit. She lost the will to continue, Ayame said, putting the bowl in front of Naruto. Naruto nodded in understanding. He and Sakura were still brittle about the loss of Sasuke. I don't know if I could continue if anything happened to Kakashi-sensei or Sakura-chan. He looked up, his lone blue eye shining with emotion. The fact she's willing to help us shows how strong she is, Naruto said. Ayame smiled softly at the blonde her and her father had adopted into their hearts. I think her helping you and Sakura will be good for her. She spends too much time alone. Chuki coughed as he pointed to the delivery pack. I know you were busy with your other job earlier, dear, but there are deliveries to make. Ayame sighed. I'm on it. See you later, Naruto-ni-chan, she said and lifted the pack and rushed off after getting the delivery list from her father. I didn't know Ayame-ne-chan was working another job, Naruto said, watching her go. Chuki smiled. It's something she does once in a while. I know that it's going to be time-consuming for the next month, as her employer needs her more. Naruto looked at him. Anything I can do to help around her, old man? Chuki smiled wider and laughed. Nah, just come by and visit for a meal now and then. And tell me how your team is doing. You bet I will, Naruto said, and Kakashi paid for the meal. Before they left, Naruto looked at the old ramen cook. Hey, do you know an electrician? Team 7 apartment. The loud zap and pop indicated a bad connection in Naruto, laughing as Kakashi stood there with his hair smoking while glaring at the wires before him. Kakashi looked at Naruto. We can do this. We should call the man, old man, Chuki suggested. The blonde countered. Sakura had asked if they needed help and they waved her off, telling her to go visit her mom. They'd see her for dinner. Naruto, it's the principle. Why pay for someone to do it when you can do it yourself? You mean like all the D-rank missions we do? Right, just like. Kakashi glared at his student, who whistled innocently and went back to his own task of opening up a wall between apartments on the first floor and putting in supports. You know, this is going to be so cool, Naruto said. Kakashi agreed. He'd bought the building cheap and with his students was turning it into an impressive home. Just leave me the back 2 apartments for myself, Kakashi said as the shadow clones removed rubble and carried lumber. I'll make that my personal room. We can open those two up for you to merge together. Naruto said. Kakashi thought about it and nodded. Like the dividing wall and arch. Gotcha. Naruto said, creating several more clones and gave them their orders and tools. Kakashi went back to the wiring. This isn't so bad, he thought. Zap. Call the electrician. Kakashi said on the ground, his hair smoking worse than the Hokage's pipe. The week passed. Uukli and Team 7-2 got better and Friday rolled around. Sakura and Naruto met Raku outside of the academy. Are you ready? The masked girl asked. They had sealed weapons and gear into scrolls as if they were doing a long-distance mission. Both Sharingan wielders nodded. Let's do this, Naruto said, pushing the door open, and Team 7 entered the academy. The Chunin exam had arrived. The foyer was packed and Naruto, Sakura and Raku saw that they were trying to get past a pair Jonin. Raku leaned in close. It's a genjutsu. Her voice was low enough that they right next to her barely heard it. We need to get past them to the stairs, Naruto said, looking around, his memory telling him where the stairs were. Taking his teammates' arms, he led them along the wall. Slow and try not to be noticed, Sakura whispered. They watched as a boy with a strange bowl cut and wearing green spandex was kicked away from the door. Naruto froze. Look at those eyebrows, he whispered, seeing the boy stand up in front of them. Raku, thinking fast, cast a genjutsu over her teammates to hide them. She nudged them forward. They watched as the boy stood and shrugged off the blow. His teammates acted concerned. They reached the stairs and slid through the genjutsu, hiding it. Raku dropped her camouflage jutsu and sighed into her mask. It's a part of the test, it would seem. Getting past a simple trap to get to the test. Wonder how many it cut down. Sakura mused. Let's go. We can't get bogged down here, Naruto said, thankful both girls got them through. You're the one who remembered where the stairs were, Sakura said as they went to the next floor. How is that? Raku asked from behind the mask. A lot of time spent here over the years. I came in at night many times when it was lights out, so I had to remember the layout and number of stairs and how many steps to the classroom, Naruto said. Well, it's a good thing. We could be stumbling around down there, Sakura said, and they looked over the rail from the third floor, seeing several groups trying to find the stairs and ignoring the doorway guarded by the two ninja. They saw Naruto freeze, hearing the voices, and then his laugh. What? Those aren't Jonin. That's Izumo and Katetsu, Naruto said. They're cool and have a wicked sense of humor. Sakura blinked, and then her mind recalled the pair of Chunins that guarded the gates. Those clowns. Raku shook her head. They may not act it, but they are skilled ninja. They just enjoy having fun. Naruto nodded, and they turned to see the three genin that had been trying to get access to the door. The boy with the large eyebrows, bowl-cut hair and wearing the hideous spandex stopped, and his eyes widened at seeing Sakura. What a beautiful woman. He stepped forward. Damn it, Lee, we don't have time, the bun-style girl with him hissed. Naruto blinked, and he recalled them from last year's attempt to pass the academy. Rock Lee, who looked different than when he'd been with him in class. Neji Hyuga, another cold Tem, as Naruto had thought of him, and Ten, a girl he'd been in the orphanage with. Ten, he said in greeting. The bun-haired girl looked at him and blinked. He could tell she was. Their eyes took in the sun-kissed hair, whiskers, and the lone blue eye. Naruto, she asked. He nodded and gave her a grin. Finally made it, she said, giving him a grin. Naruto saw Sakura trying to avoid Lee's attempts to ask her out, while Raku stood back, as did Neji, who had a bored, cold look on his face and his arms were crossed. Yeah, her hand reached out and froze. What happened? She asked, her mind remembering Naruto with two blue eyes that used to sparkle with mischief. Our C rank turned to A rank. Sakura-chan and I were badly injured, and we lost a teammate, he said. They could speak about it in brief moments thanks to their sessions with Inoichi Yamanaka. I'm so sorry, Ten said. She recalled her first C rank. Fate decreed it would happen. Neji and Ten sighed as she shot her teammate a look. Will you stop that shit? She hissed. Kami, what did I ever see in him? She thought. So, you're taking the exam then? She asked Naruto. Raku-chan her. He has agreed to be our teammate for it requires a 3-person cell. Naruto said. He gestured and they started to walk. Naruto Uzumaki. A voice said and Tenten groaned as the blonde that was walking next to her turned. I Rock Lee, the beautiful beast of Konoha challenge you for the hand of the beautiful maiden Sakura. Naruto looked beyond Lee to see Sakura mouth, sorry, and he knew that. She'd said something to Lee to get him to stop his advances. At least she's not as violent as she used to be. Naruto thought of all the times she drilled him into the ground. Hey, funny, ever since Wave I've not asked Sakura out. Naruto thought, I will never be Sasuke. He thought sadly refusing to be second best, despite their closeness now. I'm just a stand-in. Perhaps later Lee, Naruto said trying to be diplomatic. I really don't want to be late for the exam. Tenten, whose hand had been on his arm gave him a squeeze. How about after we can have a friendly spar, but not for Sakura, as she is her own person. Naruto said and with that he didn't realize it, but the 3 females smiled at that. Naruto turned back to see Tenten and ignored Lee's shouts of youth, and what he would do if he failed to beat Naruto. He's gotten louder since the academy. Naruto said as they walked. Sakura on his other side while Neji was ahead and Raku behind. Lee was way behind still ranting about youth. He takes after our sensei. Tenten said. The 5 stopped seeing Kakashi waiting for them with a man wearing Jonin vest over the same outfit they'd seen Lee wearing. Ah, Kakashi, your students have taken after you it seems. The man said. You say something guy, Kakashi asked after winking at his team. Curse you and your hip attitude. Guy said. He looked at Naruto and his team. So, is my eternal rival Kakashi here a good teacher? It was Sakura who answered. Did you say something Guy sensei? Tenten nearly burst out laughing at the shocked look on her sensei's face. Naruto didn't spare the man's feelings as he outright laughed. Raku no one could tell behind her mask, and Neji was indifferent. Kakashi smiled behind his mask. I am glad you 3 arrived and are in good spirits. Tenten patted his arm and with Neji and Lee entered the room while their sensei was going on about the flames of youth. They dragged Lee physically. Naruto looked at his teammates and shuddered. I pray we never end up like Lee. Kakashi patted his shoulder. Now remember just try your best and I am proud of all of you. He included Raku but the mask made it difficult to tell her reaction. And stay safe, he said leaving with Guy who was still spouting off about youth, as they headed for the lounge for the senseis that were to wait. Let's do this, Naruto said and Sakura met his eye nodded. Well over 100 genin filled the room. Naruto felt a shiver of nervousness and looked at Sakura, her lone eye was looking around the room. He reached out and put a hand on her shoulder, giving it a comforting squeeze. They walked further in and Naruto saw Tenten and her team across the room. The bun-haired girl was talking rapidly to the Hyuga. His blue eye noted the other rookie Konoha genin, spotting Kiba, Hinata and Shino. Forehead. Naruto turned to see Ino walk in behind his team with her teammates, Shikamaru and Choji. You're here too, what a drag, the Nara said in his way of greeting. Which Naruto translated into, you're here, great to see you. Guys, Naruto said nodding his head. Shikamaru looked at Raku and lazily raised an eyebrow. Naruto who understood the lazy genin made the introductions. This is Raku, she's agreed to be our teammate for the exam. That's a girl, Ino asked. Raku explained. Between the armor and wraps it's hard to tell. The muffled voice from the mask explained. So we're all here, Kiba said. Sakura and Naruto exchanged looks. The unspoken, all but Sasuke, hung in the air between them. They talked about missions, Team 7. Listening in as they'd avoided missions since coming back from Wave as they spent the whole time training and healing. So what did you guys do? Kiba asked. Healed, trained, Naruto said. What? I thought you had to have so many missions done before you could take the exam. Kiba explained. Before Naruto could answer with a shrug, someone else interjected their opinion. That is false. The R.O. Oki's turned to see a young man with short white hair, glasses and wearing a Konoha Hitai-8. And who are you? Shikamaru asked for the group. Kabuto. The glasses-wearing teen answered. The only thing you need to enter the exam is your Jonin's approval. The rookies shared a look. And how do you know this? Shino asked from next to Hinata. This will be my 7th time trying to pass the exam. Each time it's different as it's held at different villages. Weak, many of them thought, but I have gathered a lot of information over those attempts. Kabuto said, realizing he was losing his audience. He pulled out a deck of cards. My ninja info cards have stored a lot of data. Hiba grabbed one and looked at it. It's blank. Kabuto smiled and took the card back. Well, for anyone else they would be, but once I channel some of my chakra into them like this, I can give you a heads up about anyone here. Really? Hiba looked excited. How about Naruto Uzumaki then? The Inuzuka looked at the blonde and shrugged. Just want to see how you've improved since we last met at the academy. Kabuto nodded and after a moment looked at the card and blinked. Now that's odd. What? Hiba asked. The only thing I have on a Naruto Uzumaki is his name, rank and the number of missions. Hiba looked at it and saw that it was true. Name: Uzumaki, Naruto age, 16. Ninja ID, 012607. Rank: Genin. Cell 7. Sakura Haruno. Sasuke Uchiha, deceased Jonin instructor, Kakashi Hatake. Mission report. D ranks: 25. C rank: 1 failure with note. B rank: NA. A rank: 1 solo. S rank: 1 failure, formerly C rank. Not. E. Client lied, mission became high A rank to low S rank. Jutsu. Classified. What the hell? Hiba said, looking at Naruto. You had a solo A rank. Naruto closed his eye and sighed. Mizuki. He muttered. Sakura heard and understood it. Back off, Kiba, she said, clenching her fist. But, the Inuzuka said, but that was cut off as there was a loud bang and the front of the room was filled with Chunin. And a large man in a trench coat and bandana. Plant your asses, maggots. Name's Ibiki, and for the next hour I am your one and only god. Everyone found assigned seats. Naruto realized he was near the front of the room, sitting next to Hinata. Sakura and Raku were both behind him. Sakura by 3 rows, and Raku all the way back on the opposite side of the room. Ibiki smirked as he had a Chunin hand out the test sheet. Naruto listened and mentally winced as the man gave the rules. Man, why does it have to be a paper test? Naruto mentally whined. He studied the questions. No way for a genin to answer these. Man, I'm going to fail, he thought. It was then that he noted several people cheating, trying to look casual. That's it. The only way to pass this is to steal the answers. Naruto trashed several ideas. He finally went back to the rules and smirked. He looked around and noted which students were doing well, and his idea formed. He reached into his pouch casually, and after several people were eliminated, Naruto made his move. The smoke bombs went off, filling the whole room. Naruto, using the memory exercises Kakashi had taught him, remembered where the Chunins were hidden amongst the students and stole the test and made it back to his seat while Ibiki opened the windows to clear the smoke. Hey, I'm the best, Naruto thought as he pretended to write the answers and put his name on the test. I just hope it was the right thing. The exam continued as more were eliminated, and then the 10th question came. Naruto of old would have spoken out against Ibiki, but this newer Naruto sat calmly as several more teams were eliminated. He'd saw that the Hyuga girl next to him kept shooting him looks, but he ignored it after giving her a smile of encouragement. Those of you that remain, passed, Ibiki intoned. After disbelief from many and many yelling out why and about the test, Naruto watched as Ibiki removed his bandana and explained to them that it had been the purpose of the test. That they could be tortured and killed for gathering information. He had just placed his bandana on when the window exploded and 4 kunai were launched, 2 hitting the ceiling, to the FL. Or to unveil to reveal a banner and young woman wearing fishnet bodysuit, a skirt and long coat. You're early, Anko, Ibiki said with a resigned air. Faye, the woman said and looked around, her eyes taking in the room. Wow, 11 teams. You did a kick-ass job, Ibiki, she said. Naruto looked and saw that 33 genin were scattered about the room. He had to admit that he thought there should have been more. All right, you shits. My name, in case you missed it. She pointed at the banner behind her. As Anko Mitarashi, and I am the head examiner for the next test. She headed for the door, and when no one moved she sighed. On your feet, maggots. The gathered genin leapt up and followed her out the door. Teammates drifted together. many for safety from the strange woman that held their fate in her hands. We made it, Sakura said with a sigh of relief. Only to the next test, Raku said, taking up a spot on Naruto's other side. As they walked, Naruto saw that the other Konoha rookies were there as well as Tenten's team. And Kabuto's team. Konoha's doing well in the Chunin exam. He thought, 15 of us are from Konoha. 5 out of 11 teams. They followed Anko at a distance. And Naruto scanned the rest of the teams. A team from Suna, a team from Kusa, a team from AIM, an Odo team, a team from Kiri and a team from Iwa. Naruto noted the other teams. They reached a gate and Naruto saw where it was. He'd been there a couple times as a child to escape villagers. Welcome to what many call hell, I call home. This is training ground 44, known affectionately as the Forest of Death. Anko said. She went on to explain the test and what it would entail. Naruto had an urge to taunt her, but kicked it down, so he remained silent between Raku and Sakura. Kiba, it seemed, however, unable to keep quiet and mocked Anko. It got him a kunai cut on his cheek and the Jonin appearing behind him with another blade held at his throat. That could have been me, Naruto thought, and was glad he remained quiet. He saw the grass nin with the kunai. Is that her tongue? Sakura whispered. Yes, Raku answered. Gross. Indeed, Naruto said as Anko took her kunai back and went back to the front of the group and explained to them about the scrolls and passed out the forms to sign. Naruto stood against the gate they were assigned. Suggestions? He asked Raku and Sakura. There aren't that many teams left. We're either going after one of the foreign teams or one of our allies. Raku began. You mean fight our friends? Sakura asked, surprised. We can't do that, can we? We might have to, Sakura. Naruto said. You heard that psycho woman. That Suna team gives me a bad vibe. Raku said. Naruto nodded. We avoid them then. He looked at the forest behind him. Listen, I've been here before when I was younger. That Anko woman is right, it's not safe. There are dangers in here besides the other teams. The plant life, giant tigers, bears and bugs that can strip the flesh from a man in 5 seconds. Sakura looked like she wanted to be ill. Raku, he couldn't tell with the mask, but her body looked tense. We'll be okay. I know some of the forest, Naruto said, and he held up T. He mapped that they had been given with the scroll. I have a compass as well, Sakura said, holding it up. We're set. A loud buzzer sounded. And we're off, Naruto said as the gate opened and teams all around the forest rushed in. Team 7-2 rushed further into the woods. Naruto stopped suddenly. What's wrong? Sakura asked. We need to do something if we get separated, the blonde said. Sakura looked at him. They had the bond the fox had created, but they needed something for Raku. Huddle, Naruto said. It was something they decided during the training so they could talk low and avoid being overheard. Suggestions. A sign, Raku suggested. A password. From Sakura. Naruto pulled the marker from his shoulder and took Sakura's hand and wrote something on it. He then looked at Raku, who let her glove off and watched as Naruto wrote another word, and finally he looked at his hand. Sakura took the marker and wrote a word, getting a chuckle from Naruto and even one from Raku. On Sakura's hand was Ichiraku's. On Raku's hand was miso. And on Naruto's was ramen with a bowl under it. Good, we'll show that if we get separated. Raku put her glove on and didn't say anything. Sakura looked at the word on her hand. This will wash off, right? Naruto scratched his cheek. After a lot of scrubbing. Sakura growled. Raku spoke up. At least we don't have to worry about it coming off while we fight. Sakura sighed, knowing the masked girl was right, but still, she'd be a walking advertisement for Naruto's favorite ramen stand until it came off. But he's got his own mark as well, and it doesn't matter to him. Sakura felt her hand clench and sighed. Let's go. They went to the trees and made some good time. Sakura knew that if this was before Wave, she'd have been exhausted long ago. I really was pathetic, she thought. Raku and Naruto both seemed to have boundless energy as they moved. Naruto held up a hand and they halted. He used hand speak and Sakura nodded. It was something that Kakashi had taught them. Out loud Naruto said, I need to take a leak. Not here, you don't, Sakura said, and not in front of a lady. Naruto snorted. Raku isn't complaining, as his hand hovered over his zipper. Unknown to both Naruto and Sakura, Raku was a deep beet red under the mask. Go use a bush, Sakura growled. Naruto sighed. Fine, he said and signed something before walking off. Sakura looked at Raku who hadn't moved. Sorry about him, he has yet to evolve. Raku seemed to clear her throat. Do not think that of Naruto. He has changed much in the recent months, has he not? Sakura nodded. She was saved from answering as Naruto reappeared. She looked at him and frowned. Raku, I see it. The muffled voice. Hey guys, I feel better already. The Naruto before them said. How dumb do you think we are? Sakura asked. What do you mean? First off, the headband is on the wrong eye. Sakura said. Secondly, you don't have the mark on your hand you held up and waved at us. Raku continued. Kakuku. Naruto said. A puff of smoke revealed a mask-wearing nin. It seems I need to study my transformation better. The masked nin said. Sakura shook her head. You also need to learn to tie better knots. The nin turned to see Naruto holding the ropes he'd been tied up in. Iruka-sensei ties better knots and he doesn't even try. The blonde said and threw the ropes at him. Before they connected, the nin was kicked from behind by Sakura. He rocketed towards Naruto who spun and connected with a spinning back KICDS Raku. Express delivery, Naruto said. Raku shook her head and did a flip kick that sent the nin rocketing towards the sky. Return to sender, her muffled voice intoned. Naruto smirked as he leapt. Sakura, already ahead of him on a branch, took his hand. When he reached her and she used the slingshot maneuver they learned from Kakashi, which elevated him over the nin, and Naruto spun in the air and his heel kick folded the man into a U shape and he rocketed to the ground where he impacted with the force of a meteor. Raku and Sakura landed next to the crater and Naruto landed with a crouch. Check him. Sakura did. He doesn't have the scroll. She said after emptying the nin's pouches out. Take the weapons and tags. Raku nodded and split them amongst their gear. What of his food? Naruto shook his head. He might have it poisoned and have already taken the antidote. Both girls nodded. Well, let's go. We need to either find his teammates, or someone else with the other scroll. The three left, none of them seeing a figure watching from the shadows of a tree. Outside the forest, Anko looked at the mangled remains of the team from Kusa. They were brutally murdered and one body was missing its face. Alert the Hokage, we have a hostile intruder in the forest. She said to the closest Anbu. I'm going in, catch up when you can. She said before leaping through the open gate. At Naruto's insistence they avoided camping that night until well after midnight. And then they used the hollow of a tree. They set a watch of 2 hours sleep each, Naruto taking the last 2 hours. His eyes scanning the darkness, the tags well hidden at night. His shadow clones stationed around the area hanged into rocks and fallen tree limbs. He looked at where Raku was sleeping with her back against the tree and wondered what their enigmatic teammate looked like. He swore he knew her, but couldn't place where, and it had been itching the back of his mind since the first introduction. She's got to be sweltering in that outfit, he thought. Raku had no skin exposed, gloves, mask, hood completed the outfit. His eye then went over to Sakura, whose face in sleep was relaxed and he could feel her in the bond that the Kyuubi had forged between them. He let his eyes scan the darkness once more, not letting himself think about the changes between him and his pink-haired teammates since the death of Sasuke. If I had been faster, Sakura would be with you by now, you bastard. Naruto thought. He couldn't help it. At times like this, when he was alone with his thoughts, he would think of Sasuke and the what-ifs that surrounded Team 7 since its formation. Shaking his mind out of its rut, he knew he needed to focus on the now. Like Inoichi-san said, the whisker-marked blonde thought as one of his clones was attacked by a wind attack and sent flying. Several minutes later it was eaten by a giant snake. That doesn't belong here, not one that size. The blonde thought. Sakura, Raku, wake up, we've got company, he said, touching each girl on a shoulder. His eyes scanning the field with hanged clones between them and whomever took out the sentry clone. What is it? Sakura whispered low. Something attacked my clone, and I think there is a summon out there. A boss, from what my clone saw before it was eaten and dispersed. Naruto said. Raku pulled out a crescent-shaped blade. What do you recommend? The masked girl asked. Let them come to us. The clearing is littered with hidden clones, Naruto said from the shadows of the opening of the trunk. So it's a waiting game. Sakura muttered, pulling out her kama. The wicked weapons designed by farmers soon became dangerous implements of bloodletting to a ninja. Naruto slipped a trio of shuriken between his fingers and waited. I don't like this, he muttered, a rustling off to the side and his eye adjusted. Don't move until we're sure of our target. Both girls nodded. This was something they'd practiced with Kakashi in the time leading up to the day of the exams. Enko was not happy. Damn it, I knew something wasn't right. But I ignored my gut. Stupid, she hissed, leaping further and barely landed before leaping again. She stopped and sighed. Even more stupid leaping here without KN. Owing where the bastard could have gotten to. How the hell did I make Jonin making a fucking genin mistake? She muttered. Enko was about to leap when she felt it. The blast of chakra. Looking towards the west and the river she leapt. Got you. Naruto barely got the earth barrier jutsu up as the fireball arced out of the darkness. The barrier dissolved and Naruto saw that female grass nin standing at the opposite end of the clearing. Kukuku. Impressive. I wasn't aware they taught that move to genin of the leaf. They don't. I like to pick things up. Naruto answered, his hand behind his back. K signaled for the girls to stay hidden till they had a better clue as to how many people they were facing. So, you and your teammates want our scroll? Naruto asked. Kukukuku. The grass nin chuckled. I don't care about this pathetic test. I came to see what had become of the fabled Sharingan. I heard that the last Uchiha had died on a waste of a mission. Naruto's hand clenched around the shuriken. The metal biting into the palm of his hand. Not that he noticed, nor cared, but he kept his mouth shut wondering what this strange nin wanted. So, if you don't want the scroll, you came here to gawk. Kukuku. Amusing. No, I came to see if I could harvest the Sharingan. I see that you like that waste. Kakashi possess only one. Naruto through his bond felt Sakura tense and signaled with his hand for her to remain hidden. The strange nin was talking to herself, her voice changing. 1. Sharingan already transplanted will not work after another transplant. Shame Itachi killed his clan, my experiments were only beginning then. Quote, Naruto's eye narrowed. There was more to this nin than what she appeared. Guess that means you'll leave then. Naruto suggested. The grass nin frowned. And Naruto saw the eyes. They were serpent eyes. Actually, I might as well try another experiment. Since you hold the Kyuubi, I might conduct a few more tests. Naruto's gut clenched as the nin Kazua LLY mentioned an S-class secret and he winced realizing that Raku had heard it. Deal with the fallout later. We're in danger now. How do you know a Konoha S-class secret? Naruto asked. Kukuku. I know it, because information is power. And the one with the most power will rule the world. Naruto sighed. That's nice. I would have thought. Naruto said and in mid-word launched the shuriken in his ha. ND at the grass nin who moved her head aside, but was grazed by Naruto's attack and clutched the left side of her face. Run. Naruto hissed to the girls as he leapt to a low branch. Both Sakura and Aku were right behind him and they sped along. From behind them very potent killing intent blazed to life. It was nearly stifling, causing the three genin to stagger, but they kept their feet and they leapt again. Their flight came to a screeching halt when they found their path blocked by the same nin they just left behind, but with a gaping wound. That showed a shredded face, but the face that was injured showed a second skin. Pale and unmarked under the ripped part. The serpent-like eyes boiled with pure unhindered hatred. You little idiot, I was going to let you live. Possibly, but now Hink I will kill you and just dissect your corpse. The grass nin ripped away the face of the female to reveal that of a pale male face, and voice deepened a bit. Who are you? Naruto asked, his gut twisting. Kukuku. I am Orochimaru. Perhaps you've heard of me. Naruto swallowed and he felt Sakura flinch through the bond. One of the Sannin. Naruto said. The traitor. Kukukukuku. Konoha betrayed me long before I was labeled a traitor. A hail of senbons from Raku stopped the now revealed man from talking, but he swatted them aside like they were nothing. Attack pattern Delta. Naruto said and lunged, his hand pulled back for a blow. Sakura leapt into the air to the left, while Raku went to th shuriken and senbon needles at Orochimaru while Naruto's hands blazed into motion with a jutsu Kakashi taught him. Dance of 100 wind blades. Naruto said, his body in motion with the combination of elemental jutsu and taijutsu attack. The compressed blades of wind arced from Naruto's hands and feet towards the Sannin, who was already in motion dodging, the man's body contorting like a snake's. Fuck, Naruto thought. The elemental taijutsu attack was one of his best that Kakashi had taught him one day after they discovered his affinity, but right now Orochimaru was evading them all. Some came close, a hair's breadth close, but still not hitting. Orochimaru flipped till he was on a higher branch, his gaze looking over the three genin. And there is the other eye. Naruto felt Sakura's panic. You said it yourself, they're no good for you. Naruto said, getting the Sannin's attention back on him. True, but I might be able to bastardize it with both eyes. Bastard. Naruto yelled and his hands flew through the seals and he spat. Fire style. Great fireball jutsu. Orochimaru managed to dodge, but the branch he'd been on and the trunk of the tree were incinerated. Strong. Shame that you hold the Kyuubi. I wonder what it would be like to have you. Naruto shuddered. Raku didn't hesitate. She leapt forward and attacked, her hands launching a volley of Senbon needles, but they hid the true attack. Orochimaru found himself in Raku's shredder attack of mono wire. Yeah, Sakura cheered. She got him. Naruto held his breath as Raku clenched her hand to slice the Sannin, but he was replaced with a log. Damn, Naruto muttered and looked around wildly for the man. Raku was stepping back, but Orochimaru appeared in front of her. That would have hurt, he said and backhanded her with extreme prejudice, sending her rocketing back towards her team. Raku. Sakura screamed and her hands clenched around her and she shared a look with Naruto. He sent her reassurance through the bond and pulled out his bladed tonfa and they leapt of the incoming Raku and attacked in tandem. The snake Sannin bobbed and weaved, impressed with their teamwork. Is this from the Sharingan? He must as Akama actually sliced several hairs as he ducked and had to RO. LL as Naruto's bladed tonfa nearly hit his face. He shushined up to another branch as Team 7-2 regrouped. Raku on her feet like a punch-drunk boxer from his blow had chakra wires between her hands. Naruto was looking up with the tonfa in relaxed position. And finally the pink-hair girl had the Kama. Impressive amount of teamwork. I see my spy has missed a lot, I wonder how that is. He must. We haven't been around the village a lot. Naruto muttered. Have to tell Oji-san as soon as possible about a spy. I am going to looking over your bodies and learning your secrets. It's a shame he Sharingan is useless to me since it's already been transferred, but maybe I can make a bastardized version off a mock-up from your corpse. Orochimaru said and the killing intent rained down on them. Trying to put them on their knees or make them afraid to fight. You can stop with the parlor trick. Our sensei spent hours hitting us with killing intent. Sakura finally said. The Ki was giving her a headache. Orochimaru found this funny. This is actually funny. 3 little genin preparing to fight one of the legendary Sannin. Kukukukuku. They knew that in a drawn-out battle they were going to get stomped unless they got really lucky. Get ready to run. Naruto whispered. I'll be sure to send my regards to whomever trained you. You did surprise me. Orochimaru admitted. Care to tell me where to send them to? Your mama. Orochimaru looked up to see a person he thought he wouldn't see again until his choosing. Enko, he said as her booted foot connected with the leaping Kick and sending him crashing into a tree trunk. I am so going to enjoy kicking your ass, you bastard. The woman the genin recognized as the proctor of the exam snarled. Things had changed, and the genin thought they had a chance. Get to the tower. Enko ordered the genin as she didn't take her gaze off her former sensei. We can help, Naruto said. No, you can't. He's beyond your skill level. Go. She spat several fireballs at Orochimaru who dodged moving away from the genin, but he wasn't going to let them leave. He used the shadow snake hand, but Enko countered with her own. The genin hesitated. Damn it, run you little shits. Enko snarled and Naruto and his team leapt away, the anger pouring off them. Sakura helping the punch-drunk Raku. Lean on me, the rosette-haired girl said and the masked girl accepted it with a pained thanks. Naruto snarled at the fact they couldn't beat one man. He's a Sannin dobi. You're not ready for him yet. He heard the mental Sasuke in his head and sighed as he sheathed his weapons. Behind them they could hear explosions. They landed and blinked as 3 squads of Anbu rushed past them towards the battle. The last one with a cat mask and purple hair paused. "Get to the tower." The woman's voice ordered again and the genin did as they were told. "Good luck," Naruto said. He saw Sakura keeping Raku on her feet and mentally smacked himself. "Give her to me, Sakura-chan." "I'm sorry, Raku-chan." "'Tis okay. I'll need my ribs wrapped." "What about a head wound?" Sakura asked. Raku shook her head. "My mask took most of the blow. I'll check with my doctor later, promise." Sakura sighed, worried for their teammate, but they knew they did the right thing in retreating as ordered. It was hours later they finally got word that Orochimaru had fled after Anbu arrived. Anko was sharing the medical room with them. She looked like hell. Raku had her ribs wrapped and changed clothes, telling her teammates she was fine. "Now what?" "That Nin talked about," Raku began. But Naruto held up a hand. "Not here, not now. Later, I swear." Raku nodded her masked head. "I guess we're out." "No, you're not." They turned to see Anko sitting up in her bed. Quote, "Your test was interrupted by an outside force. You were moved on to the next round." She smirked. "Just this one time. He does it again, and you'll have to wait till the next one." "Thanks," Naruto said. Anko waved it off. "Not needed. You Gakis did okay against him. You actually had him on the defensive for a bit of time." Naruto snorted. "He owned us from start to finish. We were lucky you showed up." The door in the Hokage came in. "Oji-san," Naruto said with a grin. The old man gave him a tired smile. "I hear you had some excitement." Naruto went on to explain the encounter. He talked about. Naruto put a hand over his gut. He also indicated he had a spy placed in the village, and was able to gather information easily. The Hokage sighed as he lit his pipe. In the words of the Nara clan, troublesome. He looked thoughtful. "Anko, your thoughts?" They held him off for nearly 10 minutes. "I would make them Chunin right now if I could based on that." Naruto and Sakura blinked. I agree. But the busybodies in the council would disagree." He stroked his beard while puffing on his pipe. "For now rest. You've advanced to the next round." The scroll waved due to outside interference. Team 7-2 did as they were told, Raku using a curtain to hide her cot and remove her mask. A bruise was forming on her chin where she'd been hit. Touching it lightly she winced. "That's going to take a lot of makeup," Raku thought, and her ribs protested as she sighed. "Great, and I have to work tomorrow," was her last thoughts before falling asleep, safe in the knowledge her teammates wouldn't disturb her rest and she could go without the mask for a night. Hokage's office. "Are they okay?" Kakashi asked. "They are fine. A bit banged up, but unharmed. They are upset they didn't get a scroll. But I had it waved due to outside interference," the Hokage said, sitting behind his desk. "We have a spy," he said to the gathered Jonin who he knew were 100% loyal to him. "Somio. Ni's been giving Orochimaru information and he used it to invade the Ehe Kyuubi." Asuma asked. "No, but he did mention it in front of Naruto's new teammate." The Hokage said. Kakashi winced. "Your students did very well, Kakashi. They held off a Sannin-level opponent for 10 minutes on their own." The one-eyed Jonin sighed. Teamwork exercises paid off, and their loyalty to the leaf and one another. The Hokage repeated the report Naruto filed. "He wants to study them, so we need to keep watch. Whatever he's after he didn't get before Anko and Anbu chased him off." "Is Anko alright?" Iruka asked. Ked from where he was acting as the Hokage's assistant. "A bit battered, but unharmed," the Hokage said. "What about canceling the exam?" Kurenai asked. "Negative. Orochimaru did tell Anko that Konoha would regret that if we did. He's got something set up. This could blow up in our faces," Asuma said to his father, who nodded. "Or we could catch a break and capture him." The Hokage saw that Kakashi was anxious. "Go check on your team, Kakashi, you're no good to us right now." The silver-haired Jonin said nothing and vanished. Asuma sighed. "He's changed. He lost a student. It weighs heavily on any teacher." The Hokage said. "He's become very protective of his remaining students, to the point of moving Naruto in with him after buying an apartment complex." Kurenai laughed. "They've been remodeling it themselves. I heard a few explosions walking past it. Now then, the other teams are still in the field, Anbu is rounding them up, but the numbers are coming back less than half. What do you suggest? Asuma asked. Get Hayate in here. We're going to have a preliminary tournament. The Hokage said. Great. Asuma thought of his team and winced at how little time they'd spent on taijutsu. His team's tactics were great. But that was it. Kurenai was worried about Hinata in this situation. She wouldn't be protected by her teammates and this could destroy her. Iruka was sitting off too. The side wondering how Naruto was doing and if he went to visit, would he see Anko as well? Morning came and Kakashi walked into the infirmary and stopped. Sharing a cot was Sakura and Naruto and he knew from last night. That's not how they were. Looks like Sakura slept-walked again. He smiled as he coughed several times before Naruto's eye blinked and focused on him. Morinin-sensei. He mummed. Bled and Kakashi did laugh when Naruto tried to lift his arm to rub his eye, and realized it was pinned under a sleeping Sakura. He looked at Kakashi and tilted his head. They heard movement behind Curtain and Raku staggered out fully dressed. Should you be moving about? Kakashi asked his temporary student. Have to get to work. Raku said and they all heard how tired her voice sounded. You are dismissed from that while taking the exam. Kakashi reminded her. Yeah, but I'll hire a pair of Chunin to fill in for you. Just rest and heal. The Hokage had the other surviving teams brought in last night. So at noon be in the main hall of the tower. What's going on, sensei? Naruto asked, still trapped under the sleeping Sakura. With the disruption, there are still too many students. The Hokage has ordered an elimination tournament. From now on it's one-on-one battles. Raku sat on an empty bed, silent and unreadable with her mask on. Remember, noon, Kakashi said and left the snickering how cute his students looked together, then stopped. Blast. Makoto's. Right. He muttered and wandered off to check security before he had to be in the arena at noon with his students. Tower Arena. Noon rolled around and Team 7-2 entered and were surprised how many teams were here. The other rookie had made it, along with Team 9. The Suna team, the team from Odo, and Kabuto's team. Wow, Sakura said adjusting her eye patch. Team 7-2 lined up with Naruto in front followed by Sakura and then Raku. Naruto smiled at Shikamaru who sighed. A Jonin stepped forward. My name is Gecko Hayate and this is a preliminary elimination round before you can advance to the third and final round. Hey, what's the deal? One of Kabuto's teammates called out. Not everyone here got a scroll. Hayate nodded. Due to unforeseen interference with the second exam in the forest, the teams that remained were drawn in. It seemed the other teams were either already beaten. Looks at the Suna team. Or died, or opened their scrolls. That is the reason for the preliminary tournament, to cut this group in half for the finals. He looked around. Anyone wish to pull out now, please do so now by raising your hand. Kabuto raised his hand. I'm out of chakra still and not very skilled in one-on-one fights. He said. One of the Odo held up their hand as. Well, my arm was messed up in the forest, I'm out. The girl on his team and the leader glared at him, but he shrugged. A gasp from behind had Naruto turn to see Raku with her gloved hand raised. Sorry guys, my ribs are still pulverized from fighting that guy. I can't continue. Quote. Naruto nodded. I'm glad you're honest Raku, otherwise you could have gotten seriously hurt, or killed here. Sakura nodded. We'll see you later. Raku nodded as she left the arena. Anyone else? Hayate asked. When none took him off he nodded. Then I Gecko Hayate, the proctor of this preliminary exam call it into beginning. When the board shows your name, please come down from one of the two balconies. When I say the fight is over, you stop. Any questions? There were none and they all waited as the electronic board on the wall lit up and cycled through names. Choji Akamaiki, Leaf. Dosu Kinuta, Sound. Hayate looked at it and nodded. Would the competitors remain on the arena floor? All others please join your Jonin senseis in the balconies above. Hayate waited until they did so and looked at the two with him on the arena floor. Ready? He asked raising his hand. At twin nods he brought his hand down. Fight. Fight. Naruto watched as Choji went right for the Akamaiki, human. Boulder. Attack. One trick pony. Naruto said and Sakura nodded as Choji rolled around the arena floor. The Oto Nin was easily dodging. You'd think he'd try something else. Sakura said as Choji hit the wall and got stuck. Dosu tried to attack, but Choji faked him out and flattened him. As Choji laughed, the proctor announced him the winner. With a poof, he returned to his normal size and was still standing on Dosu, who was groaning at the weight. Winner. Choji Akamaiki. Yeah, I did it, Choji said, jumping up and down. Naruto shook his head. He got lucky that Dosu didn't attack before that. The board activated and they waited. Would the next two competitors come to the arena floor? Rock Lee, Leaf. Akato Yoroi, Leaf. The fight was short. Yoroi boasted his ability to drain chakra. But he drew an opponent that didn't use any. Lee's speed and taijutsu skills decimated Akato, who had nothing after his chakra drain failed. Winner. Rock Lee. Hiya. Tay announced and Lee bounced around cheering. His own sensei cheered as well. 2 down, many more to go. Both turned to look at Kakashi. Sensei. Naruto said, his lone eye meeting his teachers. Raku was getting her ribs rewrapped. She'll see you both later. Naruto nodded as the next match was called as Hinata Hyuga. Leaf used her family's style to decimate Konkuro Sabuku, Sand. She used her Byakugan to sever the chakra strings and then destroy the puppet. Konkuro cried out and gave up. With his puppet destroyed, he had no real means to continue. Sensei, is it me, or are those specialized in one style lost with their tools destroyed? Correct, Naruto. As you saw, there are ninja who rely on their bloodlines or certain weapons to carry them. That is why I stressed you learning weapons along with taijutsu and ninjutsus. That way you have more than one means to fight. Hinata was declared the winner. Naruto saw her look at him and blush. Why is she looking at me like that? Naruto thought. He blinked at the next two names the board displayed. Neji Hyuga, Leaf. Sakura Haruno, Leaf. Sakura looked at him and he put a hand on her shoulder. Be careful. Neji's got an ego and uses psychology along with the Juken style. Nared and headed to the floor. Sensei. Naruto asked. Neji is a prodigy. He might be a member of the branch family, but he is a skilled opponent. Just remember, we're here and proud of you. Kakashi said. Sakura walked down the stairs. You should give up now. Neji intoned once she stood across from him. And you should get some better conditioner. You have split ends. Sakura said, taking up her stance. Fate has declared me the winner. You can either leave now and spare yourself the humiliation, or I will destroy you. Come on, Sakura. Kick his ass. Naruto yelled. Neji looked up. An annoyed expression crossed his face. Still acting like a howler monkey when no one wants to hear from you. She is weaker than you and you cheer for her destruction. Neji looked at Hayate. Start the match. It won't be long. Fight. Sakura bent back, avoiding a strike from Neji, and brought her foot up, missing his jaw by a centimeter as he evaded. She continued with a couple of kicks and a leg sweep, which turned into a handstand, and she began spinning, her feet like helicopter blades, and Neji was forced to block and evade the powerful kicks. Sakura flipped over feet and lunged with a palm strike. Neji lashed out and hit a point on her arm. Ah! Sakura backed up, her arm numb from the elbow down. Neji had his Byakugan eyes activated and was smirking. Give up. You won't win, he said. Sakura jabbed several areas on her arm, finding the right one. Neji blinked in surprise as she shook her arm and was flexing her fingers, which still looked a bit stiff. You don't think my sensei taught us ways around the Juken strikes? Sakura shook her head. Your ego really is as large as the Hokage monument. She reached behind her and pulled out the pair of blunted kama. I would use my real ones. But you are a fellow Leaf Nin, Sakura said, and she gave them a spin in her hands. She came in swinging, her whole body moving as if dancing. Neji backed away, his eyes taking in her movements. When she went for an uppercut blow that scratched his chin, his eyes widened as he leapt over her and touched his chin, which was bleeding. You cut me, he accused. Sakura shrugged. You're too pretty to be a fighter. She taunted and smirked. Maybe what they is true, you do well in a brothel. I heard you like boys. Several eyes in the balcony widened and Naruto laughed as Sakura finally started to learn insults were part of psychological warfare. Neji snarled. His Byakugan eyes blazed with rage, and Hinata in the balcony saw this. Oh, no, she whispered, our hands clenching the front of her jacket. Neji came in and dodged Sakura's blunted kama, his hands blurring as they hit her arms. He backed away as Sakura stood there, arms at her side, the kama drew. PPing to the ground from her nerve-deadened hands. She saw him coming in again and spun with a kick that sent him skipping across the arena floor. Great, I can't feel my arms. Sakura thought. What am I going to do? Sakura thought as she watched Neji get up. Oh, he looks pissed. Maybe I shouldn't have recommended he work a brothel. No, you think. Inner Sakura snarked. Stow it you. He looks like he's going to kill us. Sakura thought to her inner persona. We need to do something and fast. Inner Sakura said. Neji came in and Sakura went out of her way to avoid his strikes. She spun around and kicked him in the back, sending him rolling, and she thanked Kakashi-sensei for his taijutsu and endurance training. Let me try something. Inner Sakura said. Try what? Sakura wondered as the inner persona brought up a mental image of her body. She watched as the inner persona studied it, and then to her surprise she felt the pull of chakra and then her arms tingled. There. Try it now. Inner Sakura said with a satisfied smirk. How? Sakura asked. I'm not sure, but we need to talk later. Inner Sakura said, and Sakura agreed. When Neji came in again, she smirked and connected with an uppercut palm strike that sent him in the air. Remembering Kakashi's lessons, Sakura leapt up as well, and while Neji was in the air she did a flip kick sending him higher. She shushined to the ceiling, and when he was in ear she clenched her hands together and slammed him with a double axe handle blow. Neji created a crater upon impact and Sakura landed next to it. She sighed. Yeah, way to go Sakura, Naruto said, cheering her on. She turned to smile but felt something strike her leg. Her green eyes turned to look down to see Neji on his knees and her legs buckled under the onslaught of his attack. You were within range of my divination, Neji intoned, and she felt a chill go up her spine. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Neji's strikes connected on 2 different points of Sakura's body. 2 strikes, he intoned. His hands were a blur of motion as he struck Sakura again and again. 4 strikes, 8 strikes, 16 strikes, 32 strikes, 64 strikes. Streams of chakra surged from Neji's fingertips through Sakura's body. Short needle-like beams of chakra could be seen piercing Sakura's body as she flew through the air and landed in an unmoving heap. It's over. Call it, Neji said, catching his breath. Sakura, however, wasn't done, and to the surprise of all and the shock of Neji, she was pushing herself up. Inside her mind, inner Sakura was frantically trying to undo the damage. That bastard. Let me at him, I'll kill him. She yelled as she worked fast, knowing she didn't have long and Sakura was on her last legs after those strikes. You think I'm a weak fangirl still, Sakura said, panting between words. Her arms shaking as she pushed herself upright. Neji was shocked that she was able to move, as was Hinata watching from the balcony. No one was supposed to overcome that attack. Kakashi, Guy said, looking at his longtime rival. What have you been teaching your students? Everything I know, the one-eyed Jonin said. But I don't know how she did this. He thought, watching as well. His hand on Naruto's shoulder, he could feel the boy's tension. Sakura pushed herself to her feet, wobbling like a punch-drunk boxer. I have grown. I am no longer the weak girl that had to be protected by my teammates. Sakura said. I am stronger, and I will show you and everyone that I won't be taken down easily. Her shaking hand was reaching up for the patch that covered her eye. Neji realized that he couldn't let that happen. He lunged and his strike connected with Sakura's heart. At the same time her eye became revealed. She staggered back several steps and blinked. He took a step towards him and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Sakura dropped to a knee. No, she whispered. No, not like this. We need to do something. We need to matter. To show Naruto-kun we aren't weak. To show him we can be a strong woman for him. Inner Sakura was ranting. It's over, Sakura realized. He hit my heart. I'm dying. From the balcony Naruto's roar of rage was heard, and everyone around him was thrown back by the sheer violence of his erupting chakra, even as Hayate announced Neji the winner. Sakura-chan. Quote, Sakura-chan. Naruto roared and leapt from the balcony. Kakashi was stunned at being thrown back. Neji, exhausted, made the mistake of being between Naruto and what was his. The blow sent him flying across the arena and he impacted with the giant statue and it collapsed. Naruto reached Sakura. He put a hand to her pulse. Kakashi watched as his student began CPR, and called for the medics to get their asses in gear. "Come on, Sakura-chan. Don't do this to me," he said, his voice changing back and forth as his emotions were spilling out. "Come on, medic," he called. Kakashi reached his student's side and pulled her patch down, hoping the loss of chakra wouldn't be a factor. Kakashi's hand sped through the medical jutsus he knew pushed the jutsu at the girl. "He hit her heart," he said as the information came to him. Then looking back over his shoulder he yelled for help. "Where the hell are the medics?" Naruto continued with CPR as Kakashi used up the medical jutsus he knew. He turned and saw them attending Neji and rushed. "My student is suffering from. We don't deal with demon whores," the medic said as he turned back to attend the concussion Neji suffered. It was the last thing he did as Kakashi slit the man's throat. He rushed back to Sakura and looked at Naruto. "Give her to me, I'll get her to the hospital." Naruto looked at him and nodded, backing away as Kakashi picked up Sakura. She was like a rag doll. Kakashi shushin ed away at the same time releasing the chakra weights, his mind flowing like a hurricane as he worried about losing another student. Naruto stood, he had blood on his cheek from when Sakura coughed up blood while he was doing CPR to keep her alive. He looked at Neji taking several steps towards him. The temperature in the room dropped as if everyone stood naked in the Arctic. Naruto found his way blocked by Team 9's sensei, Gaimeda. Out of the way, he growled. His hair was starting to stand on end and his eye flashed back and forth from blue to red then back again. "Stop," Gai said. "I can't let you do this." "Naruto," the Hokage called, stepping onto the arena floor. He had frozen when Naruto landed on the floor, shocked at the anger the boy was showing. Naruto's eye didn't look away from Neji. He tried to kill Sakura-chan. "I know, Naruto, I know. But you can't do this. Not like this." Naruto growled and several jonin watching tensed. He reached up and touched his cheek. His hand came back with Sakura's blood. "By this blood I swear, I will avenge what you've done to Sakura-chan." Naruto said, clenching his fist, his nails digging into his skin and mixing his blood with Sakura's. Kakashi reappeared when it looked like Naruto was going to bulldoze his way past Gai and the others that were digging Neji out. "Naruto," Kakashi said, ignoring the tension. "Naruto, look at me," Kakashi ordered. The blonde finally pulled his head back and looked at his sensei, the lone eye fading back to blue as his breathing steadied. Kakashi put a hand on his student's shoulder. "She's going to be okay," Kakashi said. "The doctors say that you saved her life keeping her alive like that." Naruto said nothing, but allowed Kakashi to lead him back to the balcony. Not surprising, everyone there backed away. This wasn't the Naruto they knew. The new medics carried Neji out. He had a concussion and would require rest for a few days. The board chimed and all eyes turned to see who was next. Shino Aburame, Leaf, Tsurugi, Leaf. Shino's bugs made short work of Kabuto's last teammate and Shino advanced. Naruto was sitting with his head down. Kakashi had forced him to meditate to calm himself. Ino Yamanaka and Kin of the Sound Village battled that ended in a double knockout. Asuma collected his student while the medics took Kin up as her sensei was missing. Tamari Subaku O.F. Suna beat down Kiba Inuzuka and Akamaru with several wind jutsus and she hit Akamaru like a baseball with her fan as it was closed. Kurenai leapt down and caught the dog before it hit the wall. Kiba and Akamaru were loaded onto stretchers as Tamari was announced the winner. And yet another match sporting the Leaf Village was rather quick as Shikamaru Nara gave up as Ten began her attack and before any of her weapons connected. Ten pouted at the weak win. Shikamaru shrugged and muttered that it was too troublesome, and slouched as he walked up the stairs. "That was weak, Shika," Naruto said, his eyes still closed. "Meh, I didn't feel like being a pincushion and it was too troublesome to dodge all the weapons she was pulling out." Kakashi looked at the board and groaned as the last match was announced. Gaara Sabuku, Sand. Naruto Uzumaki, Leaf. Naruto looked at the red head and cocked his head to the side, studying him. Gaara looked at him as if studying something under his nails. The raccoon-like eyes stared at him. "Mother says you can prove my existence," Gaara said, his voice flat. Naruto blinked, his lone eye taking in Gaara. "Your mother sounds like a whack job." Gaara gave a cold smile. "You will offer your blood to mother." "Fight." Naruto vanished and reappeared in front of Gaara. How about my fist instead? His hand was stopped by a barrier of sand. Naruto flipped away as a tendril of sand rushed out to strike him. He spun and slammed a palm strike into another tendril. He ran along the arena wall avoiding sand spikes and he leapt high into the air and in midair shushined. Gaara looked around and the near kick had him wide-eyed. In the balcony Temari looked on wide-eyed as her brother and looked at her sensei. That was close, he's fast. Baki nodded as he watched the blonde move around quicker attacking Gaara at numerous angles. One palm strike landed on Gaara's shoulder spinning him around and Naruto reappeared with a high roundhouse kick, that partially hit as Gaara's sand got in the way, but it was enough to spin him. Naruto reappeared above and hit an axe kick, again blocked and this time a tendril of sand grabbed Naruto by the ankle and slammed him into the ground, cracking the tiles. The same tendril lifted Naruto into the air, but he used a substitution jutsu and reappeared behind Gaara and kicked the gourd, shattering it and sending the redhead flying. Naruto smiled, but before Gaara hit the wall a cushion of sand appeared behind him and he was lowered to the floor. The blonde sighed and formed the cross seal. Cage Bunshin, he snarled, and a dozen clones appeared. Get him! They charged. Amidst a chorus of yells, the kunai they drew slicing away at sand as it rose up to meet them. All around the arena many were taking mental notes of the battle. The Hokage watched as the two met. He'd hoped that they wouldn't, but if they could eliminate the Suna Jinchuriki, it might help in the long run. Naruto leapt into the air while his clones attacked and pulled out a series of shuriken. He attached exploding notes to them and rushed along the wall, as his clones kept the redhead's attention and once he was sure he launched the exploding shuriken. He smirked as the redhead moved his head, which he wasn't aiming for, and when he attacked the clones, the explosion took him from behind. In the balcony, Kakashi smirked but he ND his mask as Naruto planted more exploding tags and pinballed the sand user from one to another. Interesting strategy. Kakashi turned to see Guy. I wish to apologize for Neji's actions. Kakashi didn't say anything. There will be a reckoning. He went too far. I know, Guy said. I am not sure what to do with him. His ego and superiority, they are not youthful, but he holds on to his bitterness and hatred like armor. Kakashi shook his head as another explosion took place below. It is an armor Naruto will peel off of him as he is doing to the Sunanin below. Not only is his explosions keeping his opponent off balance, but he is destroying the sand. Guy watched as Naruto and Gaara were lobbing hunks of the arena at one another. Naruto using the substitution jutsu to avoid the sand that Gaara was able to still use. This could be a while, Kakashi said. He looked at Guy. I suggest you keep Neji well away from Naruto for now. Sakura is his only world right now. If I hadn't returned and told him she was okay, I don't think we'd be talking right now. Your student is that good. His rage would make what he holds seem like a naughty kitten that got caught with the canary. Yuto has improved so much since. He looked on as his remaining student kicked and punched. The battle was in close now, the sand once more getting in the way. The clones were dealing with the tendrils as they rose. But there still was a lot of sand for Gaara to use. Naruto, who are you fighting for? Yourself, Sakura, me, or Sasuke? The one-eyed Jonin sighed as Naruto got too close and was slammed into the arena wall. At the same time Gaara screamed, "My blood, I'm bleeding, aaggghhhh." The Sunanin looked nervous and Gaara was holding his shoulder where Naruto stabbed him with a kunai. This just got more dangerous, Kakashi said, feeling the spike in killing intent. This went from a preliminary elimination round to the main event at WR thought as Naruto's clones attacked the sand holding him to the wall. Gaara was gathering the sand around him to form an orb, while screaming about blood and pain. Across the way Temari looked scared. He's been hurt. Baki was pale. Shit, he's going to transform here. What do we do? We never expected this to happen, Temari said. Kankuro, who had returned, looked on in fear. I think this is the case of putting our heads between our knees. Look up and kiss our collective asses goodbye. Temari was nearly forced to agree. She was afraid, a bit for herself, but more so for her little brother. The orb of sand formed around the wounded Gaara. Naruto's clones he created began to chip their way in, while the original stood back and planned out his next move. He's like I am. He holds something. Naruto thought, but he's too reliant on the sand, his taijutsu is non-existent. The blonde thought, one of his clones dispelled and he got the information. I'll have to use it. He thought and took up a stance. He put a hand over his head and began to gather chakra while his left hand formed the seal. In the balcony Kakashi saw this, his eye widened. What is he doing? Guy asked. During our time training, Naruto came up with several pure chakra attacks. He made them. Guy was surprised. Kakashi chuckled. He's very inventive when motivated. So what's this one? Guy asked as they watched chakra spin and flatten out, forming a disc that soon was as big as a manhole cover. He's dubbed this one Destructo disc. I'd say it's an A-rank assassination move. A-rank, Guy said in shock and surprise while questioning his longtime rival. Yeah, when he throws it, it cut and cauterizes. I avoided it and it sliced through several trees. Below Naruto hurled the disc of chakra and they watched as it was deflected by a tendril of sand. But the real kicker is that if it's avoided, or deflected, it comes back. The disc spun through the air and seemed to run the arena wall, leaving a furrow where its edge seemed to lightly brush. Those in the balcony watched as it returned and attacked again. This time the tendril wasn't fast enough and was sliced in half, along with the top of the orb. As the sand fell to the ground, everyone could see in to the orb from above and were shocked at what they were seeing. Sweet Kami. Gaara was merged with his sand, half flesh, half sand, which was looking like a raccoon. Naruto dispelled the disc before it could come around again. He thought and discarded several plans, then pulled out a scroll and after biting his thumb tossed it to the center of the arena. Release. Once the cancellation was activated, everyone watched as the scroll spewed a fountain of water into the air, and the arena floor was soon an inch deep in water. This had the bonus of ruining the rest of the sand and causing the bottom of the sand orb to turn to mush and collapse, bringing it down around Gaara and revealing him to Naruto. Ugh! Talk about fugly. You got hit by the ugly stick, Naruto said. Gaara's eyes, sand and D-normal locked on him and he swung with the arm of sand. Naruto leapt in the air and the appendage connected with the wall where he'd been with the force of a battering ram, cracking it. Naruto watched as the water got deeper. But Gaara seemed to ignore it as he sent tendrils of sand at Naruto from his still dry sand. Naruto avoided them and his hands spun about. Water style. Water dragon jutsu. The water formed up and Kakashi on the balcony was proud. Naruto had mastered this without the use of the Sharingan. He hadn't copied any jutsu that Kakashi taught him, he learned them all the proper way. The water dragon roared and sped at Gaara, slamming him into the wall with the force of a locomotive. As the Suna Genin slid to the ground, his ribs in pain, Naruto formed another series of seals. Lightning style. Lightning missile jutsu. The arrow of lightning launched, not at Gaara, but at the water-covered floor that was now 12 inches deep and Gaara was sitting in. Hayate, the P-Roctor managed to leap into the air and landed near the Hokage and the safety of the raised platform a second before the lightning arrow hit the water. Gaara's scream was normal and echoed as if two voices were coming out at the same time. Shocking, Naruto said using chakra to stick to the wall. My god, Temari said as she looked at the smoking form of her younger brother. Is he? Did she looked at Baki who shook his head in wonder as well. This had been a first for them in many ways. Gaara had been hurt, and now it looked like he was beaten, by all the reports the dead last of Konoha's academy. If he's the dead last, what can their best do? Baki thought that the plan was definitely down the crapper. Naruto looked on, as Gaara's body twitched as the water was still charged. Oops, I think I used too much chakra in that last one, he thought. Naruto. He turned to look up at Kakashi who was above him. Stop playing around. Naruto nodded and looked at Hayate who was walking along the wall to reach Gaara. He looked and made a decision. Winner. Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto smirked, but remembered that Sakura was hurt. He cancelled the water jutsus and watched as the water began to drain away. He touched down and picked up the scroll and was about to head to the balcony when he was rammed from behind, several spikes of sand piercing his flesh. Rolling, his back screaming in pain and blood ran from his wounds. He saw sand rising from the cracks in the floor and saw that Gaara was using the wall to stand. What the hell? Naruto thought and wouldn't be surprised that it was The same thought of many around the balconies. Die. Gaara screamed and all the sand he'd summoned up from beneath the tiles formed a spear and raced at Naruto, who was shocked that Gaara was alive, much less standing from the last attack. The spear nearly reached him when it was batted aside by Kakashi, who landed in front of him. "You will not harm my student," he growled. "Sensei, I was too slow to stop Neji earlier. Because I believed a fellow leaf ninja wouldn't do what he did. But I won't allow you to harm my last student." "Why?" Gaara rasped. "Why do you protect him? He's my student. All my students are precious to me. I would die to protect them," Kakashi said. The others in the balcony tensed, and Gaara's sensei wondered if they could escape while Konoha dealt with Gaara. "He can prove my existence," Gaara said, looking past Kakashi to Naruto. "He can give me the fight that will please Mother. You'll need to look elsewhere," Kakashi said. "Your fight here is done." "No," Gaara said as sand rose from the floor to swirl around him. "My fight isn't finished until he dies." Kakashi uncovered his Sharingan and his hands formed the seal, and soon the arena was filled with the sound of chirping birds. Up in the stands the genin watched. "What is that?" Lee asked his sensei. "That is Kakashi's one and only original jutsu. The Chidori. It is an assassination technique," Guy was saying. He looked over and saw the Suna team was gone. They abandoned their teammate and student. He thought in surprise. Below, Gaara attacked and Kakashi was a blur of speed as he dropped the sea. Hakra waits and he reappeared right in front of Gaara, his attack buried into the young man's chest. Gaara looked down in shock. "So fast," he said as blood came out of his mouth as his lungs filled with blood. In his mind he could hear Shukaku screaming. Kakashi's attack had connected with the one place that the Jinchuriki couldn't regenerate. The heart as Kakashi's attack had destroyed it and cauterized the wounds. Gaara looked at Kakashi's eyes and he looked to see the blonde approaching, a sad look on the boy's face. Naruto took his hand. "I'm sorry." "Why?" Gaara asked, confused. Naruto knelt next to him. "I could have been like you," he said. "In some ways we are similar. We both were sacrifices for others," Naruto said, looking at the dying boy on the floor. He wished his sensei hadn't killed. But Kakashi had done it to protect him. "I realized it when we fought. We both carry burdens." BTO saw Gaara looking at him. "I had people who cared for me, people who helped me in the dark times." Naruto looked to the balcony. "You sensei and teammates have left you. Brother, sister," Gaara said, and a tear slipped from his eye. "They could have helped you, but they were afraid of you. They left you to your darkness." Naruto said, "I had old man Hokage, old man Ichiraku and his daughter. Later I had Iruka sensei, then I had my teammates. We were broken, misfits, but we connected." Naruto said, "You never had that. Even on a team, you were alone. I'm sorry your life was shit. I'm sorry you had to die like this. I won't leave you alone to die. I know what being alone is, and it sucks." Kakashi looked at his student, and despite the battle they'd waged, the pair had formed a bond of opponents. Kakashi hated that he'd been forced to kill the boy, but the order had come in earlier. That should the Suna Jinchuriki become unstable, he was to be removed. His attack after the match was the straw, and Kakashi wasn't going to hesitate to protect his student. He listened while Naruto spoke to Gaara, and he was proud of his student. He saw Naruto's wounds were healing already. "I understand you, Gaara, and you didn't have to prove your existence. You just needed, cold, cough." Naruto took off his jacket and laid it over the dying boy. "I think, in another life, we could have been great friends," Naruto said. A feeling of sadness rolled over him, and he wondered if this would be his fate. To die alone, surrounded by enemies. Friends. Cough, cough. Naruto nodded. "Yeah, someone to lean on. Who's special, who you would do everything to fight for and protect. And they would do the same with you," Naruto said, and he saw Gaara's eyes dimming. "You'd be, my friend." "Yeah," Naruto said low as the life left Gaara's eyes and he died, taking with him the one-tailed demon, Shukaku. Naruto bowed his head. This was another person he connected with that died. First Haku, who killed Sasuke and Naruto in turn killed, and now Gaara, who had been an enemy. But Naruto would call a friend here at the end. Medics arrived and loaded Gaara's body on a stretcher. "Stay. I'll arrange for his burial," Naruto said. The medics looked over at the Hokage, who nodded his head. Ibiki had just informed him that the Suna team had retreated save for the girl who had advanced. She was in the hotel and from what they heard was sobbing. Naruto stayed with the body as the Hokage explained that they would have a month off to prepare for the finals, which would be a single elimination tournament. Everyone pulled a card from the box that was held by Anko. Choji, 1, Lee, 8, Yash, 10-10, 6, 3, Shino said holding up his card. 2, from Neji, his tone was bored. F4, Hinata said and shrank back from her cousin's gaze. 7, Naruto said showing his card. Ibiki who was marking them down muttered. Suna chicks got 5. The Hokage nodded as Ibiki held up the brackets. These are the first round fights. You know how this goes, so good luck in preparation. Naruto ignored the Hokage's speech, his eyes were on Neji who was facing Choji in the first round. Naruto knew that the only way to face Neji was to make it to the finals. He looked at Lee who was talking about how his flames of youth would shine. Kakashi put a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Come on, we'll see how Sakura's doing and then we can prepare a funeral for Gaara. Naruto nodded. Would you send word to the girl from his team? He said that she was his sister. Kakashi nodded. I'll take care of it. Thanks, Naruto said and limped out. His wounds were healing from the last attack Gaara hit him with. But there was still some damage. I'll probably be healed by the time I reach the hospital. I hope Sakura-chan is alright. A pair of lavender eyes watched Naruto leave, concern was in them. Naruto stood before the nurse's station, an annoyed look on his face. I just wish to see my teammate. Naruto said, and I want you dead. Guess neither of us get what we want. The woman said, now leave before I call Anbu and tell them you're upsetting the patients. Naruto clenched his fist. I'll never be accepted. Naruto thought and turned to go, stopping at seeing Sakura's mother. Kimura Haruno standing there. Haruno slap. Naruto's greeting was stopped by the strike to his face from the enraged mother. It's your fault, she said. Stay away from my daughter, you monster. Naruto lowered his head and the woman stormed away from him and he closed his eye and forced the tear back, before he rushed away. She's right. It is my fault, Naruto thought and he was gone. Kakashi arrived 5 minutes later and looked around. He looked at the nurse. Excuse me, what room is Sakura Haruno in please? I'm her sensei. Second floor, room 2210. The desk nurse said and went back to her paperwork. Happy that the Kyuubi brat was gone before a man like Hitaki showed up. Of course she thought a great ninja like him would deal with the demon brat. Kakashi entered room 2210 and saw Kimura Haruno sitting next to her daughter's bed. Sakura was still unconscious. I'm surprised Naruto isn't here, Kakashi said. Kimura remained silent as she fussed with her daughter's hair. Kakashi took up the seat across from her. He left before me. I had to file my report with the Hokage. Kimura sighed. I chased him away. Kakashi stood. Why? It's his fault she's hurt. I don't want him around her anymore. First she loses an eye and now this. Next time she'll be dead. Kakashi turned to go. I hope I'm here when you tell Sakura what you've decided. He left to find his other student. Kakashi was not usually one to show his emotions, but right now if he wasn't wearing his mask people would see him looking frantic as he rushed all over Konoha looking for his blonde-haired student. He checked their apartment, the ramen stand, the training ground, the bridge and the park. He then searched the theaters, the academy and the Hokage tower. Each place he checked and didn't find Naruto. His fear spiked. Come on Naruto. Don't let people's stupidity get to you. Kakashi thought. Every damn time we make progress. He collided with someone and was on his feet again. Inoichi. Kakashi. What's wrong? Inoichi Yamanaka asked seeing the usually laid-back Jonin looking frazzled. Have you seen Naruto? Naruto. No. Why? Inoichi watched as Kakashi ran off. Inoichi got a feeling and went after him. While Kakashi was searching for him, Naruto sat atop the head of the fourth Hokage looking over the village that had been his home. His mind a whirlwind of everything. Kimura. Haruno's slap mark faded from his cheek as his healing factor took care of that, making just another memory. His mind wasn't even on her words or the words of the nurse. His mind was on Sakura and Neji's actions. How the Hyuga pushed through his pain and still managed to hit a desperation attack on Sakura that gave him the win and nearly killed Sakura. I need to learn about the Hyuga style and develop a counter. He thought. Sakura-chan found a way. He thought about her fight and knew that despite not wanting to admit it, Sakura had given the Hyuga too many openings. He would be the first to admit that he was depressed. He thought that Sakura's mom would be different, but the slap confirmed that she saw him as the monster, not the boy. He stood up deciding to see if Kakashi had made arrangements for Gaara's funeral. He was looking over the village on the edge of the head when he heard, "Naruto, don't jump." Naruto turned and cocked his head at his sensei. "Huh, whatever Kimura told you, it's not worth jumping off the monument for," Kakashi said, slowly edging towards Naruto. "I wasn't going to jump," Naruto said. He saw Inoichi huffing as he caught up to Kakashi. "Hey Inoichi-san," the blonde said to the older blonde. "Just come away from the ledge, Naruto," Kakashi said, holding a hand up to his student. Naruto walked towards his sensei. "I wasn't going to jump, sensei. I was just up here thinking," Naruto said. Once Naruto was wedged, Kakashi surprised Naruto, pulling him to him and hugging him. "Don't scare me like that." Naruto looked at Inoichi, who shrugged, then left the teacher and student alone. "What happened?" Naruto asked. "Is Sakura-chan all right?" "She's asleep," Kakashi said. "What happened to you?" Naruto looked away. "Stupid nurse wouldn't let me in, and then, Himura said something to you," Kakashi said. Naruto shrugged. "She's just worried about Sakura." "It's more than that," Kakashi said. Naruto shrugged. "Did you take care of a funeral for Gaara?" He asked to change the subject. "Yes, I sent a Chunin with the note for the girl," Kakashi said. "His sister," Naruto said, and he wondered if anyone would be there for him. Despite the concern from Kakashi and Sakura, he wondered if they would leave him like Gaara's team left him, to die alone in enemy territory. "Come on, you can see Sakura, and then we'll need to start talking about your training." They walked. Naruto thought about it. "Sensei, what do you know about the Hyuga and their taijutsu style?" Naruto entered Sakura's hospital room and stopped as Kimura glared at him. Kakashi's hand on high's shoulder gave him the confidence to go forward. He looked at Sakura and then at Kakashi. "The doctors say she'll be fine. You helped save her when you performed CPR." Kakashi had been reprimanded by the Hokage after everyone had cleared out for his handling of the medic nin's refusal of help. The tail end was calmer, but it stuck in his mind. Flashback. "I will deal with this, Kakashi. You see to your students. And I will make sure that none of the medical staff pull something like that again. They shouldn't pull it to begin with," Kakashi said, a note of disrespect in his voice. The Hokage sighed. "I didn't say anything, because you did right, but I wish you would have waited for my order to do so." Kakashi nodded his head that he understood. "See to your students." Dismissed. End flashback. "Tomorrow I am petitioning to have Sakura removed from ninja duties," Kimura said, looking at Naruto and Kakashi. "It's obvious it's far too dangerous, and I refuse to allow my child to continue this nonsense. She is an adult and the choice is hers, not yours," Kakashi said. "The minute she passed her exam and put on that headband she became an adult." "That's nonsense. She's 16. I'm her mother," Kimura said. Kakashi shook his head. "I will not argue this with you here. But you will find that you have very little say over Sakura's life." He looked at Naruto. "Come on. We have things to do still. And after I drop you off at home I'll find Raku and see how she is." Naruto looked like he wanted to say something, but nodded as he remembered that their masked teammate had hurt her ribs. "Tell her I hope she's all right," Naruto said as they walked the corridor of the hospital. "I will. You rest. It's been a long couple of days and I'll leave you a couple of scrolls to read," Kakashi said. Kakashi sighed as he entered the ramen stand. Naruto had taken a hot shower and had fallen asleep as soon as he stretched out on the couch. "Kakashi," Tsuki said in greeting. "What can I get you?" the ramen chef asked. The Jonin noticed Kotetsu and Azuma working the stand and smirked. "I was hoping I could have a moment of Ayame's time." The cook nodded and motioned to the back. "Kakashi, I found the girl sitting at the desk doing the record keeping." He saw her reach for a paper on the far edge of the desk and wince. "You should be resting," Kakashi said, getting her to jump and wince in surprise. "I am resting. Those two are working the shop and running orders." Kakashi noticed her hand was wrapped. I didn't know you hurt your hand as well. I didn't. The stupid marker Naruto used won't wash off. If he stops by I can't let him see it. Ayame said. Dad's going to tell him I'm on errands, but if I run into him until it's gone, I'm just going to tell him I burned my hand on a pot. And your ribs. A crate fell on me while I was stocking the shelves. Ayame said. I care about the boy, but he's not always observant. Kakashi chuckled. He's gotten better. Ayame nodded. I heard about Sakura. She started. She'll make a full recovery. Naruto's going to be headhunting in the finals. Kakashi said and told her about the boy's desire to learn about the Hyuga. Do you want me to stay out of sight? Ayame asked. As Raku, for now. You might want to show up for the finals and show him your support. Ayame nodded. Dad's mad I got hurt, until I explained to him what happened. Now he's concerned about me doing ninja work. Kakashi sighed. Parents, he muttered. He waved off Ayame's look. Just take it easy and heal up. Knowing Naruto, he'll be in a couple of times unless he trains himself into the ground. Ayame nodded. She knew the blonde well enough. I'll go and see Sakura tomorrow. Watch out for her mother. She's anti-ninja right now and blames Naruto for what happened. Ayame nodded, deciding to wear her ninja outfit to keep her identity hidden. It's like the worst kept secret, but truthfully only Dad, Kakashi and the Hokage know who Raku is. Most the students that I graduated with are dead. She sighed at that depressing thought. I just hope my new team ends up better than my last. Close your eyes, focus inwards. Makoto Uchiha said. She'd arrived at Hitaki Uzumaki apartment to find the blonde studying a scroll this morning. But, no, you are skilled enough as is. You need to learn to control your temper as well about the proper use of the Sharingan. Naruto looked at Kakashi, who nodded. I've been cutting corners in teaching you. The silver-haired Jonin admitted. What about Sakura-chan? He asked. I will work with her once she's fully healed. There is some stress in proper instruction. Makoto said. She'd heard about Haruno's mother's reaction and was not happy with the woman. It had taken a lot of willpower and control and a from the Hokage to keep Makoto from having a go at the civilian woman. And Hitaki holding me back. The last Uchiha woman thought. Now this is how we do it. Hospital. Sakura groaned as her body told her that the morphine was wearing off. Where am I? You're in the hospital, stupid. What the hell? Sakura blinked as her inner self was back. If Naruto-kun wouldn't have saved me, I'd be dead. Sakura thought as she opened her eye. Her Sharingan eye felt weird and she reached up, groaning. Sakura dear, can you hear me? Mom. What the? Yeah, I can hear you, Mom. She said as her hand touched her face. Don't. Her mother said, stopping her. Why is my eye covered by gauze? Where's my eye patch? I had them do that, dear. I also would like for them to remove that eye. Sakura's normal eye snapped over towards her mother with a glare. Get out. Dear, be reasonable. Once you can leave this place you will go to the tower and resign from being a ninja. It's far too. Get the fuck out of my room. Sakura roared. Don't you take that tone with me, young lady. It's bad enough you went out and got hurt, but to be on the same team as. The door opened and the masked head of Raku poked in. I knew I heard a familiar yell. Raku. Sakura bit out. Would you kindly ask the doctor to remove my mother from the room and then remove her from the visitation list? I'd ask you to do it, but your ribs. Raku nodded and slipped back out. You can't do this. I'm your mother. Kimura Haruno said. And I'm a ninja. The moment I got my headband I became an adult. Kimura shook her head. You're being foolish. The door opened and a pair of Chunin entered. Is there a problem here? The first asked. Yes. Remove Mrs. Haruno from the hospital and take her off the approved visitor list. The only ones I wish to see are my teammates and my sensei and friends. The second Chunin moved towards Kimura. You can't do this. Ma'am, this is a ninja hospital. Your daughter is a ninja and makes her own decisions on care and. This is not over. Kimura was escorted out and Raku slipped back into the room. Sakura sighed as she leaned back. I thought she accepted. She said in a low voice. Sakura. Raku bu are you? Raku chuckled behind her mask. I'm not the one in a hospital bed. My ribs are doing fine. I have another treatment, and they should be better by the end of the week. Then I'm on light duty for the week after still. It's our advantage over the civilians is that with chakra healing wounds can be sped up. Sakura remained quiet for a moment. Do you know where my patch is? Raku checked the closet and the drawers and pulled out a neon orange eye patch. She showed it to Sakura, who smiled and accepted it. She peeled the gauze off and kept her Sharingan eye closed while she put the eye patch on. Better? Raku asked with a hint of amusement. Much. How long have I been here? 2 days so far, Raku said, taking a seat. Has Naruto been here? Sakura asked. Raku nodded. Kakashi. Sensei said he was chased off by your mother. Sakura scowled. He and Sensei will probably be by after their training this afternoon. Raku said. Sakura nodded. She was worried about the blonde. She'd been feeling his emotions while unconscious, and it bothered her how they ran the gambit. Do you know how everyone did after I lost? Well, Sensei stopped by my place and told me that you nearly beat the Hyuga prodigy. But lost in the end. Let's see. Shino Aburame beat a Konoha nin named Tsurugi. She looked nervous. Naruto won his match. He beat Gaara. Sakura's eye widened. Kakashi sense. I said he killed Gaara when he tried to attack Naruto after the match. The pink-haired girl sighed in relief. Raku continued. Your friend Ino had a draw with the Oto nin. The Suna Kunoichi beat Kiba. And that bun-haired girl from Team 9 beat the Nara from your class to finish the tournament. Sakura absorbed this. How are they doing the third part of the exam? A single elimination tournament. Sakura waited and rolled her hand for Raku to go on. The other girl laughed. Sorry, but I have no clue. Kakashi didn't tell me. You'll have to ask him when he and Naruto visit. Sakura sighed. Any clue as to when I can get out of here? Sadly no. You'll need to speak with your doctor once they get to you. Seems that some of the other competitors are in worse shape. Sakura sighed and looked out the window. Where are you, Naruto-kun? Training ground. Naruto groaned as Kakashi smirked. After their time with Makoto, Kakashi had dragged him to the training ground to teach him counters to Hyuga techniques. I hate you. Kakashi laughed. I know where you live, Sensei. Kakashi chuckled. I'll tell Makoto that you moan her name in your sleep. Kakashi went still. Naruto. The blonde laughed. Are you done pulverizing me? For now. Let's go see if Sakura's woken up. He saw the change in his student and put a hand on his shoulder. Her mother has no say in her being a ninja, and she can't keep me and you from her room. It's a ninja hospital. Civilians have no say in its running. Naruto nodded and allowed Kakashi to shushin them away. Hospital. Hey Sakura-chan. The blonde bounded in to the room with an energy that Sakura hadn't seen since the death of Sasuke. She smiled as he stopped before grabbing her in a hug. You can hug me, she said, and for the first time in days they both relaxed as Naruto sat on the edge of her bed and, being careful of the wires and tubes, hugged her. Sakura rested her head on his shoulder and felt whole. Do I get one of those? Kakashi asked. Sakura and Naruto exchanged looks, and Naruto launched himself at the silver-haired Jonin, whose eye widened and staggered as Naruto hugged him. Not from you, goof. Kakashi said as Naruto let him go. Kakashi. I walked up and put a hand on Sakura's shoulder. You scared us. I'm sorry. Next time hit him and make sure he's unconscious before you add more insults. Sakura nodded, and she realized that Kakashi and Naruto were her new family. They each sported a Sharingan eye, and the day Sasuke died had reforged them as a team. I'll be more careful next time, Sakura said. Raku just left. She's got a treatment for her ribs. Kakashi nodded. She told me you told her the results of the matches after I left. However, she said you didn't tell her the third exam matchups. Kakashi scratched the back of his head, and Sakura swore their sensei had been spending too much time around Naruto for him to copy that action. Well, did Raku tell you it's? Yes, a single elimination tournament. Now spill, Sakura said. She'd been poked and prodded for an hour after Raku had left. Well, Naruto is scheduled against Rock Lee. Sakura blinked. Bushy brow. Naruto supplied, and Sakura nodded in thanks for the reference. Lee's teammate 1010 takes on the Suna Kunoichi, Tamari. Sakura saw Naruto look down. What? Gaara's sister. Her other brother and sensei abandoned her here. Naruto said sadly. Kurena. I's students Shino and Hinata are facing off in the first round, and then Choji, Ino's teammate, takes on the bastard that put you here. Naruto growled. I swear, Sakura-chan, I'll get him. Ura panicked and put a finger to his mouth. I want you to be very careful around him, Naruto-kun. Neji is still recovering himself. Between the damage you did to him and Naruto putting him through the statue. Naruto hung his head. I apologized to Guy about that, but he was between me and Sakura-chan. Sakura took his hand and gave it a squeeze. Kakashi then told her of the training he was putting Naruto in and that once she was able she was to work with Makoto and the Sharingan. But, Sakura said looking at Naruto. It'll be fine, Sakura-chan. Naruto told her. Kakashi noticed Sakura's mother was absent and would speak with her later. For now he had 2 students to prepare training for. You don't have to, sensei. I mean focus on Naruto's training. Sakura said. I won't be able to do anything but light training and that won't be until near the end of the month. Sakura said sadly. I will not abandon my students. Kakashi said. It was times like this he missed his porn. Yeah, and you wait till you can train full-time again, Sakura-chan. Makoto's got some wicked things to teach you about the Sharingan as well. Way better than Kakashi-sensei and his cutting corners. Kakashi Lee, GHTLY swatted Naruto on the back of the head even as the blonde grinned at him. They spoke for over an hour before the nurse kicked them out saying Sakura had therapy session. Bye, Sakura-chan, Naruto said and was about to go. But his pink-haired teammate grabbed his hand. Sensei, could you give us a minute? Sakura asked. Kakashi looked from one to the other and nodded. Sakura waited until the door was closed. Sakura-chan, Naruto asked. She motioned for him to come closer and once he was she leaned in and kissed him, putting all her fears, concerns and her love for him into it. Time skip. The stadium was packed, standing room only. Naruto was on the arena floor and his eye landed on the Suna Kunoichi Tamari. He thought back to when the last time he saw her was Gaara's funeral. He thought sadly. Flashback. The darkened sky shed its tears in the form of rain. The small funeral had only 4 people. Kakashi, Naruto, the Hokage and Tamari. Naruto looked at the urn that held Gaara's remains and he turned to Tamari. I am sorry for your loss. Tamari, whose face was behind a veil, her head bowed, spoke. Her voice was gruff and Naruto knew she'd been crying since the exam. Why do you care? Your sensei killed him. Because he was like me, alone. He was sacrificed so others could live. If I didn't have my precious people, I might have turned out like him. When we fought, we came to understand one another. Tamari remained quiet. I too hold a demon. I know some of what Gaara's life must have been like. Hated, ignored, assassination attempts. Tamari's head came up. But I used all that to help me. To make me stronger and to protect my friends. Why did you and the others leave? Naruto asked and he saw her shoulders shake and knew she was crying. The demon Gaara held was Shukaku, the one-tailed sand demon. Tamari said as she looked at the urn. Our father used our mother and implanted Shukaku into Gaara. It wasn't that tedious or even a threat, it had been sealed into a teapot long ago. She saw the look on Naruto's face. My father wanted a weapon, but he could not control Gaara, and soon everyone feared my little brother, even me and Kankuro. She made a choking sound. He was a little boy and everyone ran away from him in fear. Naruto handed her a tissue. He had some in his jacket, in case he himself would have cried. Tamari seemed to harden as if making a decision. I need to tell your Hokage about a plot to bring down Konoha. I need to tell him Suna's part. Why? Why would you betray your village? Naruto asked. Tamari's eyes above the veil looked at Naruto. Because you the supposed enemy have shown my brother more kindness than his own village and family. I am ashamed of myself for my own actions toward Gaara. She turned her head. I will make things right. She said lowly. Naruto wondered how she planned to do that. The Hokage gave a service for Gaara and when it was over he presented the urn to Tamari. She saw it was well made and sported the Suna symbol. End flashback. Naruto looked at the other competitors, his eye resting on Neji and he knew he would have to wait for his chance to avenge Sakura. He listed as Genma explained the rules. Naruto had learned from Kakashi that Hayate had been killed a week ago, and with the information Tamari had given them, they had a clue as to who did it. His eyes went to the stands where he saw Sakura sitting with the masked Makoto. She waved to him and he smiled. On Sakura's other side was Raku in mask. Naruto still hadn't caught up with his new teammate. He was hoping after the exams he three of them could sit and really talk. Genma finished his speech and Naruto sighed. Sasuke should be here. This would be his time to shine. He thought as he touched his covered eye. I'll win for you, Sasuke. And Sakura-chan, and I will kill your brother for you. Believe it. The arena was cleared as Choji was left with Neji. Naruto watched as the prodigy decimated Choji, and it was over in less than a minute. Naruto sighed as they carried Choji away. His gaze went to Neji, who was looking at him and sneering. You'll get yours, you bastard. Naruto silently vowed. Shino and Hinata went next, and it became obvious that the two were just using taijutsu. Shino, however, made a mistake and a Juken strike put him on his back, and Hinata was declared the winner. Next match saw Tamari taking on Tenten. The two fought. But the moment Tenten went for weapons, she lost as Tamari used her wind jutsus to subdue and then beat Tenten, who she knocked out with a fan's strike. Naruto looked at Lee. They walked to the arena side by side. Don't hold back, Naruto. You either, bushy brow. The pair stood across from one another and waited for Genma to announce the start of the fight. The arm came down and they both moved with blinding speed. In the stands, Guy looked at Kakashi. You've worked his speed to even greater heights. Kakashi nodded. Naruto's got the stamina to learn anything, and with his spec-IAL ability his bones and muscles tear and become stronger overnight. He watched as the pair went at it with taijutsu. Everything Naruto learned he did so without the Sharingan. He gave Guy an eye smile. Naruto said this match against Lee is his proof that hard work is greater than those who are given the title of prodigy or genius. Guy had tears in his eyes and Kakashi realized what he said. And before he could protest, Guy pulled him into a tight hug. Everyone around them looked away as the sunset genjutsu formed, and Kakashi blamed this on his lack of porn. Perhaps I could find something to read. Maybe raid Naruto's manga collection. He thought as Guy screamed about flames of youth, and Kakashi's sweat dropped as a person ahead of them told them to shut up and weirdos. Naruto back flipped away. His feet hit the wall and he used the wall to springboard at Lee, who ducked. Naruto landed with a handspring and flipped to his feet, missing connecting with Lee's jaw by a hair's breadth. You are very skilled, Naruto. But I must win, for I too have to fight Neji. Lee said as he launched a flurry of right and left punches. Naruto avoided them, some barely, and he kicked Lee in the chest, backing him up and giving Naruto a bit of room. I'm afraid this is it, Lee. You are my friend, but Neji has earned my hatred. He attacked someone very precious to me and tried to kill her. My claim trumps your friendly rivalry. He jumped up, his hands blurring through a series of hand seals, and he spat a series of fireballs at Lee. Lee, take him off. Guy yelled. Rock Lee landed and looked at where his sensei was. Do it. Lee reached down and unhooked his ankle warmers and dropped them from his place on the wall. The crater they left told everyone these weren't simple weights. Naruto's sweat dropped. Glad he didn't connect. With the weights added, it would have felt like being hit by concrete blocks. Of course this gave Lee a greater range of speed, and Naruto managed to block, but his arms were starting to feel like they were being hit by steel. Naruto, Kakashi called, and everyone wondered what the cycloptic Jonin was going to say. Zero them out. Naruto ducked, dodged and leapt into the air. He touched the bands around his wrists and ankles and his belt, and suddenly he felt like he could fly. He rocketed towards Lee with a kick. Lee dodged, but the trench Naruto dug was deep. So you two were wearing weights? Lee said as they fought, blocking and dodging one another's attacks. Yep, Sensei had me wearing weights since we came back from our mission to Wave. Lee leapt. Leaf Hurricane. Naruto's forearms blocked, but he knew he couldn't take too many of those. He created a dozen shadow clones and set them on Lee while he prepared his trap attack. Sakura was tense as she watched Naruto fighting Lee. She watched as both dropped their weights. They are so fast. Naruto must have really worked hard to get this quick. Raku said from next to Sakura. The pink-haired girl hoped he would be alright. Why doesn't he use the Sharingan? She thought as Naruto sent a horde of clones at Lee and then throwing smoke bombs and obscuring the area. Behind her she was poked and turned to see Ino. Hey, what's he doing? Ino gestured to the smoke-filled arena. Not a clue, Sakura said, turning to look once more. Lee finally got the better of the clones and he NTED as he looked around for the original Naruto, but of the blonde there was no sign as. The smoke cleared. He blinked a second before he was pulled under the ground, his head stopping just above the ground. Naruto was standing there. Headhunter Jutsu. I learned that from Kakashi-sensei. Give up, Lee, you're trapped and I could punt your head from your shoulders. Lee struggled for a bit, but he was stuck. Very well, Naruto. Proctor. I yield. Naruto reached down and pulled Lee from the trap and smiled. I'm sorry for resorting to jutsus, Lee, but I need to put Neji in his place. Lee nodded and patted his shoulder as Genma announced Naruto the winner. They rejoined the others, while Lee went to get checked over and then he'd watched the rest from the stands. Naruto looked at the remaining three. His eyes landed on Neji and they both knew that they would meet in the finals. Neji would call it fate. Naruto called it an ass-kicking waiting to happen. Stadium. The intermission before the S.M.E. finals didn't seem to last long as the people filled the stadium up once more. During that time Naruto had found Sakura and the Reconnected, staring into one another's Sharingan eyes. You didn't sleep much either. Sakura stated. Naruto nodded. Kakashi-sensei says he's going to tie me down after this and make me sleep. Sakura nodded, hearing the same. The time apart had been hard on both. Drive. EAMS filled with the death of Sasuke which morphed into watching the other die. Sakura while at the hospital had been forced to sleep with the aid of drugs, but even that wasn't restful. Up close Naruto's eye was shadowed and she leaned against him, her head resting on his shoulder. Be careful, she said. I will be. Saint, 2 more fights. You better get back to your seat. Both teams turned to see Kakashi leaning against the wall. The crowd is getting back. There, Jonin sensei said. Sakura held on to Naruto for a bit more. Don't do anything stupid, she said. Hey, it's me, Naruto countered. That's what I mean, Sakura said with a smile to take the sting out. She'd been worried about him the whole time and she was frightened what Neji might do to him. Naruto watched until she was out of sight by taking the stairs. Before he sighed and looked at Kakashi. Let's do this. Kakashi nodded. He refused to go back near Guy and planned to stick close to Naruto until he was done with the finals. Naruto sighed as he waited for the proctor of the exam. He looked at Kakashi. Is he related to you, sensei? Kakashi gave Naruto a light rap on the side of the head. Brat, he said with hidden affection. He smiled behind his mask. Below in the arena the prodigy of the Hyuga was fighting the heir of the Hyuga and Hinata was doing surprisingly well. Naruto remembered her as a shy, weird, tea-tearing girl from the academy, but here she was showing a greater skill. Well, she was until Neji showed he was more skilled and tore her apart. The strike he delivered had Naruto growling and it was Kakashi keeping him in his place with a hand on his shoulder that saved Neji at this moment. The proctor called the match even as medics tended to Hinata, her sensei. Incensed at how Neji tried to kill her. Bastards really alienating allies, Naruto said, and Kakashi could only nod. He looked to the stands where Guy did not look pleased with his student and he knew that Neji would not be making Chunin if he survived the end of the tournament. Temari looked at Naruto and shook her head. She approached the rail and after looking once more at Naruto, then at Neji, she made a decision. She leapt down and approached the Jonin in charge. Genma listened to her and nodded. There will be a 15-minute intermission for the final match as Temari has withdrawn from the tournament. He announced. The amplification jutsu carried his voice to all corners of the stadium. In the cage's booth the cage looked displeased as his eyes narrowed. It seems your daughter has decided to withdraw rather than face either Neji or Naruto. Sarutobi said. Yes, she will be punished later. The cage hissed. Don't be too hard on her, old friend, Hiruzen said in a consolatory tone. The cage said nothing, but stood. I need to use the restroom, he said as man in the crowd went to get something to eat or drink before the finals that many were certain would be something special, as rumors had sped around the village at lightspeed at animosity between the Hyuga prodigy and the demon child. Sakura had rushed to Naruto the moment the intermission had been announced. She reached him and engulfed him in a hug, at first feeling him seize up. Then relax. It's okay, Sakura-chan, he said as his own arms wrapped around her waist. The pink-haired girl said nothing. The two seized up when another figure appeared. Miko, Naruto started to say but covered his mouth with a gloved hand. Don't say my name aloud. The last Uchiha female said. Naruto nodded. The muffled, sorry, and she let go. During all of this Sakura had not let go. Kakashi looked on and the two teens stiffened as another figure approached. It guy. Kakashi. A moment. The usually loud and boisterous guy Maeda said. He looked at Naruto a moment. I do not condone the behavior of my student. He's going down. Naruto said. Even as Sakura squeezed him tighter in her arms, her head was pressed to his shoulder. Guy looked at Naruto for what felt like an eternity. Good luck, he said and turned away. I won't need luck, but Neji will. I am not going to hold back against him. Naruto said and Guy stopped. He looked back over his shoulder at Hatake then at Naruto. His eyes were emotionless. Do what you must, he said and was gone. That was strange, Kakashi said and Makoto nodded at this. I've never seen Guy this subdued. Naruto didn't care. He held on to Sakura. After the intermission Neji Hyuga was going to get the mother of all ass-kickings and no one was going to stand in his way. Sakura asked Kakashi if she could stay with him and watch. He agreed. He knew she was worried for Naruto and Makoto had told him how depressed his pink-haired student had been during their time apart. The final round is about to begin, Genma announced, his voice carrying around the arena. Naruto stood on one side of him, his back to the crowd and Sakura. Across from him stood Neji Hyuga who sneered at Naruto while Genma went over the rules with them once more. Reminding them when he said stop they were to stop. Fate has decreed that I will be the victor. Neji, fate is for pussies. I'll kick your ass, and if I'm in a GE Nurse mood I might let you live for what you did to Sakura-chan and your cousin. Neji snorted. They were weak. And you're a moron, Naruto said as Genma raised his arm then lowered it signaling the start of the match. Neji came in with several strikes, but Naruto managed to duck under and avoid them. Not impressed, the blonde said with a hint of disdain. His uncovered eye narrowed as he leaped. Chi over Neji and tried for a reverse kick, but the Byakugan eyes of the Hyuga prodigy saw it and he leaned forward into a roll. Naruto landed and looked at him while Neji frowned. You're like your teammate, why don't you uncover your eye? Naruto snorted. Because I don't handicap myself by relying on bloodlines. Neji frowned and came in once more. I know you're fast due to your match against Lee. Gee, guess you can learn. Naruto said avoiding contact with Neji. Kakashi spent the time teaching him about the Hyugas and he knew even a glancing strike could prove disastrous. Putting some chance Naruto created several cage bunshin and had them go at Neji while he prepared several things. The clones attacked using shuriken and kunai, and a couple went in close hoping to swarm Neji. It RCED him to use the heavenly spin rotation to protect himself and unveiling something he didn't want to use. Naruto said. Isn't that something that only the main branch of the Hyuga clan are supposed to know? He wagged a finger. Naughty, naughty. Looks like someone's been in the cookie jar. Naruto created more clones to replace those destroyed and sent them in. He then leapt into the air. Water style. Water. Dragon jutsu. He roared and sent the water serpent at Neji who used the rotation once more. The people in the stands watched as the battle raged on, many surprised at the skill the blonde was showing. In the cage's booth the cage narrowed his eyes at what he was seeing. His plans had been altered with the death of the Uchiha, but Orochimaru swore he could still pull it off. He would find a suitable substitute here still. What do you think so far old friend? The Hokage asked. I'm not sure of what to make of the blonde. What clan is he from? Orochimaru asked while maintaining his disguise. He's an orphan who has been trained by Kakashi Hatake. Ah. The Sharingan user. Orochimaru said. If he could he would have taken Hatake, but his Sharingan was functioning and wouldn't be worth the effort to capture. I'd say the Hyuga will win. He blinked when the Hokage chuckled. Many would, but I believe Naruto will show them what hard work can do over that of a prodigy. The cage swore there was a reprimand in there somewhere. But he can't know that I replaced that fool of a Suna leader. Orochimaru thought and decided to say nothing as he turned his gaze to the arena once more. He had ordered the attack to begin with the end of this match once the winner was announced. The death of the one-tail put a crimp in things, but it's still possible. He knew his followers would use the slaves as fodder first. He smothered a laugh and watched as the Hyuga destroyed the clones. Thus far he hadn't really seen anything about the blonde to impress him. That was about to change. Stadium. I just have 2 words to say to you, Neji. Naruto, a floor with over 500 clones. And what would that be? Neji asked. He kept destroying the clones and wasn't impressed by the blonde who seemed to be a one-trick pony. Bang baby. The clones set off a chain reaction as they started to explode. Each explosion sent Neji flying at a different clone that old explode, making him a living pinball. When the last clone was done, Neji was rocketing at Naruto, who spun and connected with a spinning back hook kick that drove Neji face first into the ground. Neji struggled to push himself up, his arms shaking as he got his knees under him. His clothes singed and he had a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. He wheezed and coughed. How? He wiped the blood away with the back of his hand. You and everyone else are going by outdated information, Naruto said as he stood well out of range. But I can understand that. No one's bothered to know me. Until our mission to wave my own teammates didn't either. In the stand, Sakura had tears slip from her eye. Makoto in her disguise put a comforting hand on her shoulder. In the competitor's box, Kakashi looked down. He knew Naruto had been badly hurt by the way he'd treated him before the wave mission. But my team, my sensei saw me during that mission. We lost a teammate, Naruto said. We had to grow up fast then. Sakura lost her possible boyfriend, and I lost my first friend. Someone I considered my brother. Does this have a point? Neji said, trying to rise, but his body wasn't working with him still and his legs were too weak and he fell back to the ground, his arms supporting him for a moment. You hold the death of your father against everyone except the one really responsible, Naruto said. You blame Hinata, who was 5 years old. You should blame your father and the Cloud Ninja that caused the incident. You should blame the Hyuga Council of Elders for they made their decision. Blame your uncle for being the clan leader and the one person your father loved. Neji scowled. You, like everyone else, never notices me. But then you, like everyone with a Kekkei Genkai, don't see the forest for the trees. Know this, Neji Hyuga, I have a Sharingan eye given to me by my dying teammate, yet I just destroyed you without using it. Naruto turned and walked away. Call it. He's not getting up. Genma counted and Neji wasn't able to get off his knees, his head was bent and his arms shaking with fatigue. Winner. Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto looked back at Neji. I give you your life this time. Learn that you are stronger for the people around you. And use your eyes to see the truth, not the self-delusions you've used to lie to yourself. With Naruto continued on up the stairs, where he was met by Kakashi at the top of the stairs, who gave him an eye grin and put a hand on his shoulder. Naruto gave a soft smile and both turned, and Naruto caught Sakura, who was crying and babbling as she squeezed him tightly. He patted her back and spoke low so only she could hear. Sensei, can we leave? Kakashi was about to respond when the far wall exploded and in the distance sirens could be heard. Around the stadium, civilians were being put to sleep via a jutsu. Prepare to fight, Kakashi said as they saw an explosion in the cage's booth indicating a smoke bomb had been used. Protect the civilians and each other, Kakashi ordered. He looked around and saw Makoto was already killing Suna and Oto Ninja. Try to keep close to her, he said. Kakashi leapt away, his attention was on getting to the cage's booth. Sakura, let's do this, the pink-haired girl said. Are you really ready for this, Sakura-chan? He asked. She looked at him and nodded. I'm not 100%, but I can still fight. She touched his cheek under his Hitai-8 that covered his Sharingan eye. Naruto nodded and they started killing Suna and Sound Ninja that went after the crowd. Kakashi BBED and Oto Nin in the throat and kicked the corpse off his kunai. He heard a sound and turned to see Guy had covered his back. Guy, later Kakashi. We need to get to the Hokage, Guy said, dropping the facade and becoming the ninja he was truly known for. The pair of Jonin dropped their usual playful natures and became the killing machines that their legends were built on. Tamari looked on as people continued with the plan and she saw the cage wasn't her father. He's probably dead as well. She did something she thought she'd never do. Her battle fan swiped and she sent blades of wind at the Suna Nin coming through the gap in the stadium wall, killing them instantly. She leapt into the air and used her fan to surf a low air current to carry her up to the roof of the cage booth. Ah, Tamari Sabuku, Orochimaru hissed. You nearly ruined my plans, girl, giving the boy a free pass to the finals. Tamari said nothing even as a barrier went up around them. She ignored the Oto Nin and looked at the Sannin before her. My father is dead, isn't he? Orochimaru shrugged. The fool tried to change our deal. I killed him while he was on his way here and took his place. Tamari scowled. It was your plan to use my little brother as a weapon. Orochimaru laughed and winced as the Hokage elbowed him in the chest and leapt away. He scowled, but they were trapped in his barrier, so he deemed he was in no danger and answered her. Your father planned on using Gaara as a weapon the moment he sealed Shukaku in his infant son. His foolishness was not doing it properly and then fearing his weapon. I was going to use his Jinchuriki properly. You're mad, Orochimaru, Hiruzen said as he shed his robes to reveal his battle armor and stepped closer to Tamari. The snake Sannin laughed. And what do you think works? Treating them with love and allowing them to grow up as normal children. Tell me how that's worked for the Kyuubi container. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes. You ruined my village's chances of gaining honor again. You used my brother as a weapon that resulted in his death. You killed my father. Like that was a loss. When was the last time he was a father? Orochimaru said with a sneer. Tamari had reached her limit and went to attack the Sannin, who laughed and dodged her attack and with a simple flick of his arm sent her flying back towards the Hokage. A mere genin is a protector. How the mighty have fallen, Sarutobi-sensei. Orochimaru said with a taunting smirk. I'll enjoy killing you, old man. The girl is just going to be collateral damage. The third Hokage took up a stance, putting himself between Tamari and Orochimaru, knowing that this was nothing more than a delaying tactic as Orochimaru was stronger than him. He had been the last time they fought in. That was in a spar when Orochimaru was his student. I just hope my village can survive my mistakes. Fire style. Phoenix Flame Jutsu. Naruto said, and the shape of a phoenix emerged from the fire and raced at the sand and sound ninja. Sakura used her twin Kama and was practically dancing around the blonde and killing any that came close while he was performing long-range attacks. Naruto landed in his hands were the bladed tonfa that Kakashi had been training him with since he bought them. Naruto went into motion with the capoeira style Kakashi had taught him, and with Sakura they were twin angels of death. Sand and Oto Nin shocked at being killed by Genin. The reports they had were outdated and they cursed their spy for his failure to learn about this. Sakura-chan, look. Sakura looked where Naruto had pointed with one of his tonfa blades and saw Ino and the other genin being backed into a corner by sheer numbers. Shall we? He asked. Let's. Sakura said and sheathed her weapons and linked her hands to form a cup. Naruto took a running start, and once his foot was in her grasp she heaved him upwards and Naruto landed with room to spare on the second floor seating of the stadium seating. Hey guys, mind if we cut in? Quote, wah the Suna Nin asked before the blade of a tonfa erupted from his neck. Sorry, couldn't hear you. Mind speaking up? Naruto said as he began his assault. Kiba and Shino stepped up and began their attack shadow possession to hold 8 targets in place, and Choji turned himself into a rolling boulder and flattened them. Ino stood back, fear on her face, and it was evident that she wasn't prepared for this kind of fighting. She looked on as her teammates and fellow genin were very effective. Sakura joined them, having used chakra to boost her leap, and her Kama crossed and the blade severed the sound ninja's head. Ino bent over and lost her lunch. She'd been saved from killing of any kind up till now. She looked at Sakura, her eye patch showing how much different her friend had become in the last several months. They all stopped when the last ninja fell and many of them were panting. Naruto looked around and gave orders. Kiba, Shino, Ino-s. Start getting these civilians out of here. Shikamaru, you and Choji get out of here and see if you can find Anbu to help protect these people. What about you and Sakura? Shikamaru asked. Naruto held up a tonfa. More enemy ninja to kill. Just the 2 of you? Ino asked, sounding a bit hysterical. 3. They all turned to see the masked Raku holding a short blade in one hand. It dripped blood, indicating that she had been busy as well. Team 7's got our orders from Kakashi. The rest of you get a move on. Naruto and his teammates left. The other genin watched as they altered course to kill more enemy ninja. What the hell happened to them? Ino wondered even as the others began to follow Naruto's orders without question. Stadium. Naruto stood on the edge of the rail, his lone eye glaring at the barrier that held the man he considered a grandfather. Behind him Sakura armed with her kama worked with their masked mysterious teammate Raku, who was using monowire layered with chakra to slice anyone that came close to ribbons. A thud next to him had Naruto turn to see Makoto in her Anbu mask. Status report, she ordered. The 4 sound ninja comprise the barrier and have themselves in a second barrier on the inside of the first barrier. Naruto said, the Hokage is in there with Orochimaru and Temari. Makoto paused. The Suna girl. Naruto nodded. She's helping the Hokage as we speak. Makoto saw other Anbu gathering. Naruto, take your squad and continue to work the arena. What about you, sensei? He asked since it had never been discussed on what to call her in public. I'm going to see if we can get this barrier down and help the Hokage. She told him. Don't touch it. The last 3 Anbu that did it were lit up like Kakashi Sensei's Chidori. Makoto nodded and Naruto grabbed his team. They returned to the killing field that was the stadium floor. Makoto looked at the barrier and behind the mask her Sharingan spun around wildly as it began to disassemble the barrier. It will take time, she thought as information began to flood her brain as the power of the Sharingan began to look for the weak points in the jutsu. Makoto knew she wouldn't be able to use it, but what many didn't know was that the Sharingan broke jutsus down to components and mathematics. Without the hand signs she'd never complete it, but she could disassemble it and break it, she just needed time. Temari rolled to the side as Orochimaru leapt to attack. She watched as he landed and spat what looked like acid at the Hokage, but the old man had a lot of tricks up his sleeve and created a wall of mud. Then with a simple twist sent the wall of mud flying at Orochimaru. While the snake Sanin was dodging, Temari sent a blast of wind at him, knocking him into the mud's path. But he used a body switch with a roof tile and the clay tile was obliterated. Temari swung her fan, intent to corner the man who killed her family and damned her village. Keep trying, girl. In a.c. Oopal of decades you might be interesting. Orochimaru taunted. Temari snarled, but a gnarled hand of the Hokage moved in front of her. Don't give in to his childish taunts. Keep focused. The 3rd Hokage said and Temari nodded. You aren't going to win here, Orochimaru. The Hokage said, really, old man, it looks like that even with the setbacks in my plan your village will be destroyed and I shall take your feeble life. In the distance beyond the stadium smoke filled the air, but the Hokage could tell that it was contained to the wall and the buildings there. We shall see, my former student. Hiruzen Sarutobi said as he got ready to renew the battle. Hello, Naruto-kun. Naruto spun about and put his bladed tonfa in a defensive X position in front of him, seeing a masked Anbu he didn't know. Who are you? The blonde demanded. A hand went up and pulled off the mask to reveal the glasses and face Naruto recognized. Kabuto. The older teen smiled. I'm happy you remember me. We met only briefly in the early part of the exam. Quote, you had those funky cards and asked too many questions and knew information that was classified. You're a traitor. Kabuto nodded. Very good. Naruto looked at the 2 men on either side of Kabuto. You're Gaara's sensei. The blonde said with a growl. You left him to die alone. Baki twitched as he really didn't want to face the person who defeated Gaara. Naruto. Kakashi landed on one side of Naruto while Guy on the other. Kakashi sensei. The blonde said. Meet the traitor Kabuto, and he's with some Oto Nin and Gaara's sensei from Suna. Not very youthful. Guy muttered as he eyed the Oto Nin. So how do you want to do this? Kakashi asked his student. I'd like to speak with Gaara's sensei if you don't mind. You can take Kabuto and Super Bushy Brow here can have the wannabe. The Oto Nin growled at the insult. Kabuto held up a hand. I'm sorry, but we really don't have time for this. Your master is going to die. Naruto said, and you aren't going anywhere. The blonde lunged, his bladed tonfa in motion. Baki found out he wasn't just fighting the blonde as he found himself surrounded by a pink-haired girl and another with a mask. You genin really don't think you can take a jonin, now do you? He said, drawing a pair of kunai. Sakura spun her kama. We're able to beat Kakashi sensei 3 out of 5 using teamwork. Raku spread her hands showing the monowire there. And you aren't our sensei. The masked kunoichi said. Baki found himself on the defensive as all three attacked as one. This was something that he wasn't used to, as Suna were trained individually and thrown into teams for whatever mission was needed. Is this Konoha's strength? Is this why they are the strongest nation? The Suna Jonin was forced back more. Across the field Kakashi and Kabuto squared off. Why have you betrayed Konoha? Your father is on the civilian council. Kakashi asked after the pair exchanged strikes and blocks. My father is useless. My loyalty has been to Orochimaru since I was made a genin years ago. Kabuto said, adjusting his glasses. What has Konoha done lately? Let me tell you, Kakashi. Konoha is dying and its people like Orochimaru, who are the blades that will cut the cancer and remake the ninja villages into his image. Kakashi shook his head. Into pale pedophiles. No thanks, I think I like the status quo. Kabuto and Kakashi clashed with Kunai several times. I'm surprised, Kakashi. Kabuto said. About what? You let a student of yours die, the most promising student, and yet you've still carried on. I'm sure your father would be proud. Kabuto said with a smirk. Yes, he would be. Kakashi said with his eye narrowed. Oh, did I make you mad? Kabuto asked innocently. Not at all. Trust me, you wouldn't like me when I'm angry. Kakashi said as they continued to move around. Guy's opponent was squashed in sadly one hit, and the Jonin looked around. He saw that Kakashi and his students had their fights well in hand. He looked around and went to aid the other genin. His thoughts he kept from trying to think of his student Neji and his unyouthful actions. Baki screamed as the pink-haired girl hooked his leg with those blasted weapons, and the masked girl had caught his left arm within her monowire. His right arm was also useless, as the whisker-marked blonde had used the tonfa to slice his arm up like a turkey. UWTO growled as Baki got to his knees. You were supposed to care for your students, protect them. Baki spat. Then how do you expect them to grow strong while being coddled? Naruto shook his head. You don't get it. Look at us. Genin have done to you in less than 10 minutes. We get strong from helping one another. When one of us falls, the others are there to help us back up so that we learn to do it for ourselves. You know, I think you fit into the category our sensei told us about. Yeah, what's that? Baki snapped. Baki could only watch as the blonde spun the bladed tonfa lazily. You were worse than trash. Naruto spun, and in a fluid move Baki's head was separated from his shoulders and sailed across the arena before getting kicked out of the air by Guy, who used it to knock out a Oto ninja that had been attacking the other genin who were covering the civilians still trapped in the arena with an impressive jump kick. Naruto saw Kabuto disengage from his battle with Kakashi, and he looked up as the barrier on the roof fell. What the hell happened up there? Naruto demanded and leapt to follow. Kakashi met them halfway. Naruto. Wait. They saw the 4 Oto nin carry away Orochimaru and Anbu give chase. What the hell happened up there? What about the old man? Naruto demanded. And Tamari. Kakashi's lone gaze held a wealth of answers. The blonde wasn't sure if he was going to like them. Hospital. Naruto stood outside the operating room. His whole posture screamed defeated and broken. Sakura sat on a bench nearby. Her legs were pulled up and tucked her chin in a position that looked highly uncomfortable. Both were still wearing their blood-stained clothes from the battle. Raku had left them to check on her family. Naruto told her to take her time. Kakashi was out with the other Jonin maintaining order. Right now Konoha was under martial law. Makoto stood at the end of the hall keeping anyone else away. Her posture was slumped, as she was exhausted. It had taken a lot of energy in her Sharingan to break the barrier down. But she couldn't sleep, not while the 2 teens behind her needed her most. Makoto's attention was drawn to the latest figure to enter the corridor. Lord Hokage, shouldn't you be in bed? The Hokage was using a crutch as his left leg had been badly injured, the doctors telling him he'd have a permanent limp once it was fully healed. His arms were covered in bandages and a jagged scar went from his hairline towards his jaw, missing his eye by a hair's breadth. He waved Makoto's concern off as he hobbled towards Naruto. Any word yet on Temari's condition? The Hokage asked as Sakura rose and gave him the chair. He nodded his thanks and sank down with a tired sigh. Naruto hadn't moved, didn't even look like he'd heard. It was Sakura who answered. Not yet, Lord Hokage, she said sadly. She knew. Naruto was upset about killing Baki and others as she was, and they both felt one another's grief through the bond they had. Gigi. Naruto finally said, his voice soft. What happened in there before Makoto broke the barrier? The Hokage sighed. A battle that held no honor, no tactics. It was a free-for-all and Temari saved my life. Naruto looked at the old man. Flashback. Stupid girl. I'm a Sannin, do you think that you can fight me? Orochimaru hissed. The battle between the Hokage and the Snake Sannin had been intense, with Temari using her wind jutsus to attack and keep Orochimaru off balance and buying the Hokage time to pull off jutsus that Temari had only read about in history books. I don't have to defeat you. Just keep you busy, Temari said. The Sannin had tried to use a forbidden jutsu, but Temari had used her summoning jutsu, and the side-wielding weasel had managed to destroy coffins before they rose from the ground. That had pissed Orochimaru off, which led to him attacking Temari with snakes and focusing on her. The Hokage had taken a hard blow earlier and his leg had been broken in several places. While Temari was keeping away from the Sannin and sending blasts of wind at him or his snakes, Hiruzen had summoned several monkeys and transformed them into splints and set his leg as best he could. He summoned Enma, and the Monkey Lord was now supporting the Hokage as he formed a long series of seals. Temari saw Orochimaru turn back as he saw Hiruzen's hands a blur of motion and spat grass cutter at the man. Temari used her fan as a boost and soared over the snake Sannin and landed between the Hokage and the blade. Hiruzen's eyes widened as the blade exploded from Temari's gut. She coughed up blood. Finish. Cough, whatever, cough, and do it. Temari turned away and using the last of her strength sent a massive vortex of cutting wind at the Sannin, and Hiruzen finished his own jutsu. Orochimaru had been caught by the wind blade storm, his arms sliced to ribbons, and he heard the Hokage's jutsu and screamed in frustration as he felt the effect take hold. Moments later the barrier dropped and Anbu were rushing in. Kabuto appeared then, and with the Odo 4 covering they began to retreat. End flashback. So what did you do to him? Sakura asked. Hiruzen sighed. I traded 10 years of my life to seal away Orochimaru's ability to use jutsus. Temari took a blow that would have killed you, Naruto said, looking at the surgery room. The sword she was hit back also carries poison, Hiruzen said sadly. The doors at the end of the corridor opened as Kakashi strolled in. Lord Hokage, shouldn't you be in bed? The Jonin asked. Yes. Now give me your report. The third commanded. Konoha is sealed up and under martial law. Danzo has been arrested for trying to steal power while you were injured. Who arrested him? The Hokage asked. Myself. Guy, Ibiki, Enko, and 3 of your best Anbu. Kakashi said. He's in the cells under the tower. Hiruzen nodded. What of his root forces? Currently they are at his estate, which Jiraiya has placed barrier seals on the outside of the walls, keeping them inside. Hiruzen gave a tired sigh. I'm getting too old for this shit, he muttered. Kakashi, I need you to find Jiraiya again and bring him here. I'm sending him along with you and your students on a mission. Gigi, Naruto said, looking at the old man. I need you to find Tsunade Senju and bring her back to Konoha. I am naming her as the 5th Hokage. Team 7 met in the Hokage's hospital room an hour later. I'm sorry you can't stay and see if Temari pulls through, but the needs of Konoha are greater than any one person right now. The Hawk Age had been found by the nurses and dragged back to his room. Naruto nodded. Raku was in a fresh set of clothes as she'd been summoned as well. Jiraiya was leaning against the wall next to the window. He was pensive as he studied the team before him. Jiraiya, you will take Naruto, Sakura and Makoto with you to look for Tsunade. Kakashi, I need you here, and Raku will be helping the other genin with various missions. They nodded. Looks like we're going to have to hold off on some of the talks I was planning. Kakashi said. I'll help them. Makoto stood against the door with her mask off. Any ideas what to expect? She asked, looking at Jiraiya. He shook his head. We'll be traveling light, but at the same time you'll need enough things for an extended mission. Makoto nodded. I'll help them pack then, she said, looking at Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, Sakura said from where she was standing next to Naruto, neither paying attention to the fact their arms were touching. I may be upset with her, but could you check on my mother? Kakashi gave her one of his U-shaped eye smiles. Sure, Naruto, the Hokage said. As of now you are promoted to Chunin. Kakashi smiled as he pulled a Unan's vest out of a scroll and presented it to Naruto. Congratulations. Naruto looked at the vest then at the Hokage. The old man saw it in his eye. It's okay my boy, you earned it. Sakura smiled and gave the blonde a hug. Congratulations. Raku said, you certainly earned it. Naruto closed his eye. Sasuke, we are one step closer to completing your goal. The team left under the Raya drag. Naruto and Sakura from bed hours before the sun rose. Kakashi dragged himself from his bed when he heard the yelling and Jiraiya barely making it from the room Naruto and Sakura shared. Word of advise Master Jiraiya. Those two are very protective of one another. As much as I enjoyed your books, please don't use my students for inspiration. Kakashi said standing against his doorframe his mask in place and he was wearing a baggy pair of sleep pants. Makoto slipped from her room wearing a mask similar to Kakashi's, her hair was bound in a braid. Sakura and Naruto exited their room glaring at Jiraiya. Let's go, let's go. Jiraiya said, I want to be on the road before anyone rises. Bye Kakashi-sensei. Sakura said. Naruto gave a wave and a yawn. Don't forget to check on Raku. Naruto managed before they were out the door. The darkness swallowed them and they were gone. Ichiraku's ramen stand. Ayame yawned as she prepared the ingredients for the day. She looked up when the tarp was pulled back. Hello Kakashi-san, she said. Looking around she spoke in a lower voice. I take it they've gone. Kakashi nodded. Your orders for now are to meet me late in the day for one-on-one training. If you want we can do some missions. The Hokage says you can either use this as downtime or you can work with the other genin teams. Ayame placed a stack of bowls aside. I think I'll use this as downtime and train with you. I need to sharpen my skills up. I'd also like to spend some time with Dad. Kakashi nodded. Meet at training ground 7 then at 5. If I'm out on a mission, I'll leave a message here with your father. Ayame nodded. Will they be okay? Kakashi gave her his patented eye smile. Naruto and Sakura have come a long way in a short amount of time. They'll be fine, bees. Ides they have Master Jiraiya and Makoto with them. Challenging them would be suicidal. On the road, Jiraiya studied the two teens. He had been surprised when he slipped into the blonde's bedroom to find him and the girl snuggled together. Of course his perverted giggle had woken Naruto and his movement had woken the girl. The sheer volume of shuriken and kunai they launched had him out of the RO. With speed that would have put the Hiroshin to shame. Where the hell did they get all of them from? He'd thought. Now as he was keeping pace behind them he thought about the report he'd read. Hey have the Sharingan but only have used it in training conditions with Kakashi. Outside of the time the girl used it in her fight with the Hyuga, they aren't dependent on it at least. He looked ahead where another surprise was waiting. Makoto, Uchiha, there's a blast from the past. It will be havoc once everyone learns she's been alive all this time. Hey pervy sage, Naruto called. I told you not to call me that. Jiraiya called ahead. Yeah, well it's what you are. Naruto said stopping to wait for the Sannin to catch up. Where the hell are we going? The blonde asked. It would be nice to know where we're going. Sakura added her opinion. I think it's to know as well. We are looking for Tsunade after all. Makoto appeared behind the teens. Jiraiya sighed. I have a couple of places where she could be. But it all depends on if the debt collectors have caught up to her. Makoto sighed while the teens looked a bit perturbed. You mean to tell us that we're looking for someone that's running away from? Yes, Jiraiya said cutting him off. Don't worry about that. We need to convince her to come back. Why? Jiraiya sighed. She's not only my former teammate, but she is the Saint medic in the world and the only one who could probably heal that girl that saved Sensei. Naruto and Sakura shared looks. Let's go. The blonde leapt to the next tree. Naruto. Jiraiya called in. When the blonde looked back the toad sage pointed in another direction. We're going that way. The curses Naruto sent his way were impressive. Makoto grabbing Naruto's ear not so much as the yell could have shattered glass. They made camp as the sun set. We'll be at the town tomorrow. Jiraiya said as he leaned against a tree and watched the fire Makoto had made. Naruto and Sakura were already curled up and sharing a bedroll. Jiraiya gave a soft giggle, his hand reaching for his notebook only to find the tip of a kunai touching the tip of his nose. Master Jiraiya, while I will not deny you are a great ninja. If you think you are going to use those two teens for any kind of inspiration in those books of yours, I will save Lady Tsunade the trouble and castrate you myself. Am I clear? Jiraiya blinked and the blade withdrew. Good. Now you better have something to show them tomorrow. Jiraiya watched as the woman who wore a mask take up a place where she could watch over the already asleep pair. He watched her while they'd traveled from Konoha and she taught them both fire jutsus that he had to admit he'd never seen before, and what had gotten him was that neither student had used Sharingan other than to memorize the hand seals. They worked on perfecting them and on speed. He watched as the female Uchiha worked on speed drills, stopping them when they were wrong. They don't use the Sharingan and cheat. They learned the seals and are learning them over and over so that they are second nature. That is what the true users of the Sharingan should have done. Jiraiya thought about the pair of teens well into the night before feeding the fire enough wood to last till the sun rose. Dream. You suck. I'm a Chunin, Naruto said to the figure in the shadows. Yeah, using something stolen. The shadow countered. Naruto. The whisker-marked blonde turned from the shadows towards Sakura, who seemed to come from somewhere beyond the shadows, and they allowed her to enter and sealed up behind her. Ah, the other part of the traitorous duo. The voice taunted. Naruto, what's going on? Sakura asked as she reached the blonde. She was shocked at how cold to the touch he was. And you were supposed to be the smart one. The voice taunted. Stop this. Naruto's done nothing to you. Sakura yelled at the darkness that surrounded him. Oh, but that's a lie and you know it as well, Pinky. So tell me, have you boned him yet? The voice's tone held a sneer. Sakura, when she got scared, got mad now thanks to Kakashi's training. She reached for her chain and sickle only to find them gone. Poor little Genin, left behind by your team, even if the Kyuubi helped the idiot. The way the voice said idiot had both Naruto and Sakura pause. Sasuke, she whispered. Dream. Sasuke. He laugh was familiar yet entirely different. Sakura saw Naruto with his head lowered. So you and the Dobi not only stole my eyes, but you've moved your crush onto him. Tell me, is he better than me? Sakura's face flushed and she reacted out of anger. The dream Sasuke went flying after a well-timed uppercut from the enraged Kunoichi. Sasuke got up and chuckled. Why, Sakura, I didn't know you had it in you. Aren't I your precious Sasuke-kun? He said in a mocking tone of voice. Sakura growled and would have attacked again if not for Naruto putting a restraining hand on her forearm. You're not Sasuke, he said. Of course I am. Another voice entered the conversation. No, you're not. Not really. Mother, Sasuke said in shock. Makoto stepped out of the shadows. You're a perversion, an echo of my son. These two have done everything possible to honor your memory. They have taken your dream, your ambition as their own. Makoto looked at the pair. You need to let him go. The memory of him is killing you both. It is playing on your insecurities. Sasuke stood there glaring at her now. Why should they be happy? I'm dead and it's the Dobi's fault. I shouldn't have saved him. No, you shouldn't have, Naruto said, his head tilted down, his bangs hiding his face. Sakura gasped and reached for him only to find Sasuke there. I say that you recognize the truth. A demon like you should never have been allowed to live. While I an elite shish. What Sasuke would have said wasn't known, as he was once again sent flying by a chakra-packed P. Said it once and I'll say it again. I won't let anyone disrespect Naruto. Not the villagers, not our fellow ninja, not my own mother, and certainly not you, a memory of our dead teammate who threw himself in the way to save Naruto. You aren't Sasuke, you're not even a good imitation. He saw something special in Naruto, something he saw that was worth saving. Sakura ranted as she stomped towards the downed Sasuke. I'm sorry you're dead, but you are dead and I won't let your memory hurt Naruto anymore. If I have to destroy you, then so be it. Makoto watched as the pink-haired girl proceeded to thrash the image of her youngest son while she stood by with the arm around Naruto's shoulders. He had been tense the moment the dream Sasuke started blaming him. She saw his eye widen in disbelief as Sakura punched her son and proceeded to beat the image down. Why, Sakura-chan? His voice was soft and Makoto barely heard it, but Sakura stopped mid-beating and appeared before the whisker-marked blonde. Her hand cupped his cheek. Don't you listen to him, this isn't Sasuke. The real Sasuke saved your life, He saw you. You were important to him. This baka is a twisted excuse that's trying to hurt you. Why Sakura-chan? You loved him. I'm. Sakura did like she did in the hospital. She pulled him into a kiss and poured her all into it. When they finally separated, she smiled at him. You're right, I did. Love him. At this his fact. Fell and she continued. I love the idea of him, but understand me and listen to my words. I love you, Naruto. Uzumaki, and there is no changing my mind on that. What I felt for Sasuke was a crush. I feel for you is scary like a hurricane. You and I are linked and you will never doubt what I feel for you. I will show you how I feel all the time. Clapping had the pair look to see Sasuke clapping and a familiar smirk on his face. Take care of her, Dobi, or I'll be back. And with that Sasuke faded away. What the hell? Naruto asked, standing with his arms still around Sakura. Both looked to Makoto, who shrugged. You'll need to ask Inoichi. But meanwhile, wake up. Camp. Both teens sat up, looking around. They spotted Makoto was kneeling next to them. Was that real? Sakura asked, her hand gripping Naruto's arm. Yes, Makoto said, covering the pair's exposed Sharingan. They looked over to see Jiraiya snoring and the fire giving a soft glow as it had died down during the night. I meant it. You'll need to talk with Inoichi. But that dream phantom shouldn't bother you any further. The Uchiha female said as she moved back towards the fire. Sleep. You have a couple of hours before you have to rise. Naruto stretched out and Sakura snuggled up to him, entwining their fingers. I meant it, Naruto, she said, kissing his chin before resting her head on his chest, her ear above his heart. They spent time in a couple of small trade towns, Makoto working with the two teens while Jiraiya met with his informants. The Uchiha matriarch watched as wherever there was a gap in one of the pair's defenses, the other was there covering it. She had never seen a synchronization like this, but she would also admit there was never something like this before. She knew there were bonds made from the Kyuubi, and with the genetic security features with the Sharingan there was something there, and due to her clan's paranoia they were in whole new territory. I just hope I am up to dealing with it, Makoto thought. It was then they entered the latest town. There was a festival going on and Jiraiya had taken off after they had gotten one room with 4 beds. Makoto was about to have a family reunion, one that was going to be shocking, and to the members of Team 7 it would be a turning point. Makoto watched as Naruto and Sakura were sitting across from one another meditating. She had them doing mental exercises, mentally dissecting a jutsu that she had them learn with their Sharingan. Granted, it was a low-level fire jutsu, but she wanted them to use the analytical aspect of the Sharingan to exercise their minds. The knock at the door made her sigh. It looks like Jiraiya lost his keys again. She thought about how the Sannin had returned to their room at a hotel having lost his key, smelling of cheap liquor, smoke and the cloying scent of cheap perfume. I've got it, sensei. Naruto's voice broke into her contemplation and she watched the blonde slip from his spot and go to answer the door that was knocked on again. Come on, pervy sage, it's not even past dinner time. Are we going to have to tie your keys to your neck like a child? Naruto said jokingly as he opened the door. Hello, Naruto-kun. Makoto heard a voice she hadn't heard since that night a decade ago. The night the Uchiha clan ended. The night her eldest son had made a name for himself and ended clan Uchiha. And now he was here. After one of her students and the remains of her youngest son pulsed. Itachi Uchiha looked at the whisker-marked blonde he hadn't seen in over a decade. He took note of the covered eye and wondered if Naruto was copying Kakashi, as he remembered how the blonde would mimic some of his protectors when he was a child and Itachi had been assigned to his protection detail. Is this the fox brat? A voice behind Itachi asked. Naruto spotted the man and he looked to be part fish. I think you have the wrong room. Nobody here ordered the sushi. Naruto said, then closed and locked the door. In the hallway the 2S ranked missing ninja blinked. Did he just? Kisame growled. He did, Itachi said, and before he could utter more, Kisame lashed out, kicking the door open, and it went crashing across the room. The empty room. I'm cutting his damn legs and arms off, Kisame said as he was getting frustrated. The brat shouldn't be this quick. On the streets. Why didn't we stay and fight? Naruto asked as Makoto dragged him and Sakura along and stopped in a nearby alley. You were not ready for Itachi, and the thug with him was a former member of the 7 Swordsmen Naruto knew of. One swordsman and he had nearly destroyed his team. Makoto-sensei, what are we going to do? Sakura asked as she shouldered her traveling pack. Luckily they hadn't unpacked. We need to keep moving, Makoto said, adjusting her mask. Damn it, Jiraiya, where are you? She muttered as she tried to sense Jiraiya, but standing so close to Naruto was like trying to see the night sky. While blindfolded, peeking around the corner, let's go, she said, and they hurried down the street. How did they find us? Naruto asked. You, Makoto said. You have so much chakra, it's like sending a flare up. Sack. Ura looked over her shoulder for signs of pursuit. Is there a way we can mask it? Naruto asked, worried not for himself, but for Sakura. Not right now, Makoto said. Then we need to separate. Naruto said. You and Sakura find Pervy Sage, they'll follow me. I'll lead them out of town where no one can get hurt. No, Sakura said. She's right. Alone they'll take you, but we can ambush them. Naruto wasn't so sure. His Sharingan eye throbbed, but he remained silent on that. I saw a spot outside of town when we arrived, he said, and the trio increased their speed, knowing that they didn't have long. Itachi and Kisame found Naruto outside of town, surrounded by boulders. The whisker-marked teen stood with a roaring fire between him and them. You shouldn't have run, Itachi said. You upset Kisame greatly. Naruto shrugged. Cry me a river. Itachi held an arm up, stopping Kisame, who growled. You taking after your sensei with your fashion sense. Naruto shrugged. What can I say? It drives the women wild. You will come with us, Itachi said. Naruto snorted. And your partner there will sodomize you with his sword. Not happening. We're not asking, brat, we're telling. Kisame growled. You say that like you believe it will happen. Ask Itachi there how hard it was to catch me, and I've had years to improve. Itachi often had to hunt Naruto down when he was younger for the cage, and he along with several top Anbu were run into the ground by a laughing child. It is for the greater or doing could bring peace to the whole world. Yeah, and what does the furball have to do with that? We're going to rip it out of you. Kisame sneered before Itachi could speak. And then we're tossing your corpse into a ditch. Naruto shook his head. You're dumb as you are ugly. He uncrossed his arms. Telling me that really won't make me come with you. You have no choice. Kisame sneered as he lowered the wrapped blade from his shoulder. Oh, there are always choices, Naruto said, and he was far too calm. Itachi looked around but saw no one. Yeah, well, I chose to cut off your legs, Kisame said, and took a step forward only to have Itachi pull him back. I must admit, Naruto, you've gotten better at hiding traps. If I didn't know you, Kisame would have stepped into a minefield. Kisame looked down and saw patches of dirt, indicating hidden traps. Naruto shrugged as he watched the pair. Difference is these aren't paint bombs. Itachi nodded his head. What are we gonna do? Kisame asked in a low voice. Itachi knew that Naruto hadn't had much time, but the blonde never needed much to lay traps before. Itachi pulled a kunai and tossed it into the middle of the minefield. He watched as where the kunai had erupted in a pillar of flames. You have gotten better, Itachi's aide, knowing that if they had stepped in there they would have been incinerated. Anbu wasn't the same without you, Naruto said. Most of them didn't have a sense of humor. This is real touching, Kisame said. Let's grab him and go. Naruto ignored him and looked at Itachi. Does he have a sense of humor? Itachi looked at his partner and shook his head. A dark one that usually sees someone in pain. Kisame smirked and gave a dark chuckle. Naruto cocked his head and looked at Itachi. I see. Kisame didn't even get to ask what it was that Naruto saw when he jumped back from a hail of shuriken. I was wondering where your friends were, the shark-like nuke nin said as he used his wrapped blade to block the incoming projectiles. When the two men looked, Naruto was between two women. One wore a mask of an Anbu while the other was the pink-haired girl, and like Naruto she had her eye covered with an eye patch. You cannot have him, the pink-haired girl snarled, holding a kunai in a reverse grip. So you weren't sent out with just Jiraiya-sama as protection, Itachi said, eyeing the Anbu. I do not know you, he said. There are a lot of things you don't know, Uchiha. The distorted voice from behind the mask answered. Come on, Itachi. It's one lousy Anbu and a wet behind the ears, one-eyed girl. We can take them and the Kyuubi brat, Kisame snarled. Kisame leapt and was intercepted. D by the Anbu and was shocked when he came out of the losing side and ended up landing behind Itachi sporting a set of bruised ribs from the wicked kick. Not bad, Kisame said with a grimace. Itachi watched the trio. Take a picture. Sakura snapped. It was a twitch, but Itachi nearly reached them when the Anbu moved again and after an exchange Itachi landed where he had started, his cloak slightly ruffled. Who are you Anbu? Many of those attacks are Uchiha clan style. The Anbu was silent. Those are clan secrets, and you are female and too old to be my little brother and he is the only Uchiha I left alive. The Anbu drew the short sword strapped to her back. Are you sure of that Itachi? Kisame was about to move when Jiraiya appeared with a woman slung over his shoulder. Sadly the edge of his sandal hit one of the traps and it set off a earth-style trap which set off the other traps. We're out of here, Itachi said as he turned away. We're leaving, Kisame said looking on as the Sannin dodged trap after trap. Capturing the Kyuubi container is no longer viable at this time, Itachi said. The duo left as the three Konoha watched as Jiraiya dodged trap after trap, some of the leaving him singed or slightly cut or bruised. Jiraiya turned to avoid the punch from the pink-haired girl and walked into a roundhouse kick from Makoto. Because you were off chasing some skirt, Itachi nearly captured Naruto. The former matron of the Uchiha clan snarled. I was just, he started and found himself pinned to the nearest tree. I don't care for your excuses. When we get back to Konoha you can bet that I will be filing charges of dereliction against you. This is a mission, not a Sunday stroll for you to try and get laid. Makoto turned to look at the pair. Grab your gear, we're moving on. Naruto and Sakura were silent as they went to where they stashed their gear. Makoto, come on, I didn't think they'd be after Naruto yet. The Toad Sage tried to plead his case. You are here to help train them and find Tsunade. If you so much as go and peep for more smut for that stupid book you write I will personally make sure you think you're a 5-year-old girl and have. Sakura, braid your hair before I personally remove your manhood. Jiraiya swallowed. Now, grab your shit great and powerful Toad Sage and haul your pale ass. Makoto snarled and walked after Naruto and Sakura. Jiraiya released a breath he'd been holding. That is one scary woman. He mumbled. Jiraiya was yelled back at him. If she was a bit older or a bit younger I'd be in love. He muttered ND hurried after them wondering how he could work around her new restrictions. A week of following leads led them backtracking several times. During that week, Makoto had worked with Sakura leaving Naruto to learn from Jiraiya. The Toad Sage had begun to teach the blonde the steps to create the Rasengan and was shocked the blonde had the first 2 stags down within days. The last stage was giving tea. He blonde trouble and it was Makoto who found him asleep in the field, the remains of balloons and rubber balls littering the ground around him. He passed out just a few minutes ago. She turned to glare at Jiraiya who held up a hand. I've been here the whole time. I was teaching him how I was taught the move and he's been very stubborn. Makoto studied the blonde. He's nearly exhausted his chakra. And that hand is showing signs of damage. Why didn't you make him stop? I haven't known the brat long, but even I can see he's determined to learn and will work himself into the ground only to do it again and again. Makoto sighed. Naruto is what the Uchiha should have been, she said taking a seat and watching the blonde sleep. He is the epitome of hard work. Itachi when he was younger worked hard. He trained, and even when he used his Sharingan he would work to master anything he'd copied. They were silent for several minutes. Sakura would have been a good branch member, she said and a soft smile touched her face. That hair would have been the envy of many of my clan. She looked at Jiraiya. When I was their age, I was a strange girl. I used to dye my hair, drove my mother insane. Jiraiya listened as the female Uchiha matron talked about random things. Everything about my clan was about image and power. She shook her head then stood and Jiraiya watched as she picked up Naruto and carried him back to camp. He watched as she laid him out right next to Sakura and raised an eyebrow as the two teens moved together. Can you explain that? He asked. Sensei gave me an overview. But he left out a lot of details and their sensei was very tight-lipped. Makoto shook her head. Maybe when they've known you longer. But to me, you haven't earned the right. Makoto took up her position as the fire crackled and the Toad Sage sat in silence watching the pair and wondering what he had all missed over the years and thought about the female Uchiha's words. 3 days later the group of 4 entered Tanzuka. Sakura looked around. Sensei, what's going on? Makoto looked around. It looks like some kind of festival. It's gambling week. Jiraiya said. This town is made up of casinos and gambling houses. He gestured to a wall with numerous flyers. She's here. She wouldn't be able to pass up this much betting. Naruto looked around. So we're supposed to find a busty, BL.OND woman who loses as much as you peek on women. What are you thinking? Sanard Jiraiya's protests and his dance of he being a super pervert. Shadow clones. Naruto said. I swarm the town using Jiraiya's description and when a clone finds her and dispels. Makoto nodded. It would save time. Her eyes watching everyone as she too ignored Jiraiya's antics. It's a shame her photo was her Genin 1. Naruto said as they had read up on Tsunade before they left Konoha. And my interaction with the Sannin was limited. My husband and the clan council forbade us from interacting with them. Usual. Only Anbu or my husband dealt with them on an extended basis. The Uchiha matriarch said. By the time I returned to active duty, the Sannin were no longer in Konoha and only Jiraiya returned from time to time. That's because I'm awesome. The mentioned Toad Sage said, popping up next to them. You're still here? Naruto asked in a flat tone, and they watched as Jiraiya face planted and sobbed about, no respect. Let's do this, Naruto said and made the familiar cross-shaped seal. Makoto watched as nearly 1,000 Narutos appeared and scattered in every direction. It's something to see, isn't it, sensei? Sakura said, smiling as her teammate used his favorite jutsu. I'm just glad he's learned about its secret and how to manipulate the amount of chakra he pumps into them. Naruto rejoined them and grinned. If Jiraiya's old teammate is here, we'll find her. He looked around. Hey, where's Pervy Sage? A muffled shout had all three look down to see Naruto standing on Jiraiya's back with his face in the dirt. It took 10 minutes before Naruto looked around. Found her, he said, and with Sakura took off down the road. Makoto followed while Jiraiya was still going on about being used as a doormat. They found a dozen of Naruto's shadow clones waiting outside a bar. Let me go first, Jiraiya said as Naruto worked on dispelling his clones in groups of 10. Oh, and be careful, she has a temper, Jiraiya said, and not even 8 seconds later came flying back out and created a crater. Something tells me she isn't happy to see you, Naruto said, standing over the groaning Jiraiya. Makoto behind her mask scowled. You are coming with us, Tsunade. The only question is, will you be conscious when you do it? The end. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.